You know how this... Hi? Yes. We are waiting for the streaming. Yes? It's okay? Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. For us, it's a very important day. It's the end of our Bridges project, which means 3 years of intensive research, very interesting discussions, and also mutual learning among the partners, but also with all the actors involved around our project. So thank you very much. The aim of this conference is to briefly present our main findings, to discuss them as well with scholars working on similar issues, and thanks Andrew Guedes, Elencio Le, and Guido Tintori for coming to the conference. Also, the aim of this final conference is to build or continue building bridges with our sister projects, now that we have all our findings, to continue thinking together on how we can co-produce alternative narratives, alternative, more inclusive narratives to the dominant narratives, and this, of course, together with civil society actors, with artists, with journalists, with photojournalists, and finally, as well, to engage with politicians and policymakers on how we can think and talk about migration. So before Ferruccio introduces the agenda of today's conference, let me just explain a few things about the project, what the Bridges project about. And I would like to start by explaining why we focused on migration narratives and why we chose to focus not on the narratives as such, but particularly on the processes behind these narratives, the processes of production and impact of these narratives. As you all know, the concept of narrative has considerably currency nowadays. In academia, it has been broadly used both for descriptive and analytical purposes in many different disciplines. But the concept has also increasingly been used in politics, on the one hand by disadvantaged groups, for instance, feminist movements against dominant androcentric narratives, or on the other hand as well by governments and political actors, not only to justify their political stances and policy responses, but also as a policy in itself, as a means to transform the reality at the symbolic or discursive level rather than in practice. This narrative turn has also taken place in the field of migration studies. There is more and more research on migration narratives, either focusing on narratives by migrants or, in most of the cases, analyzing narratives about migrants. The main focus in all these cases has been on identifying the main migration narratives rather than understanding the processes behind these narratives. And this is precisely the gap we wanted to cover by the Bridges project, with the Bridges project. Our key question has been under what conditions particular narratives become more successful and compelling or enduring than others, and to what extent what is said, how, by whom, where, and when explain part of this narrative success. With this purpose, we have looked, as I said, at the processes of narrative production and impact, so how narratives are produced, how they are created, how they circulate from one arena to the other, and what impact they have on individual attitudes as well as collective or policy responses. As for narrative production, we have looked at how narratives developed in media and social media. This means understanding which storytellers are key, what circumstances favor the emergence of certain narratives over others, and how stories spread across different media spheres. We have also looked at the role of alternative actors, meaning basically civil society organizations, and their capacity or not to challenge dominant accounts. Again, our purpose was not only to identify the main migration narratives, but particularly to understand, in this case, the strategies, actors' strategies, and identify, again, the main factors for success. As for the impact, we have also looked at how narratives determine individual attitudes and policy responses. And here we made use of experimental methodologies. And from a social psychological perspective, we tried to explore, or we explored, the transformative power or testimonial narratives about migration and their capacity to influence how we talk and we feel about migration. The project has also looked at the impact of EU-funded information campaigns on the decision-making processes of potential migrants. And the question here was not only to consider whether these campaigns are effective, but also how messages interrelate, or the messages of these information campaigns interrelate with local narratives on migration and Europe. So basically to understand the weight of different narratives in the final decision to migrate. And finally, the project has also looked at the relationship between narratives and policies, and a key question here was whether, in a more politicized context, what relationship there is between narratives in the media sphere, in the political sphere, and in policymaking. And here, our hypothesis was that in a context of increasing politicization, there could be a decoupling between what is said and what is done, or between what is done and what is possible to be done, both regarding legal constraints and the reality itself. Apart from enhancing the understanding of these processes, Bridges also aimed to contribute to the co-creation of alternative textual and visual narratives. Here we produced a multi-language toolkit with key rules for civil society organizations on how to build alternative narratives and build more inclusive narratives and change in this way dominant and public debates. We also organized a photojournalist exhibition, Out of Frame, that's the title of the exhibition. Tonight we will inaugurate together the exhibition here in Geopolis. And the idea is to reflect with this exhibition on the role of photojournalism and journalism more in general in reproducing or changing dominant narratives on migration. And finally, last but not least, in the last year of the project, we also organized a twofold hip-hop contest involving an open international call for a mural painter and another for a rap singer. We have chosen hip-hop because we understand that this is a key expression of urban culture, often linked to marginalized groups with an immigrant background and with a strong power of social transformation. This is all we have done in these 3 years. We are a consortium of 12 partners. We have had 55 people working on the project. We have teams in 8 different countries, in Italy, Spain, Belgium, Norway, Hungary, Germany, the UK, and France. Let me finish by saying that it's a pride to have done all this together. It's a pleasure to share all we have done today with you all, with an audience, with researchers, with policymakers, with interested citizens. So thanks again for being here. And now let me give the floor to Ferruccio, Fieri's director and scientific co-coordinator of the project, who will present now the agenda of today's conference. Ferruccio.
Yeah. Thank you, Blanca. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this final conference of the Bridges project. I want to thank also Florian and the VUB team for organizing all this and securing this great venue. Bridges, as Blanca said, was conceived from the start as a system of bridges across disciplines, across fields of activity, research, practitioners, journalism, across languages, so analytical languages, creative languages. You will hear more in the afternoon about that. and of course about countries, across countries. Bridges was not only a metaphor, a nice metaphor, it was also a standard of practice. So we worked in order to create opportunities of concrete exchange between different fields. And this is also, this also applies to the conference. So the conference today is also a system of bridges, because we will have in the first part of the morning a bridge between our narrow, not so narrow, but research group and the wider research community that will be represented here by three, distinguished scholars, Andrew Geddes, Hélène Thiollet, and Guido Tintori, who will, start a dialogue with us on our findings. Second bridge, the second part of a conference in the afternoon, will be a bridge, a conversational bridge between us and our twin projects, so those who came out of the womb of the same call, the narrative call. Then we will have a third bridge, a third moment, and it will be the bridge with policymakers, with some of us and two distinguished members of parliament, Tineke Strix and Juan Aguilar, I don't know all the names, Lopez Aguilar. And finally, a fourth part of the agenda, fourth bridge, will be between those who analyze narratives. Even though we are not naive, we know that even when we analyze narrative, we produce narratives on those narratives, and so these meta-narratives are themselves influential, hopefully, or at least relevant, and those who create them by profession. And so there will be a roundtable between researchers and practitioners in the field of communication, information. And this will lead to the very final part of the day that will be the warming up of an exhibition, a photographic exhibition about migration, where one of our partners, the Association Zona, has selected and will present selected visual narratives about migration that we found particularly interesting and innovative compared to the whole landscape that will be described in the earlier parts. So, yeah, the whole day is, as you see, quite diverse, but will take place all in the same block. So the conference itself is here, and the exhibition takes place around the corner. I'm not sure where we can go from here, in the Geopolis space, still here in the Atelier des Tanneurs. So I hope, going through all these bridges together today will be exciting, not too tiring. So welcome again, and we can start. So I invite kindly all the speakers who are listed here and our chair, Berta Guel, to join at the table. Thank you.
Yes, be careful with
Yes.
someone can disappear all of a sudden. Be careful, Ferruccio, we can just fall down. Mm-hmm. Yes, be careful.
They're all...
Can I squeeze in?
We don't have to... Yes.
Salut, Bastien.
I guess so, yes.
Right. Slightly artistic, yeah.
Pen.
Don't look back. Otherwise you're going to fall.
Yeah. All that.
It's like super dangerous. Risky jobs.
Don't do the stuff when you do this.
Bonjour.
Let me step aquí. We don't have any space. So we are too many. So the table is quite big.
Do you want me to move? Shall I move?
Just a little bit.
Ah, so we squeeze back in.
All right.
I'm fine.
You're marginalized.
Yeah?
I know.
Si no parles massa.
Narrativize all this.
No ha resonat.
So good morning. Let's start this first roundtable of the morning. So as Blanca said, the first stages of the project were dedicated to the analysis of how migration narratives are produced. And this is what we're going to do in this first panel. We're going to have 3 interventions that are going to raise 3 key questions. The first intervention will be presented by Blanca Garcés and Ferruccio Pastore, who I will introduce them in a minute. And their intervention will focus mainly on the concept of narrative success. So the idea is to understand why some narratives end up prevailing over others and why some narratives end up being more mainstream than others. So what are the elements, the key ingredients that explain why is that so? So they have written a concept paper, which is available in our website. By the way, all our publications and presentations are based on working papers that you can find them in the website. And so they will explain us a little bit more what's about this concept is about. And I will just introduce them briefly. Blanca Garcés, well, you have already listened to her. So she has been the scientific coordinator of the project, and she is a senior research fellow and scientific research coordinator at the Barcelona Center for International Affairs, CIDOP in Spain. And Ferruccio Pastore has been the scientific co-coordinator of the project, and he's the director of the International and European Forum for Migration Research in Italy, in its acronym FIERI. And then we will follow with the second intervention, which is more focused on how migration narratives are produced in the media and social media. So here the key question is why some narratives end up prevailing so much in the mass media, basically press and TV, and also social media, basically in Twitter. Marcello Maneri has been leading this part of the research of the project. And he is a research affiliate at FIERI, the same institution as Ferruccio. And he's also associate professor of sociology at the University of Milano Bicocca. So welcome also. And we will have the third intervention by Bastian Vollmer, who is professor at the Catholic University of Applied Sciences in Mainz. And he will be talking about how narratives are produced in the civil society. So we also focus on this narrative production, but we see how they are done, how are they built by civil society actors, so more bottom-up, and how not only focusing on the narratives themselves, but also on the strategies. What strategies civil society organizations undertake to succeed in pursuing, in advancing some new narratives. So, and then we will count with 3 excellent discussants. In the first intervention by Blanca and Ferruccio will be discussed by Andrew Guedes. So thank you, Andrew, for accepting our invitation. He's the director of the Migration Policy Center at the European University Institute. So welcome also, Andrew. The second intervention by Marcello Maneri will be discussed by Hélène Thiolet, who is a CNRS researcher at the Center for International Studies at Sciences Po in Paris. And then we will count with our last but not least third discussant, Guido Tintori, who is Economic Affairs Officer at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. So welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. And I just remind you, you have 10 minutes intervention each, and I will try to be a little bit strict about this, and I will show you a sign of when you have 2 minutes left, right? So thank you very much. Ferruccio and Blanca, you have 5 minutes each.
One of the key goals and criteria of the Horizon program as a whole is to foster interdisciplinary cooperation and even transdisciplinary integration of knowledge. We try to take this seriously and organized a few moments of reflexivity on this during the project, interdisciplinary seminars. And our understanding is that in order to achieve this very difficult goal, 2 essential things are needed. One is a common driving question, which is often in major interdisciplinary projects in the history of science, is often a practical question. And it's a question of strategic relevance, obviously, of most of the time. And the second thing is less obvious, is a common understanding of that question, which is not obvious because it means understanding in the same way the concept you use for putting the question. In our case, the driving question was rather easily identified because it was essentially in the call, which invited research groups to determine the impact of migration narratives. And so we decided to hinge the project on the concept of migration narrative success, to synthesize this overarching objective of the project. But then once we decided that was the thermometer of the whole thing, we had to make it clear what we meant by migration narrative success. And so we started thinking about what is usually meant in communication, about the success of a communication act. And we thought that there are essentially two parameters which are quite obvious. The capacity to communicating wide and to communicate deep, let's say. More explicitly, the first is the capacity of a narrative in general and a migration narrative in particular to colonize, to occupy the communication sphere for which that narrative was conceived, the written press, for instance, and even possibly eventually to go beyond that sphere, to go to the political debate or to social media. And that first parameter we called pervasiveness. So we decided to measure migration narrative success on their capacity to pervade, on their pervasiveness. The second parameter we identified with the capacity of a migration narrative to persuade and to mobilize. So not only to occupy the sphere of communication, but then to affect the mind and the behaviors of those who are targeted by the narrative, be they individual or groups or collectives. And this we called transformativity of a given narrative. So the two key parameters were these two concepts. And then once we made clear what we meant by migration narrative success, at least we hope we did, we could start hunting for explanation. So what drives, what determines migration narrative success? And here I think I can leave the floor to Blanca to continue.
Well, thank you, Ferruccio. After defining what we meant by migration narrative success and distinguishing between these two dimensions, pervasiveness and transformativity, we identified potential explanatory factors to explain this migration narrative success. We have done so by focusing on the content of narratives, meaning what is said and how it is said, but also in the context in which narratives develop and circulate, and this means looking at who is speaking, to whom, why, the strategies behind, where, and when. So we articulated these possible explanatory factors around these 6 key questions. The first question, of course, is about the what. Here, we wanted to understand what are the features of dominant narratives that contribute to this migration narrative success. There is consensus in the literature that successful narratives need to meet certain basic conditions in terms of the content. If we understand that narratives cover both causal assumptions and normative evaluations, then successful narrative should be somehow convincing in cognitive terms and persuasive in normative terms. So the question was, is it so? What does it mean to be convincing in cognitive terms? Should they have coherence? Should they appear coherent? Should they resonate with individuals' emotions and feelings? What's the role of testimonial narratives? And what is the role of national traditions, values, and political culture? So this was the first question about the what. About the how, to what extent the way narratives are framed determine part of this migration narrative success. And here it's important to see the role of drama, novelty, and non-ambiguity in explaining this possible success. whether storytelling is more persuasive than, for instance, fact-based narratives, and of course, what's the role of these testimonial narratives. Then about the who. This is a fundamental question. If we understand that migration narrative success is a process of putting one's narratives across, this means that the process is, above all, about groups or individuals that interact to impose their own narratives. So this interaction about groups or individuals is fundamental. And here, of course, this led us to, or this would lead us to broader discussions on the credibility of actors, who has the authority not only to speak, but to be listened and to be followed. The fourth question, and this is a question we found on the way, is the why question. What are narratives meant for? Are narratives deployed with the final purpose to gain visibility, to shape individual attitudes and behavior, or to shape public debates or specific policy debates? So in each case, different purposes would lead to different definitions of this migration success. The where question, where narratives emerge and what path they take across these different media, these different spheres, for instance, from media to social media, from media to politics, from politics to policymaking. The literature here shows that the chance of a given narrative to affirm itself depends as well on the venue and the characteristics of this venue. So the where question is also fundamental. And finally, the when question. When narratives originate, spread, and affirm themselves. And of course, narrative success depends on the timing of their development. And here, media scholars have noted in many occasions that crises have the potential to change journalistic conventions and routines. So what's the role of these crises? Are they real windows of opportunity for new narratives or for changing or challenging dominant narratives? So that was as well a common question across all our research. And finally, just my last point. Am I okay? Okay. Of course, most of our research focused on the study of narratives around particular events. For instance, irregular arrivals or discussions on migrant rights and access to citizenship. Also, for instance, on the effects or the interpretations of particular terrorist attacks. But of course, this is a quite short perspective. So we understood that the long perspective was also important to understand how master narratives develop over time, and what are the factors, the contextual factors, the historical factors that explains this success, what we call hegemony, over time. So this is the last point of our concept paper, which we think it was important to address, but we have not addressed it completely through our empirical research. But for the discussion, it's also an important point. So.
Thank you very much, Blanca. Andrew?
Is that switched on? Oh, sorry, it's already switched on. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to discuss this project. When I first got the email, I think it was from Florian, sent me an email, and I was really keen to attend this meeting and to find out more about this really interesting project. And what I've seen, and which hopefully you will see today, those who aren't directly involved in the project, is the huge amount of interesting work that's been done. I suppose one of the challenges with these kind of projects is that it's a big team doing a lot of work, organized, as I'm sure people are familiar with, across a number of work packages, and bringing it all together is really challenging. And I think they've done a great job in bringing it together, trying to bring together quite complex work across a number of different countries, different issues, different disciplinary approaches. I suppose when you come to a meeting like this, which technically is the end of the project, I suppose one of the things with these kind of projects is that they mustn't end, because you can't get to the end of the 36 months, and I know the funding ends, that's important, but the findings and the results of this research are really important. So to continue to engage with this work and for this team to be able to hopefully find ways to continue to publish and disseminate this work, I think is really important. I think that is something that in the context of this kind of project and these kind of funding streams is really important. It's a wider point about how you maintain the fantastic momentum that's been created. So when I got the invitation, I was very intrigued because I'm probably like most people here. We hear mention of narratives all the time. And so I immediately thought, well, I'd be interested to go along because what's a narrative? You know, what is a narrative? I wanted to find out what a narrative is. And then I also wanted to know, well, how do they work? How do they affect attitudes? Do they affect policy? How does that happen? And what role do crises play on, in shaping narratives or affecting attitudes, affecting policy? And the big question, well, can you change the narrative? We hear that all the time. Let's change the narrative. Well, it seems to me you can have as many narratives as you want and change them as often as you like, but do they then affect attitudes or policy? So I was kind of interested in those questions. And then, as we just heard from Blanca and Ferruccio, this project has been, well, the framework paper, because I'm really focused on what they've just introduced, was interested in kind of the pervasiveness of narratives, so the way that narratives pervade various kinds of communicative spheres, and also then the transformativity, the ability to persuade of these narratives, which I think is a great way to think about this, and are things that can be measured in various ways. And obviously it's a challenge then, how you measure that. That's why you need a cross-disciplinary team to do it. But then as I read this, I thought, well, maybe there were 4 things that occurred to me, and I'll briefly, obviously I only got a few minutes, so I'll briefly say what they are. The first of which is resonance, because I think we also have to think about the resonance of a narrative, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Also, what causes a narrative? You know, why do we need narratives? Or what's the need for a narrative? You know, how does that work? What's the cause of a narrative? Third bit is the effects of narratives, because it seems to me implausible that narratives are shaping attitudes. And I'll explain a little bit more about what I mean by that. And then finally, this idea of a master narrative, because right at the end of the paper, I was struck by the words hegemonic societal master narrative. And I really had to think about what that meant, the hegemonic societal master narrative. But I've got an idea what I think might be happening. Maybe it's a post-pandemic thing. So very quickly, I wonder, as well as pervasiveness and transformativity, there's also something about resonance which connects to the very important issue, I think, of issue salience. What has done a tremendous political effects in Europe is issue salience, of migration salience. And the capacity of narratives to resonate, not generally, but very specifically with specific groups. So I was, in terms of conceptualizing narratives, thinking about how they pervade, how they transform, and how they resonate very particularly. And perhaps when we look at modern campaigning, it's very focused on targeting and micro-targeting. And so a narrative may be successful, but it may be highly specific, targeted at very small groups of individuals whose mobilization may have important political effects. The second point, well, what causes a narrative? This question of the need for a narrative. You know, to what extent are they actually based in real events? You know, so you've done a lot of work in your project on responses to different kinds of refugee displacement from Syria and Ukraine. So you know, are narratives then are their responses to real events, or are they kind of constructed? Are they? You know, it's almost like the knowledge status of a narrative. It seems to me that they are actually grounded in real events that create the need for some kind of interpretive framework. And I'm quite interested in that question. In terms of what they do, it seems to me implausible that narratives shape attitudes, because narratives to migration in Europe are relatively stable, formed early in life, and are actually quite resistant to change, which makes me think, well, maybe what narratives are doing, what the developers of narratives are doing is confirming, channeling, and really the most successful narrators are those who really understand their audience. And so I was interested in this kind of the way that narrators fit into your framework, and some narrators have been extremely successful, and what we can learn from maybe the activities perhaps of narrators who are on perhaps a more anti-migration side of the debate have been very successful in narrating particular understandings. And the fourth issue I had is this, what you refer to as the hegemonic societal master narrative. And I thought that was a really interesting point, which in a sense there's a kind of master narrative, which perhaps is very little to do with migration, but can shape debate about migration. And one of the things that I was struck by reading the paper, because obviously you design your framework and your project before a major event, a global pandemic, which I think induced distrust in science to some extent, perhaps conspiratorial thinking, certainly to quite a significant extent. So these kind of factors, perhaps which were latent but unleashed by the pandemic, I think have also contributed to maybe new narratives about science, new narratives about expertise, which could perhaps be framing master narratives. But I also think there's a kind of what I would refer to as a civilizational narrative, which has become more important at European level. So I think it was Emmanuel Macron who says that we must rebuild a collective narrative, and a collective imagination must be undertaken as a project of European civilization. We have a commissioner who's responsible, I suppose the English is more mundane than civilization, but the commissioner for a European way of life. We hear more debate about European sovereignty and strategic autonomy. And I think this perhaps is playing a role in in responses, of understanding the response to Ukrainian displacement after the full-scale Russian invasion and responses to other refugee flows. And I'd be interested to get your reflection on a kind of a master narrative, a more hegemonic narrative, which is a civilizational narrative, which I think has become more prominent, began to emerge before the pandemic, and I think it's quite interesting. There's a very interesting new book by Hans Kundnani, called Euro Whiteness, which I think looks at the kind of a civilizational project and what that might mean in terms of decolonization and broader narratives about the European project, which I suppose your project is located within. So, I mean, it's a very difficult task to try and pick apart, not pick apart, but contribute to a discussion about a framework paper like this, which has so much in it, and then there's so much to come later in the day. But those are just some initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's give the word to Marcello, and let's open the second intervention.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the researchers that in the 6 national teams did the massive work that made possible to write 6 national reports, and the comparative reports were written by myself. We studied 17 events across 6 countries, happened between 2015 and 2021, using qualitative and quantitative content and discourse analysis, and also collecting 53 interviews with stakeholders. If I have to summarize narratives from 17 events, it would be impossible. So I will do it in a blunt, sketchy way. In terms of transitivity, who does what to whom and how this action is qualified, we see that they are very often a problem for us, for our society, in what has been called the threat frame, or we, migrant smugglers, or themselves, are a problem for them in a victim frame. More rarely, there's a benefit in this action. Sometimes someone does something good for them in the white savior or white provider frame, but never they do something positive for us. The black-brown hero frame is absent from all the case studies we collected, we did. How to explain for this skewed representation towards problems and not benefits or advantages? And well, of course, the first factor that comes to mind is the inherent newsworthiness of dramatic events and crises that favor problem frames, narratives that see migration as a problem. But this is an event-related factor. And then there are more profound factors that I will deal with in a while. Another aspect which is worth considering is who talks, who are the storytellers, because we study traditional media and social media, but we know that that is reported speech, especially the speech of traditional media. And the primary definers or the primary storytellers are politicians. They were prominent in all the 17 events, case studies, and the protagonists of these events, migrants, were rarely reported their voices. It was about 10% of the voices overall, and in some cases, just 1%. There's a consequence to this. If migrants have no voice, there's also no vocabulary of emotions attributed to them, or scarce. There's no vocabulary about mental processes like thinking or behaving, believing. And they are also portrayed as collective categories. And if they are portrayed as individuals, like in terrorist attacks, their behavior is explained, projecting them onto collective categories like Islam, jihad, and so on and so forth. So this contributes to the dehumanization, and also the fact that among politicians, we saw a dominance of what are called in the literature political entrepreneurs of fear, right-wing political leaders, who are the only making a clear and sound investment on this issue. While what one of our interviews dubbed the political entrepreneurs of rights are non-existent. There are no politicians investing in a narrative about rights of migrants. And coming to the different platforms we studied, the received idea is that social media are the place of hate speech, of xenophobic discourse, which is true. But we also found that on social media, you find a lot of so to speak, pro-immigrant narratives, much more than in traditional media. And also, although this varies across national context. And also, they host a more diverse range of voices. But, and these are real limitations, they rarely introduced new narratives or new frames. Also because they tend to comment what comes out from traditional media, from the news. And there is another limit to this potential bottom-up storytelling, which lies in the way traditional media remediate Twitter or Facebook commentary. They do it according to their own hierarchy of access, so they quote only politicians tweeting or celebrities tweeting. They don't quote everyday people who are the majority in the most retweeted comments on social media. And also, they only quote them or talk about them when they do something that for the journalist's professional values is deemed newsworthy, which implies many limitations and a very strong selection of what comes out from social media. A positive factor, in our opinion, is the fact that when a novel event, something which is really new, perceived as new, can challenge the way, the usual narratives we see generally when talking about migration. And this happens in our case studies, at least in two cases. One was when an event symbolized the government misconduct. Was the case of the tripped refugee on the Polish-Hungarian border, or when a previously silenced point of view is introduced. And this was the case of the Windrush generation scandal. In this case, we see transformative narratives, ones that, for example, led in the UK to the resignation of the Home Office. Now I want to come to to structural and conjunctural factors that account for hegemonic master narratives. And I think two of them were really evident. One is the legal and symbolic framework of Fortress Europe and this enforcement. So the spectacle of the border, as it has been labeled, the trespassing of the border and the enforcement of it by European authorities, establishes two tiers of human beings, those who can move and belong and those who cannot, and are thus perceived as intruders. And this gives way to threat narratives, structurally. And the second factor is more conjunctural, if we, so to speak, is the rise of populist and right-wing parties and movements, so that politicians are either too invested in capitalizing on fear, or, in the case of mainstream moderate politicians, they are too fearful of losing the support of a perceived intolerant public opinion. And this is why we didn't find political entrepreneurs of rights. They prefer to say silence or to engage in a very contradictory, what we call a hybrid master frame about the management of the border, which is not, doesn't portray migrants as a threat, but not even as victims. It tries to balance the two aspects. Well, of course, we had many more results in our study. I can just select some. The result of all this is that we studied migrant arrivals, we studied debates on rights, we studied terrorist attacks, which are among the most important subgenre, we call them, in terms of coverage. They receive a lot of attention by the media, and they feed and are fed by a nativist view of the nation. For example, in the case of news on arrivals, they are built on the premise of the intangibility of the border, of the body state that is penetrated and is seen as a violation on the part of those who do not belong. And in the case of migrants' rights, in debates on rights, for example, debates on citizenship and integration, this fear of being perceived as the do-gooders makes that rights are not pursued for their intangibility, but because they represent a benefit for us. If they integrate, it's better for us, we have more security, and so on and so forth, thus configuring a distinction between natives and non-natives, also when they are talking about rights. And finally, in terrorist attacks, there are occasions to elaborate on a mythical national identity, on master narratives about who we are, what is our civilization, as opposed to the counter-identity of the enemy. And this, again, draws boundaries against the other. And the outcome of all this is an overarching idea of a community which is grounded in essentialist notions of belonging, based on religion, more subtly on race, on origin, or on civilization, as Andrew was underlying before.
Great. Thank you very much, Marcello. Hélène, please, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Marcello, for summarizing all the very rich findings. I was lucky enough to be part of a bit of the work on France. So I also had a bit of an insight on this specific case study, but it was really very exciting to get to learn about the comparisons between these very different contexts that the project has been bringing together. What I found particularly striking and puzzling is what you highlighted in the final comparative report in terms of articulating the peaks of media attention, focusing on inflammatory moments or events, and the kind of slow burning or background noise that both traditional media and social media sort of entertain or organize around migration. And you have really this very strong distinction between these peaks, which are measured also quantitatively in the, the number of articles, the number of tweets, of likes, of dislike, whatever, reactions, and these background noise. And so the questions that we can maybe ask ourselves is, what is the relationship between the peaks and the background noise? So is it what we find in the peaks of media attention, so the intense polarization of attention, maybe intense politicization also, when the perception is skewed toward one particular narrative which is super, super dominant? Do we find the same thing on a sort of more, the normal state of things, Foucault would say, kind of the slow burning way migration is, and migrants or asylum seekers or refugees are portrayed? And so I think that remains kind of a question, the relationship between both, and probably, future work, future projects. And for instance, the distinction is not just, that would not just contrast the attacks that were studied or the arrival of asylum seekers with the issue of migrant rights. So it would be like, peaks on the one hand, and migrant rights would be a sort of slow burning topic. That's not how it works, actually. It's not exactly what I read in your work and what we find in the data. So that's kind of still remains a puzzle, and it's good to have puzzle at the end of a project. In this, following this idea, there's also in the data and in the results that are, in the data and the results that are presented and analyzed, the idea that traditional press and, traditional media in general and TV are offering contents with high salience or slow burning stuff that are later activated, or to take Andrew's word, that resonate in social media, right? So that's something that is really strong in the findings. So in these social media, then you have, lay individual and politicians. And then you have different views of the information or contents that are produced by the press, and of course feedback loops, because when it becomes a social media thing, then it comes back to traditional media. So that's also something that's super exciting in the research. So then this question 2 would be, it's for now and for you, but it's also maybe for later in another panel, is how do politicians tap in the migration honeypot? So how do politicians, or when or who decides to tap in and use the story, use the narrative, use the event, and in what way, and to do what? And how does, do these practices and instrumentalization feed in the politicization of migration, and how do they potentially, but that's for panel 2, impact policy? So that's the story. Another important thing I think in the report and in the research is the question of structural conditions in each country, so basically the context, and kind of more contingent structures of opportunity, like an election, whether it's at the local, national, or European level. We have the case coming up for us in Europe soon, or governmental change. So how do we also balance the structural conditions, so slow burning, again, sorry, I keep my fire metaphor, slow burning changes within society, cultural and demographic changes that are happening, whether or not we talk about it, whether or not we say it's right or wrong, it's happening anyway, generational changes also, also rising inequalities, and if you look in certain European contexts, housing crisis in certain localities, other, broader socioeconomic crisis, or political crisis and war in Ukraine. So that's kind of, these kind of structural contexts are also to be taken into account. And in a way, and we can take maybe the current political crisis around agricultural labor and agriculture, both in Germany and in France, and we have a demonstration today with the arrival of President Macron in Brussels. So it's interesting to see that there are structural conditions that create the mobilization of agricultural workers and farmers, but they can be connected to globalization, to foreign workers in different ways. So in some discourses, agricultural workers say that they need migrant workers to work on the farms, but in others, they claim that the competition is unfair for workers who are, for products between countries. So ambivalence in the relationship to migration, to globalization, to national identity as well, to Europe, to extra-European relations. So, I mean, all these ambiguities are then framed in political discourse and instrumentalized by political actors. And the last point is a very, very short one. It's a discussion we had very early on in the project, and both Ferruccio and Blanca and also Marcello provided answer, the relationship between narratives and discourses. So that's my last point. I mean, we started with the impression that discourses were more on the sort of rational side of things, and narrative included emotion, but we also know from Cicero and Quintilian that, of course, rhetoric and discourses, they are all about emotions and all about using emotions. So basically the distinction doesn't hold, but in this context, I have a specific question for you. So how do we, which we didn't address directly in the research, how do we treat numbers? How do we treat quantitative data in these narrative framework? And I think we should, because numbers are not dry, abstract, objective facts. Numbers are stories, especially large numbers. And the narrative of numbers is something that maybe is also a new avenue of research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hélène, also for posing some questions, so it's food for thought. Let's start the last intervention by Bastian. So please, Bastian, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Berta. Yeah. So we have been listening now to hegemonic narratives in media and media landscapes in 6 countries. What I'm going to talk about is different narratives, narratives that are not as hegemonic, that they are different. There are different stories in terms of content, etc., and also in terms of actors. So what we did in this part of the research, we looked at civil society organizations that produce narratives and are active in the field, let's say, of migration. And here in this part of our project, we only concentrated on 3 countries, which were Germany, Italy, and Spain. And what we did, firstly we asked the question of, okay, what's out there in terms of different narratives, of alternative, innovative narratives. So we tried to map in those 3 countries civil society organizations that actually are active in this field, and we mapped, I think, about 43. And out of those 43 civil society organizations, we picked another 2 organizations per country, so 6 all in all, and there we did in-depth interviews, I think 47, to get behind their doings, their day-to-day strategies, how to start campaigns and how they work within the organization, etc. But the leading question here was, with those, in this deeper look into those 6 organizations, why do they produce narratives that are different, but they are slightly more persuasive, they are slightly more have a higher degree of transformativity, as we have put out in our concept note. And just to mention those those 6 organizations, which are in Germany, Seabridge, which are to do with mainly trying to promote safe passage over the Mediterranean, the network diversity, which is mostly to do with second-generation migrants who have the stance of, if you all talk about migration and migration processes, let also us talk about the very thing that we actually have experienced and actually can talk about it maybe better or in a different way. And in Italy, we have picked or selected I Welcome, which is mostly a campaign against right-wing tendencies at the time. The right side of history in Italy, which is mostly against racist movements, or let's say anti-racism, as well as particularly looking at citizenship law and trying to change that. And in Spain, we looked at yes to regularizations, which have been done in the past, but also wanted to actually, the aim was, or is still, I think, to regularize the undocumented migrants residing in Spain. And the last one is Stop Mare Mortum, which is also corresponding a bit to Seabridge in Germany, also concerned with safe passage over the Mediterranean, but also about basically necropolitics, about politics that kill. Okay, these are the organizations and we looked at, but now getting to those parameters that we already put out in previous talks on the who, the how, the what, the when, the where, and the why. So what we found in our research is that in terms of actors, who is setting out those narratives, is from a so-called migrant positionality. It is difficult. It's very difficult, and this is where you might think decades of hegemonic discourses have produced that. Still, if from a migrant positionality is rather asserted to adjectives of unemployed, undocumented, etc. So in other words, the actor or the organization should ally with established host society people, right? So a mixed actor or pool of actors within this society is, or that our research has shown, more successful than from a only migrant organization. Which has been some tensions as well within some organizations that has been discussed, how and what the membership should be in different kind of civil society organizations, but I can't expand on this right now. The how, very importantly, the narrative that might be alternative, different, counter, well, the counter I'm going to qualify, is it needs to tap into established narrative. It can't just fall from the sky and this is what we promote. It needs to tap into an established narrative that might be a narrative that is popular in the host society, but it needs to tap in a pre-existing narrative and not, and this is the qualification of counter, to counter a, let's say, hegemonic narrative, let's say secularization narrative or whatsoever, is not as recommendable than trying to tweak a narrative or change it to a certain, or give it a new direction. So an opposing language to a established narrative is not as successful as we have researched as a tweaking or trying to give it a twist in a sense. In terms of what, it is really relatively important that there are personified, let's say, villains or heroes that people can sort of identify with. Looking at a narrative that is too abstract and telling a story of processes or whatsoever, people do not really relate to it in terms of resonation as well, or resonance. And these heroes or villains or victims, they can be from whole society, from so-called migrancy, it doesn't matter. But they need to be sort of a hook into identification in a sense. The when, very important. I think we underestimated how important the when is, this window of opportunity. There's something going on in the context where people live, countries, that there is a new event, a new narrative, something happened, a new debate on migration or even other social policy matters. That has to be responded in a sense, but not as a counter or too opposing to it, or this is nonsense, what is happening, but rather trying to participate, to integrate different kinds of perspectives, of directions, and so forth. As to the where it is placed, the narrative, in terms of public discourses, it's extremely important that it's diverse. Not only traditional media, but very importantly, social media, and being present in the public spaces in terms of activism, protests, etc. The most, let's say, role model here we have probably studied is being at the right side of history in Italy, where they had extremely successful protests in terms of staging things in Rome as well as in the front of the parliamentary building, which become the picture of the day in The Guardian, etc. But they didn't leave it just there, this picture, which was picked up by the main media, but they follow it up all the time through social media, through TikTok, etc. And then a very also young, audience responded to that, but it had this snowballing effect through a lot of different kinds of media. And also here, if there is access to whatsoever institutional structures in terms of whatsoever the policy level might be, this should be needed. So not only in terms of media and getting the narrative out there, but trying to sort of enter the narrative or accessing certain kinds of policy levels that might be local. The higher up, the more difficult, of course, but we're going to listen to this afternoon a bit more when we talk about policy access and how, and the question was already done, how policymakers are picking up certain narratives or just ignore them. Just very quickly on the why, 30 seconds. The why was rather, so what is the narrative for? It's really this also as we talk to the society organizations, justice, equality, basic solidarity that people try to promote. And the foremost thing and driver was basically social change, social policy change, or changing politics in a way that is, as we have it and as we observe them in Europe and those three countries that we studied, is not right. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bastian. Please, Guido, take the floor.
Thank you. Well, first of all, several of the speakers mentioned that this is a field that has been recently booming in terms of research, attention to narratives of migration, etc. But one of the still least explored aspects or subfields is exactly the role or the contribution of civil society organizations and NGOs in shaping or participating in the shaping of narratives. So I think that I find very commendable that the Bridges project adopted this whole of society type of approach also in the methodology, in looking at the different actors with a very careful attention to all the actors that participate in somehow creating narratives in the public space. Having said that, though, and I express all my sympathies to Bastian and the team that was tasked to look at civil society organization in this respect. Because I think that is, I can only imagine how large was the pool of, possible candidates as, object of your research and attention. But in this respect, I think that we still need, in this subfield, some methodological, theoretical, and conceptual fine-tuning. For example, I think that one aspect that we should probably start working on, well, the researchers should start working on is creating some sort of taxonomy of the types of the civil society organization that are active in this aspect. And this would probably be a starting point for further than analysis in what are their main goal, objectives, area of intervention, and so on and so forth. And the second aspect that I think is more, it's urgent to define is how you define success in this specific context for civil society organization in terms of narratives. Because first and foremost, as you rightly point out in the report, most of the time, the production of narratives is a byproduct. It's never, or very rarely, the core business of the main goal of civil society organizations. But again, how do you define success? It's growth of membership, it's increase the growth of alliances with relevant other stakeholders, is visibility in the media, in the public discourse, in the social media, or is it impacting or contributing to policy change? These are very different definitions of success, and in some ways I think that it would be important to reflect upon this kind of definitions and also then devise the, let's say, the assessment, so methodology and how to measure this success. And I also think that in terms of bridges with other disciplines, probably some interaction with the literature on social movement and how they interact with more institutionalized ways of impacting on or steering the conversation or producing changes in the societies and in politics, in the public space, could be helpful. And then I was thinking about maybe one role of the civil society organization is, and one way in which we could consider them successful or not, is that just the fact that they are antagonists in nature. So their role of antagonist and or creating or being a thorn in the side of the public sphere, of the mainstream discourses, of the mainstream actors that are contributing to create these hegemonic master narratives. And in that respect, just being antagonist is a success. Just being there, just not leaving a void in the public sphere could be also already a success. Of course, there's the risk that if this was the only defining trait of their role, they could also maybe trigger or exacerbate polarization in the public contest. But at the same time, I think we should need to study more if maybe just this antagonistic role is, let's say, a contribution to, in the larger audience, in the larger, in the public space, a contribution to actually consider aspects and issues that otherwise they would disappear. They would not be considered. And this is, I think, important more so because we talked about migrants not being, and their lack of agency in establishing or contributing to narratives, but this is the place where they most often take agencies, are represented, and they have the responsibility to do so. So I think that this is something that we could further expand in hopefully new research. And then always talking about bridges, I would like to share very, very quickly what I witnessed during the European Migration Forum a few months ago here in Brussels. And it's where, of course, the Commission invites all the civil society organizations to discuss about migrants and migration issues, et cetera, et cetera. And it's interesting because one of the topical focus was about narratives. And so I would like to share with you a little bit of what civil society organizations reflected upon and the key takeaways of that day of reflections. And they say some things resonate with what you were saying, others are different. For example, in terms of campaigning, they were also agreeing that you need to select precisely your objectives, but also your key performance indicators. So it means that they are willing and mature to kind of, being assessed in terms of consistency and achievements. Tackle multiple narratives, not focus on one narrative only. Use emotions and data. This contribution from the literature has passed. And work mostly on alternative narratives. So in terms of representation, they recommended to bundle together across borders and to hold media and politicians accountable. In terms of area of intervention, they identified education as the most likely to have an effect. So create touch points with students and support teachers. In terms of groundwork, they suggested that they should increase the collaboration with other stakeholders, find and activate allies, reach beyond your bubble, including opponents. And this is something that will be recurring, I think, today during the comments and the conversations, etc. Understand also the motivations of those who are on the other side. And then there was a final, but not irrelevant aspect that was addressing the aspect of resources and funding. So to share project results and output. So I invite you to participate in the next European Migration Forum or reach out to the organizers to contribute and to talk to the civil society organization there and move away from competition to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido. So we had already now all contributions from panelists and discussants. I think there were really interesting contributions. I will just like to mention some key points that I think that were interesting. The fact that some narratives end up being master narratives, so which are these ones and why is this so? The importance of the context and the opportunity structures and the windows of opportunities for civil society organizations to propose narratives. The relationship between narratives and discourses, how to treat numbers, and numbers and quantitative data in the narratives, and the importance of agency and positionality also, when analyzing narratives. And there were these contributions from the European Migration Forum. I also think that they were really insightful. So before we start the discussion among us, we would like to open the floor to the audience and ask if anyone has any comment or question that would like to, please present yourselves if anyone wants to say something. And I would just ask you to be brief because we will have 20-25 minutes discussion. We will expand a little bit this session and have a little bit less minutes break. But so is anyone would like to comment? Otherwise, you think about it, and we start discussing, and if at any point anyone wants to say something, you just raise your hand. So, Roy Soma. Sorry, this is for the streaming, because otherwise we don't hear you.
On? Okay. Yeah. So thanks a lot. I filled half a notebook. I'll come back to lots of the things later. And I think not just Michelle and I, probably the rest of the group, that was really a great start for today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. If there's anyone, otherwise we start, and if at any point anyone wants to say anything, just raise your hand. So who wants to start?
Maybe we can follow the same.
Yes,
method, no?
yes. Maybe you want to answer some of the comments by Andrew, or?
Yeah, okay, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I'll pick up just one point, which I think is crucial and was mentioned in particular by Andrew and Hélène, and it is the relation between what happens on the front stage and the backdrop. Yeah, we studied event-related narratives in the project mainly. Zooming on events was our way to operationalize the very broad and complex research question. But of course, event-related narratives do not happen in a void. They pop up in a narratively constructed universe. And so what is there? Well, we heard that migrants are not narrators, they are narrated. There is a very nice expression by Veronica who said that we are all narratively shaped shapers of narratives, but migrants are not that. They are essentially shaped, full stop, right? And they are narrated in a very standardized way, right? So what makes the success of these standardized narratives? I started thinking that the narrative, the strength of a narrative, I'm not saying the literary strength, but the novelty, the effectiveness would make would play a role. But in fact, we discovered that other parameters are very influential. So the simplicity, the recognizability, the easy availability of a narrative, the repetitiveness of a narrative, the digestibility of a narrative are all factors that are crucial in determining the take-up of an existing narrative, and this, is what we call master narratives, in particular in journalism, and I think that Marcello's work was crucial in helping us understand this, and so to transform a master narrative in the specific narrative that you deliver to react to an event. And this, I think, is something that we often tend to forget. What determines the success is the capacity of certain actors to keep saying the same things. Whatever happens almost. And these are successful also because they are not very costly. They are cheaply available for media, in particular for written media. It's important to say that written media keep, even though they are in commercial crisis, they keep setting the tone of the debate. Social media create little in terms of narrative. They import narratives from the written media. So these written media in crisis, in commercial crisis, have to produce narratives with little resources, and they resort to existing narratives out there. And this is what determines the extreme resilience of this perverse narrative circuit that we have been observing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the three discussants. It's a luxury to be able to discuss our research with you. I have a couple of issues I would like to continue discussing. Of course, it's only the beginning, but just to mention them. The first one is what Andrew said about the resistance to change, and this is true, and we should explain this persistency and the resistance to change, but it's also very important to explain change. And of course, by focusing on events, we aim to explain part of the change because we assume that in these events, particularly when they are understood as crises, new narratives may crystallize. But of course, we had a quite short term perspective, and we did not see how these narratives developed on time. So that's why we decided midway to include as well an historical research precisely to explain this change over time. And the question was, under what conditions particular master narratives merge, consolidate, and are finally contested and replaced. And here, to be able to respond to this question, and I refer to what Hélène said, the context and the structural factors are fundamental. And that's what we miss when we focus on events, because we don't have this long perspective. And here we have this more historical research. I'm doing it myself, and it will be published later on. And here I think that there are three fundamental contextual factors. One is markets, labor demands. The other one is citizenship, how we define who we are and who they are, who are them. And finally, rights. What are the limits posed by rights? And where do we put these limits? And these contextual factors are not only contextual factors because they depend on how we perceive them. So again, they are shaped by narratives, how we perceive labor demands. The same labor demands can be perceived in very different ways, and we see it historically. The same with citizenship. The definition of who we are changes over time, and the same with the role given to rights. The second point about the anti-migration discourses, this is fundamental, the extreme right. And here I think that our key research questions or our key explanatory factors explain very well their capacities for success, the what, no? They respond to these fears and anxieties, to the how in a simple way, who is representing these narratives or who is speaking, and here we have actors that claim to be substantially different, where in social media but also in traditional media, because traditional media, even when they have a different ideological approach, they give centrality to these kind of actors. And finally, the when, and this is fundamental, being consistent over time. So these are the key factors for success. But then it's very important as well to explain non-success or maybe failure. No? What happens with those narratives that are not in the public debate, and that's what we try to address with Work Package 4 on alternative actors. But explaining non-success, it's really very difficult. And finally, when to step in, and that was a question by Hélène. This is a fundamental question, and in Work Package 7, and Saskia will explain it later on, we talk about this window of opportunity. And for sure, this window of opportunity is not during electoral campaigns. That's for sure.
Thank you, Blanca.
Yes, I want to answer to Hélène's comments. And first, she talked about rightly the difference between events when you have this sudden attention from the media and the high coverage, with other moments when there's the usual chatting about migration, what she called the noise, and of course these are two different situations, and indeed our subgenre about debates on rights was more of the kind of those events slowly unfolding with sudden windows of attention that are very receptive of narratives coming from other topics, other journalistic subgenres. For example, terrorist attacks are often mentioned in debates on rights. But of course, this is something that has been investigated. For example, narratives in the black-brown hero frames telling stories about migrants who had success, who did heroic acts, who were very resilient, are a subgenre in itself in the media, but it's something that goes in the inner pages of a newspaper who doesn't trigger any debate, who doesn't build up that spectacle of the controversies in the media that resonates and makes for resonant narratives. So yes, it's something that has been studied a little bit and should be studied more. And as far as how do politicians tap into the debate, yes, we found several situations. There are situations in which politicians try to downplay the issue. It was the case of the tripped refugee in Hungary. Orban's government didn't talk about the issue. And so as the media system in Hungary is controlled by the government, this meant that only social media and online newspapers would comment on this fact. But then, and this is interesting, then after some weeks they tried a different strategy. They did what I called narrative reversal. They swapped the roles of victim and villain. So the refugee was a person who was a liar, who lost his job when he went to Spain, I think, because he was not good enough. And the journalist who tripped him was instead the victim attacked by this conspiracy of Soros and his allies all over Europe. So this kind of reversal is very common. It happened, for example, also in the occasion of the terrorist attack, supremacist attack in Italy, in Macerata, where in contrast with how this kind of terrorist attacks are generally treated, when the breeding broth of the attacker is investigated, the media go and try to understand what is the context in which the attacks was planned, so the terrorist networks and so on and so forth. In the case of Italy, the fascist milieu from which the attacker came was not investigated at all, was not even mentioned by many news outlets. And instead, there was the narrative reversal. The problem was not this fascist culture, but was immigration that was outraging Italians and which can arrive to these crazy things like shooting to people in the streets. So these are ways in which politicians step into, or if the event is favorable to their narrative, in that case it's very easy, they exploit the occasion and they weigh in. And finally, about numbers. Yes, narrative about numbers are typical staples of migration discourse. Is a common topic in research using the discourse analytic framework. And if you Google millions of people ready to embark on the northern coast or North African coast or from Libya every year in spring, you will see a lot of statements from politicians, say 2 million, 1 million ready to embark. They never show up in these numbers, but numbers are really important. And in our case studies, the UK, and Saskia Asmeli, who is here, underline it, there was a particular emphasis on numbers. There's this insularity of the UK, this narrative of invasion, which was much more present than in the other countries. Yes, I didn't talk about differences between national contexts, which are very important, and I can summarize it in 2 points. One is the level of political polarization over the issue of immigration, together with the kind of media system, with more parallelism between news outlets and politics, or less, more neutral, independent, so to speak, media, and also the degree of professionalism among journalists. So in Germany, for example, we had slight differences between different newspapers, more moderate tones, even on social media, while in countries like Hungary and Italy, would have high political polarization over immigration, a media system which is not very much professionalized and which is very politicized. You see radical threat narratives and also civil reaction on social media. And then we find also historical repertoires mobilized with using master narratives in different countries, but I don't have the time to read the report.
All right. Thanks, Guido. It was very, but the bottom line is, I agree with most of what you said, but I can reflect a little bit on what you said. In terms of selection of the cases, yeah, we had parameters of why we select these and those and why we look at certain civil society organizations and not, but we intentionally did not want to have hard parameters because those organizations are highly diverse and they are mostly platforms, networks, and they are put together, so mosaics of a lot of under-organizations where they also realized we have to bundle and, put ourselves together to have maybe, more effect on public discourses and spaces. But what we, and obviously, most of them is volunteering. They have no funding, and as you said rightly, it's mostly byproduct that we produce narratives. They don't sit there and something is happening or write up, a story because we have to, create an alternative narrative for this. But it's rather, getting out of their activism and protest what they basically do. Nevertheless, and also in terms of objectives, you're absolutely right. Sometimes they're not clear by themselves what the objectives are because they change all the time because a lot of time it's basic democratic structures where they decide what to do. Something's happening, okay, let's do this and we react to it. But some organizations are very organized in terms of, and they have their standard reactions and how they can protest against certain things or, start something, and others don't do this at all. But this is where sort of this basic democratic structures and a coordination level is probably, or we found it would be helpful. As to the success, as you said, we discussed this at the very beginning of the project, how we deal with the matter of success, because it has associations with, let's put it like neoliberalism or whatsoever. But the question on the bottom line is, and especially when it goes to civil society organizations, the bottom line was salience, or are they present in whatsoever discourses or public spaces? If they are not, they are, how can you talk about them? I mean, there are some, they're very small, and they might be important, they do great stuff, but nobody knows it, and it's not present in the public discourse. And then we can, discuss if, for instance, Stop Mare Mortem, they have the capacity of lawyers, they processed and moved a litigation against and used Article 38 of the asylum law in Spain and used this against the reallocation of refugees in the country, and they won. So that is a certain, procedural success in a sense, and how they pushed this and also lobbied for it in a sense. But then if you put this next to the Italian civil society organizations of being on the right side of history, where they had those flash mobs, where they had this attendance at national news and had TikTok videos of that a migrant-looking person, racialized person, is proposing to the personified Italy to marry and say, like, look, we know each other for so long, maybe we should get married and more or less with a twinkle in their eye and with a bit of fun, they've reached a lot of people, not only youngsters, but also a broader audience. So if you put this next to the litigation, you could say, well, they reached a broader audience, so that's even more successful in a sense. But how to measure it, and we discussed this, it's almost impossible. So there is a methodologically wobbliness, maybe, which is not great, but we had to deal with this in a sense. As to last thing, okay, social movement literature, you're absolutely right. We did discuss this, and it will come up in the articles that we will produce in the hopefully upcoming 6 months or so, as in Della Porta, etc. It's very helpful to look at this, because there you can systematize the stuff that we actually empirically have found in a much better way, I think. So.
Thank you, Bastian. So I don't know if in the meantime there was anyone that was thinking something that would like to say. Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, hello. Arjen Leerkens, Erasmus University. very interesting project. Also interesting for the project that I'm currently leading on Europe's return policies. But I have a more critical question also about the extent to which the findings can be generalized, so also in relation to the empirical strategy. Because when I listen to you, also what you say about the dominance of the threat narrative, it seems to me that you have focused a lot on narratives surrounding irregular migration. Whereas, of course, migration is much more multifaceted. And I think maybe the discourse on what is sometimes called the knowledge workers it may be very different. So, so then the question is, indeed, do you have this selection, and why is this the case? And isn't there also then a risk that you sort of reproduce the dominance of that focus on that particular part of migration? You also say is the impact of migration narratives, but maybe it's irregular migration narratives. And then the other question is also about the extent to which the narrative that you found is indeed really hegemonic. Because it seems to me that the analysis really focuses on Europe and mainstream European journals. So I also wonder, do you have any information about the extent to which these similar narratives exist outside of Europe in middle income and low income countries?
Ilka? Laia? Ilka?
Hello, my name is Ilka Alam. I'm from the VB team, and we worked on narratives in West Africa, so-called prospective migrants there. I don't know if I have to respond on that now or leave it to my colleagues, but I had a question also, a remark on further research. What I really learned, I think, after this exciting project and very interdisciplinary. It was so exciting because there were so many disciplines. I was excited by the psychologists being there too, understanding effects of narratives. But we missed economists, and we missed the economy. I find in the story really is like how, what I learned through the process is like how the media landscape changed from small companies to conglomerates, from journalists who were employees to freelancers who have to write far more words. And if they don't have clicks on their articles, they don't get the jobs. So all of this is also media economy. We don't need the economists. We can just read the articles and try to link it to all the changes in the media landscape, I think, for future articles. And indeed, dominant and hegemonic narratives, what was mainly discussed was Europe, and they are very different on the other side of the globe. Yeah.
Jean-Michel?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jean-Michel Lafleur from the University of Liège and IMISCO. I actually have a little bit of a question in a similar line, because I was reading the booklet, and I find it really interesting that there are a number of recommendations also to follow, and including principles of how to communicate. And I was also a bit struck by the one, and I think it's a dilemma. I would like to see if you have some answers to that. It's this idea that we should avoid legal distinctions between migrants and refugees. And there's a number of people who've been working on this, including Jürgen Carling, making this point, which of course I agree with. But there's also a puzzle with this, in the sense that if we don't distinguish, of course we may promote the idea that most of the migration is the one that is visible in the media, and it kind of disables us to normalize migration as a phenomenon that occurs, that concerns almost every European family in different ways, but it hides a lot the intra-EU migration or mobility, or whoever. We're not going to have this debate now, but and I'm therefore a little puzzled about it. I see the point about, of course, avoiding these generalizations, but there's also a use to I think, as it was said, to mention that there exist different types of migration, and that they have different impacts and different impacts on society. Thank you.
Yes. Another
Alison Woodward from the Brussels School of Governance. I just came back from Texas. So in terms of narratives that are similar to the European ones and perhaps a great relation between what goes on in the United States in talking about migration and borders and what goes on in Europe. Yeah, it's very similar sorts of stories. And so the international communication of social actors, be it far-right and populist movements or other civil society actors, is also important. It's a transnational game between the North and the South, and I think this project is absolutely stunning from what I've heard so far, and at least looking cross-nationally in Europe. I naturally kind of miss the perspective of the North. You didn't have a Scandinavian partner in the project. Might have been interesting for that. But my main question after being in Texas was about the role of the churches. And so I kind of missed the civil society organizations of a particular type, but I was wondering, given that there's so many church-dominated societies in your group, why there was not very much talk about Caritas and that particular narrative about migration, because it's very paradoxical in the United States. Between far-right evangelical kinds of churches that are very anti-migration, and yet in their actions and funds are giving a lot of money to aid for migrants. So that's my question is, the church, where is it in all of this?
Anyone else? Otherwise, I invite Blanca and Ferruccio to answer some of these questions. Well, the questions.
Yeah, briefly, then maybe I'll also invite my colleagues who were in charge of specific strengths of research to integrate my answer. Arian's question on the skewed selection of cases. Actually, what we did was to, at least in the work package focusing on media narratives, was to try and identify the prevalent subgenre, as we called it. And actually, well, we couldn't obviously make a proper sampling of the whole universe that would be the whole production of migration narratives in Europe over 15 years, basically, because that would be, an overwhelming kind of endeavor. So, but we did sift the overall production. Maybe Marcello can add something on this, trying to focus on the main subgenre, and we fell upon these three subgenre arrivals, which is clearly, very prevalent in media coverage of migration as a broad phenomenon. Debates on migrant rights, which is not about irregular migration, if you want, not only or mainly not, because most of it is about, for instance, citizenship. Status changes, legal incorporation, recognition, etc., among the broader population of legal immigrants, and attacks, which was, a necessity we found to focus on also on violent interactions between violent migration-related events. So we have both attacks where migrants or alleged migrants, presumed migrants, are targeted by a supremacist attack, as in the Italian case, and attacks where migrants are alleged perpetrators. And this is not necessarily about irregular migration, of course. It's about a dramatic phase of the phenomenon. Changes in the industry, Ilke, this is crucial, as I also said before, in order to produce individualized narratives, humanizing narratives, and go beyond the massifying, dehumanizing standard way to represent migration. You need time, you need money, and this is something that is lacking in the industry. And so the industry in this kind of vicious circle, relies more and more on ready-made narratives that are cheap and repetitive. Jean-Michel, well, I agree actually that I am against this particular recommendation of avoiding legal distinctions, but there was a debate among us, and maybe our colleagues from Por Causa who drafted the recommendations can say something on this. Yeah, the transnational game of global circulation of narratives and the example of Texas, etc. Transatlantic comparison would be fantastic. I mean, we may aim for this, to this for the next. And indeed, one of the striking things is that sovereignist narratives are the most globalized ones, are amongst those. Think of the Soros narratives and how it circulated. Well, it originated in Hungary probably, but it circulated widely, the great replacement narrative. So the paradox is that the sovereignist craft narratives that are one size fits all globally, and this is indeed something that, you know, that reveals something about the actual ideological content of sovereignism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all your comments and interventions. As I said at the beginning, the aim of this final conference is not only to discuss among us, but particularly or as well with the audience, with all of you, so thank you. A couple of things, Ariane and Jean-Michel, I completely agree with what you said, and this has to do, as Ferruccio said, with the fact that we chose from the beginning, from our proposal, when we were writing our proposal, to focus on a specific event. And this decision has to do, first of all, with a possible way to operationalize our research. So this made our research more feasible, and also because we understood that within particular events, narratives may be contested, replaced, or new narratives may crystallize. But of course, the focus on events led us to focus on those questions that are more salient and forget those who are not salient or over which there are no even narratives. And a non-narrative, it's a fundamental issue. And yesterday we were at the European Commission and we were talking as well to this, in relation to this non-narrative. For instance, in the case of Spain, most migration comes from Latin America. And most asylum seekers are from Latin America. And our Atlantic border is an open border or a permeable border. And yet, there is no discussion. There is no problem, there is no narrative. And this is very important and important to explain as well. But indeed, our focus on events led us to focus particularly on those big salient issues, and maybe this is one of the shortcomings or something we could overcome in a future project. The geography of our research, of course, it's true that our project is very Eurocentric. And this has to do as well with the call. The focus of the call was on Europe, and you all know that these calls also limit or shape our research. Though here our colleagues from Norway and from Belgium have done research on the impact of EU-funded information campaigns in Gambia and Istanbul. So here we went beyond Europe, but to analyze the impact of this EU-funded information campaign. So again, about Europe. Jean-Michel, I think that you referred to the toolkit developed by Por Causa. We had huge discussions among us, and this was part of this bridging experience, no? Because this is a quite normative statement, and this could be discussed. And of course, from our research side, this was seen in a different way, but it's good that this at least raise questions and discussions on that. So I think that this is all what I wanted to add.
Okay, so just let me thank again all panelists and discussants for joining in this first panel. I think it has been a very fruitful and interesting discussion to start the day. Let me just finish this session by presenting this booklet, which you have already taken from the registration table. It just to let you know that all what has been said here is summarized in short articles here in this booklet. So what we have done is try to summarize the key findings of all the different parts of research, the work packages, we call them, of the project. And yeah, so I hope...
This is just an appetizer for the real meal, which is the reports.
Exactly.
Don't limit yourself to that.
Exactly. So yeah, let's go to the coffee break and let's start when? Because it should be quarter past.
20 or 25?
So, let's try to start at 20 past, so we have 15 minutes break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
and the replacement Virginie, apparently.
That's the only one. That's the only name people will notice is yours because it's handwritten. It's like the exquisite. It's like the elite tire. It's a premium.
Rather than the
Yeah.
name.
It's a very It's a good job if you knock her out as a that's good. You do like qualifications and in the semifinals you beat her and now it's you.
Sitting next to the star, that's always good.
Nah, you're the star. Are we pushing anything for these? Or are they doing everything maybe? I don't think we're pushing anything, right? Are we pushing? Yeah, just
I don't know, I
maybe.
think. Hello? No, it's already on.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
When did you arrive here?
Oh, just yesterday. I leave tomorrow.
Yeah, you're
what about you?
I got here.
starting with Jose.
Of course, yeah, you've been. Hello.
Then it's you, and then it's Sashka and Julia.
So you've been doing
The presentation always directly thereafter, yeah.
Yeah.
Jose, Guido.
Yeah, so you're after Guido.
Engaged.
what you. Oh, that's good. No, I mean, so who was there? You had the project officer.
La última con las Vale, la dejo ahí.
The research.
It's nice, you know, when in Brussels there are a lot of other, you know, researchers coming.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, as we mentioned it, I think I know. Somebody was saying from the Czech Republic.
You feel it?
Yeah, I think.
Pulse.
Yeah, the pulse.
Yeah,
Very
because she's doing.
engaged questions.
you have a PowerPoint too.
That's nice to know.
That's good.
Well, the black sheep. Ah, gracias. Claro que sí.
Coordinator.
Yeah, because she's one of my colleagues. She's in the Czech Republic, and one of my colleagues.
Yeah. And I say, okay, I'm going to start this one because I know that she's been involved, like doing a lot of things for me. She would be super happy.
Ah, that's nice. That's nice.
Hi, how are you?
There was a bit of an effort. It just, you know, it just turned out. We send out the things and then we ask.
No, but it's good reception.
No, not in Britain. No, I very rarely.
In the afternoon, we come
I think before the pandemic.
Let's hope that the Spanish MEP can join online, which wouldn't be optimal. Because protests, he's afraid he's not coming around.
So you have to go. Yeah, so I've come to Paris.
what's
and
your
train takes a long time.
Hello, Hiro. Yeah, nice to meet you. Oh, thank you very much.
We only have flights in the summer, so in the 6 months of the summer you can do it. I still got out of the habit of travelling. I just talk to people on Zoom, so I talk to a lot on Zoom, and we organise a lot of events that people will come to. So we've got training, various things that people will attend.
In my sensation, at least, for example, go for it.
Yeah, so I need, well, Edinburgh's is
Luckily, the only bad thing is that we have names. There's so much work, and most likely I'm going to put this.
Okay. I would like to welcome you all back to this second session. I think the first session was very interesting. My name is Jan Paul Brekke. I'm from the Institute for Social Research in Oslo. I've been a researcher on the Work Package 6 together with Florian here. But today I'll have the honor of moderating this session. And it's been a real pleasure to be part of this project. I think the Bridges organizing team with Fruccio and Blanca in charge, and the whole team at the CDOB has done an excellent job, and it's been a real pleasure. In this session, we'll look at different aspects than in the first, but they're very closely connected. So I encourage everyone to look for bridges between what's been said up here now and the first session. And I think there are several bridges to be made and links to be had and discussions that can go across the sessions leading into the sessions later this afternoon. We're going to start with Jose Pizarro, and Jose is he is a postdoctor at the Pompeu Fabra University and also at the Universidad del País Vasco, social psychologist. And we're looking forward to hearing from you, and we'll have comments from Guido. Thank you so much again to our commentators and discussants helping us. So Guido, Helena, and Andrew are going to help us out. So first, Jose will talk, and he'll talk about the impact of narratives on individuals' attitudes, using methodologies as well that are stands out with regard to the other methodologies used in the project. So that'll be interesting to hear. After that, we'll hear Florian Trauner, and Florian now are also a host, I think, in Brussels and the Free University of Brussels. I think you are now, or you are now, the Dean of Brussels School of Governance at the Free University. So we're happy that you help us out here and host us in Brussels. And you'll be talking from the work package 6 on the role of narratives seen from the migrant side and the impacts of information campaigns, EU information campaigns. Helen will commentate on that. And finally, Saskia and Julia. Saskia Smelly is a research fellow in politics and international relations at the University of Edinburgh, and been working together with Julia. I mean, you can explain your own. There is lots of participants in that work package. But together today with Giulia Daga, junior researcher at the Istituto Affari Internazionali, and they will be talking on the impact of migration narratives in national and EU policy making. I think we've kind of just seen the first hints of these discussions in the first session, and we're coming back to them now in detail. And Andrew has been kind enough to comment on that. Just a very short introductory comment from me to show you the scope of this project and the understanding of narratives in this project. Doing field work with Kjersti, my Norwegian colleague, we found ourselves in an apartment in Istanbul on the 3rd floor, a one-story apartment. A couple was there, 35 years old, both of them, with a small child, 6 months old. They had fled from Kabul after the Taliban takeover, and they were living under harsh conditions in Istanbul in a regular situation, and fearing deportation and looking forward to going to, or wanting to go further on and move on from transit. And this was emotionally a very tough interview for us, but the interesting thing was that when we asked them to tell about their situation, the first thing they said was starting to tell the story, their narrative of their individual travels, connecting them to the situation and the narrative of their family as a family group, but also to the story and narrative of Afghanistan and the fall of the Taliban, what's been before the regime, the attempt of the Western alliance trying to get this country on track, the failure, the fleeing, the flight across Iran into Turkey, and then the situation there, the obstacles, and then the end goal of the travel. So very classical narrative causality, connecting to different levels of narratives, and also the narrative in Turkey of immigrants there, the national political narrative. So narratives in that very dire situation, the concept suddenly made a lot more sense to us, and the different variations of it. So I just wanted to mention that, and Florian will come back to that part of the study as well. So with that, Jose, I would like to leave the floor to you, and looking forward to hearing your intervention. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, for your presentation, and thank you for the organizing, the organizers, and of course, all the partners in our project. What we are doing, what we did actually in our work package was totally quite different in our view, zoom in. We were focusing from a social psychological perspective on the effects of narratives, but our attention was on the individual. Our main assumption was that, as recently Ferruccio said, Veronica's very, very well put into one sentence, we actually believe that individuals are narratively shapers of narratives. We receive narratives, they have an impact on us, and we also create subsequent narratives, and that was our approach. We were working at the micro level, not at the narratives that are already hegemonic, for example. And we are analyzing narrative success from that point of view, from that perspective. We know that we receive like a large amount of narratives, a large amount of course, immigration-related narratives. We can take it from the positive side or the negative side. In the negative side, there is a vast literature showing about how stereotypes form and spread, prejudice. But since we are working in the Bridges project, we wanted to create bridges and try to take a more positive side from the field of narrative persuasion, from the field of using narratives to analyze them and to see what happens to us when we read narratives. And we wanted to focus on a particular specific narrative that we can find in everywhere, almost everywhere, when we talk with people from different backgrounds and also in the social media. We're talking about testimonial narratives. These are the short stories that are telling the story of a person with a causal sequence, time events, usually the before and after sequence of events, in order to know their story, to know what happens to them, their goals. There is an emotional part to them. We connect to the story, we connect to the people also, and they are quite effective somehow into producing attitudinal changes, for example, intentional changes, and actually changing attitudes and actual behaviors of people. There are more and more literature showing that they are not invasive, so we can use them to promote social change, particularly in very problematic issues, such as, for example, immigration. So the current research on narrative, on testimonial narratives are, on the one side, the factors that alter them. For instance, what is the narrative frame? Are we framing the narrative of the person from that testimonial as a person who wants to profit, a victim, or a hero? Something that also was analyzed by Marcello, for example. How is the testimonial said? Is it told in the first story, I am telling my story, or is it in the third person? And also, are we learning from a person from, for instance, a highly stigmatized country, or are we talking about a person from another country which maybe culturally is closer to our reality? Those are the narrative devices that alter testimonials, and we manipulate them in 2 experiments. Also, we wanted to analyze the dynamic relationship between the mechanisms, because when individuals read this testimonial, it happens to us all. Sometimes we connect with the person. Sometimes we feel in an empathetic way to their story. Many times we deploy our attention, but there are also other situations in which we start elaborating counter-arguments. We don't believe their story. It seems weird, it seems off, and we analyze that as well. And finally, we cannot escape emotions. Sometimes we are going to feel disgusted by victimization narrative, for example, or stories about victimization. But also, we might feel moved or touched by those stories that are showing like the greater of human kindness that we can find in those testimonies as well. So this is the first attempt to experimentally to analyze the factors of those testimonies and also the mechanism they operate from. This is a quite complex model, but it's not actually obvious, even though it seems obvious when everything was done, because I'm presenting the results, but it's not actually obvious that, for example, telling a story about a victim versus a story about a profiteer, a person who wants to abuse social welfare, for example, it's not obvious that I'm going to feel good or identify with that person. It's not totally obvious that if I hear the story of, or listen to the story of a hero from a different country, for example, a hero overcoming adversities, for example, it's not totally obvious that I'm going to connect to that person. So the first part, we wanted to assess that empirically. We know also, the literature, I'm being incredibly brief because, of course, the limitations of time, but we actually know that once we connect with the person behind that story, many things start happening, like a domino effect, and we wanted to analyze those subsequent effects in our emotions. Am I going to feel touched? We wanted to analyze the cognitive elaboration, how much involvement cognitively we are going to deploy into their story, and also the counter-arguments. And finally, we want to see all of these mechanisms' effects in our attitudes, not only to the person that we are being told in this story, but also all immigrants from particular country or all immigrants in general. So this is the full model we tested in 2 pre-registered experiments. These pre-registered experiments were conducted in Spain and in Hungary with large samples. They were conducted online. And it's the first time that experimentally it's an analysis of the factors and also the mechanisms from which testimonials produce effects on people. Here I'm going to show you a little, quite briefly, the 3 main frames that we were using. This is the frame that we call the profiteer. This is a person who explicitly wants to abuse social welfare. This maybe it's pretty typical in right-wing campaigns, for example, portraying immigrants like people who want to abuse the system. But we also have the frame of the victim, a person who is victimized or being discriminated against. And also something that Marcello mentioned, something that is usually missing from an out group, from an stigmatized member, which is the hero frame. What happened with the person who overcomes difficulties, who tries to work, and who actually wants to push the reality to have a better future? These are the 3 frames that we analyzed. And of course, we manipulated the other factors, whether this person was in Spain, for example, from Morocco or from Ecuador, because the stigma levels are different. In Hungary was from Syria and from Ukraine in order to match the cultural reality, and also whether the story was in the first or the third person. Here are the excerpts in the first person. Let's go to the first part, how they affect us, how narrative affects us. So what we find is that both the victim frame and the hero frame, but not the profiteer frames, creates a connection with the protagonist. The mechanism that is activated, the main mechanism is that we empathetically start seeing the world as the protagonist of the story sees the world. And through that increased identification, we feel meaningful affect, we feel touch, we feel admiration for that person. Additionally, we wanted to put our minds into the story, and we actually believe those stories. We don't create as much counter-arguments. And these 3 factors, these 3 mechanisms, being identification, the leading mechanism, they help us creating more positive attitudes toward all immigrants. And also, they boost behavioral intentions, such as, for example, donation of money. We didn't apply an actual behavior such as putting your credit card, for example, and donating, but we were in the right before step, the behavioral intention, which actually is a quite good predictor of actual behavior, and also volunteering from them. So we can see that when they affect these narratives, these 2 narratives, the victim and the hero, compared to the profiteer, are quite effective in getting attitudinal change. The second part of the project, quite briefly, is what happens after that. When people, after they read these narratives, people were randomized to read one of the 12 conditions, one of the 3 main narratives. I can deal, and you can have all of the information in the reports, of course. But what happened after? We asked people, now please try to write a short story, a short narrative. We didn't use the word narrative, but a short comment that you might share with other people in Facebook, in social media, on Twitter, about the story you just read. And this is the part in which people are subsequently creators of narratives. And we have found that, yes, the frame, they have a major impact in, thank you, Jean-Paul, in the words that they were using. When they are reading the story about the profiteer, no matter what the country, no matter what the narrative voice, the profiteer frame made people focus on help, welfare, abusing in a different extent. But when we move into the victim narrative and also in the hero narrative, the shift completely changes. Emotionally, direct self-reported measure, and also the ones that we were watching, in the text, reveal that, show that people that read the victimization narrative, they actually feel quite bad. They feel disgusted about this. They feel quite sad. And in the hero on the other side is a different fingerprint of emotion. It's something about admiration. It seems like, wow, this is a very interesting narrative. This is something deal of admiration. I have a couple of extracts that I would like to go quite, these are pig-handed action narratives that these 2 big samples created in both countries. And the only thing that I could mention, for example, is that Similarly, as the previous part of the experiment, both the victim and the hero narrative create a more empathetic response compared to the profiteer. The profiteer is quite harsh, and they made people actually start paying attention only in the economic and the negative aspects of immigration. However, this is also embedded in cultural backgrounds, because even though victim and profiteer narrative created subsequent more positive narratives, the cultural background, particularly in Hungary, was a little bit of less trust and more suspicion. I'm going to finish with this. This was also validated in other analyses. These are text analyses. And something that I wanted to put a stress is that it's interesting that this narrative made these attitudinal changes that were not obvious at the first time. It was highly positive to show a narrative about a hero, and the effects of these narratives actually extended to the whole group, not only about the person I'm reading for. So that is quite hopeful, I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jose. Guido, please, comments.
Thank you. The first point I would like to make is that it's quite important that we start increasing the adoption of experimental studies when it comes to trying to understand how opinions and attitudes are formed, and because let's say that the field, the literature in the field is, at least in what I've learned, has been defined weird countries. That is, let's say, a little less self-indulging way of defining the West, because weird stands for Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. At least, as I said, from this perspective, from this focus, the literature about opinion formation, attitudes formation is quite developed, is quite mature. And one of the main contributions was that many social scientists, from the political scientist point of view, opened up to suggestions and insights from social psychology. And that is interesting, and it's important. Why? Because one of the main findings is that opinion formation is both a cognitive and emotional process. So both are equally intervening in creating and consolidating opinions vis-a-vis one topic. Least to say about controversial and contested topics such as migration, climate change, et cetera, that are very likely to trigger emotions, et cetera. But then again, experimental studies are also interesting and important, not only for the academic domain, because they advance, let's say, they further refine our level of knowledge on the matter, but also because they are, let's say, better, let's say, equipped to translate then the findings to the policy side, to the policymakers, if we want to engage in that kind of exercise. Because the experimental studies are, let's say, more robust in highlighting the causal effects of the studied aspects, and then you can, present your findings in a more robust manner, but also in a measurable manner. Having said that, I mean, it's also important to understand a little bit better. Well, sorry, I wanted to highlight two things that you were not able to highlight in the, I'm changing my comment now, because you were not able to, for time constraint, to highlight two things in the study that I think were very, very interesting. One thing is that the narratives or the testimonials in terms of subject, in terms of topic, we're talking about labor migration. They're talking about work, migrant workers, okay? And this is a choice and a choice that I particularly appreciated, and I will get back to this in a second. And the second part is that experimental studies allows us to shift, or at least to add to the traditional attention to social demographic characteristics as the main predictors of attitudes and opinions. With the experimental studies, we are able to play much more on different variables, including, the psychological profile, the emotional, profile of the people, etc., and so on and so forth. But let's go back to the work-related type of migration that you chose to use as the topic of your testimonials. And I think this choice is interesting, and now I'm broadening a little bit more the discussion, not just related to the report. And I was reflecting upon what also we discussed before. And I wanted to raise the same point that Jean-Michel made before about normalizing migration. And this is, I think, the biggest challenge in terms of changing narratives or shaping narratives in the public discourse. Because most alternative narratives, including the type of work that most academic consortia like this one are performing, are kind of reactive in nature. We all say we should get out of the crisis framework when we talk about narratives, but then again, if you look at the contents of all the research projects, the articles that are published, the discussion in public, it's mostly focused on arrivals, on abuse, let's say, of the asylum system, of the irregulars, etc., and so on and so forth. And so also, let's say, this kind of counter or alternative narratives are, as I say, reactive in nature, and it's understandable. I'm not saying it's not understandable, but they tend to adhere to the crisis dominant framework. They don't really propose an alternative framework. And then it becomes a battle of persuasion about that topic, about that specific topic. But it's not transformative in the end. So how is it possible to normalize migration and to translate, this into alternative narratives? And I'm testifying and witnessing in the last years a little bit of a change, at least from the main actors working at the interface between, let's say, research and policy making, for example, or practitioners like IOM, ICMPD, my own organization, just because it's me doing this, but anyway, it's to push forward in the public presentations, in the public discourses, in the dialogues with policymakers, to push about the importance of talking about labor migration. Talking about, again, the economic contribution of migrants to society, to normalize the discourse about the presence of migrants in our societies also from this point of view, or if not, primarily from this point of view. And this would be surely transformative. Blanca mentioned before the historical approach to this kind of how migration is publicly framed, discussed, and narrated. And not until too many years ago, but let's say until the 1950s or 60s, when we talked about migration, the dominant narrative was about labor migration, it was about workers. Then there's been a progressive but growing shift towards identitarian or issues and linked more to an us and them. Not that these were not present in the previous dominant narratives, but the focus, the main talk was about labor migration. Migrants were workers. So how can we actually collectively try to work together towards pushing also these less sexy and appealing aspects of the presence of migrants in our societies that are not very likely to be discussed in a visible manner in the media, and they are not immediately, giving the politicians an electoral reward in terms of political campaigning? This is an open question, I don't have answers. But, and this is my last point, again, about this Eurocentric focus that too often characterizes this kind of analysis. I am in an organization where we have 57 participating states, and we cover all Europe, geographical Europe, including Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And I did some workshops and meetings in the Western Balkans, not so far, let's say, from the core of the EU. And it's interesting to notice how already there, let's say, some assumptions, some consolidated paradigms that are working for the EU member states are already challenged and questioned by the ways in which opinions are formed and which are the main emotional triggers, which are the main social demographic aspects that are predictors of a given point of view towards migration. And the second point, which is going back to the labor migration, and I'm done, is those countries are now facing labor shortages, and it's quite different from the labor shortages faced by the EU countries, Germany, France, and whatnot, even in the public discourse, because these are countries where there's a very high immigration rate. They are not countries of immigration, they're a country of transit migration at best, but they are starting to become country of immigration. So the discourse there, the public narrative is very, very interesting and very different from what's going on in the core of the EU. And I witnessed, for example, two different attitudes, employers and unions. Employers are very much more pro-immigration than unions, which is, again, something not new, we know very well from historical studies, but this is exactly the type of conversation that is going on there. So it's not very much so about, identity. Well, also, there's also this dimension, but it's very interesting, I think, to expand a little bit what we are discussing today to include also different perspectives.
Mm. Thank you so much for those valuable comments, Guido. And I think thank you also for pointing towards other areas than Europe and Brussels and the countries that are countries of transit and countries of origin. That segues well to Florian's intervention on the impact on narratives on migrants and the migrants' perspectives and EU information campaigns as well. So please, Florian, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jan-Paul. Indeed, I'm going to present the only work package who looked outside Europe with an explicit focus. So we had two partners, our VUB Perm group, who looked on the case of the Gambia, and Jan-Paul and his team from the Institute for Social Research in Norway looked on Afghan refugees and migrants in Istanbul. Initially, the plan was to actually look at Sudan, but for the security situation there, we had to change the case study because it was impossible to do research in Sudan. So a bit give you the context. So the idea was really to look what is the impact of information campaigns. Information campaigns have gained quite some relevance, notably since the years of 2015, 2016. So the basic idea is that European governments, EU institutions can directly communicate with potential migrants or real migrants and convince them not to come to Europe irregularly. It's a kind of a, it's not a state-state interaction, it's really from state actors, sometimes civil society actors, with the potential migrants. And I mean, there are different messages that are communicated and different ways. Here you see screenshots of a video, but sometimes it's also returnees who come to villages and talk to the migrants directly. But usually the messages come down to three core messages. The first one is life in Europe is difficult for an undocumented migrant. Don't come. The second one is the route towards Europe is very dangerous, potentially life-threatening, so don't go. And the third kind of type of message is basically there are opportunities at home, in your home country too, so better stay. So I mean, there are different ways, but it basically boils down, and this had also shown previous research by Jan Paul and others, that really more or less most information campaigns really fit into these three core messages. So we also looked at them primarily. So what we did is then, in our case, we went to Gambia. We went to the 4 of the 6 regions with the highest emigration rates. And in each of these regions, we did either in-depth interviews with youngsters, or we did focus groups in which we brought them together. We had a very engaging local partner, the National Youth Council of Gambia, and we discussed them and engaged. And in the case of Turkey, I mean, we basically ensured before we went to the fieldwork that our questionnaires, our approach is comparable. I mean, some aspects differed. I mean, already the message of stay is for Afghan migrants not of relevance, so this was definitely taken out. But by and large, we ensured that the research design, the questions, the focus groups, the interviews were comparable, so that we can also have this kind of cross-cutting perspective on the whole issue. So in Turkey, you can see here, this is a picture of an Afghan migrant in one of these activities that are, in the black market, so to say, in which they engage, which many of our study participants actually spend most of the days trying to find work. So Jan Paul and his team, they did 45 interviews, primarily in 2 districts with high numbers of Afghan migrants and refugees. They also had 5 expert interviews there, and their local partner was IUM Turkey. So what did we find? So basically, when we did the interviews, we asked in the first part of our engagement with the study participants, what is the general view on migration, on Europe, what terms to associate. We discussed them in more detail. We asked them a lot how they get information on migration, what are the sources, how do they build up their opinion. And in the second part of the interview, we always looked at the 3 messages and discussed them on the basis of some examples. So we didn't look on a particular information campaigns, but we looked on the 3 messages that are basically cross-cutting the different types of information campaigns in the regions. So if we can see on a general level, what the master narrative on Europe and migration was that this was very positive. So basically for most Gambian, or almost all Gambians, it was positively connotated. Europe, migration to Europe was seen as a kind of a life-enhancing opportunity, way, will lead to higher living standards. People who manage to go to Europe are the lucky ones. It's really kind of a European dream. You probably have to overcome some hardship to go there, but once you're there, you really have a kind of a different point of departure for the rest of your life. In the Afghan situation, it was very much more a narrative of forced migrants. Many of the study participants, notably those with a bit of a more precarious legal situation, they said that the life in Turkey has become very dangerous. The state authorities engaged in quite high numbers of forced deportation back to Afghanistan. So for them, Europe was really the kind of the solution to an increasingly untenable situation in Istanbul. And they said, really, that's what we have to go, because that's the only way here. Our life situation is getting very, very dangerous. In Gambia, compared to the Afghan participants, there were also some critical noises on Europe. The colonial past, unequal treatment in terms of travel opportunities between Europeans and Gambians, for instance. But even those people who put forward these more critical notes, they tended to say, but if there is an opportunity, I would really like to go myself there and kind of start a life in Europe. In the second part, we then looked at the different information campaigns and showed them examples of pictures or videos, and they say, what do you think about this? And what we usually saw is somehow, limited endorsement, let's say that could be true. I know from this and that case that life in Europe can be can be difficult, but actually I believe if it's really difficult, it's because this individual didn't try hard enough or didn't try to have the right capacities. I could do it better. I am a hard worker, I have good skills, I could make it myself. With regard to the routes was actually, it was very much known that it's very dangerous, so there was definitely a very high level of awareness, and they said the route is dangerous, and then the big but I have a strategy. I know people who can lead the way. There is, a high belief in faith that it's meant to happen. If you arrive in Europe, you're arriving. Something could happen in Gambia also. And then with the local opportunities, there was a lot, it's true, there are local opportunities, there are educational opportunities, but they are not available to everybody at the same extent. You need to know people, and even if you do it, it's not really life-changing because the labor market is so tight and so on. So this was a bit the narrative that we saw with regard to the different messages. So I'm coming already to the kind of the key points, the key takeaway points. The first one, what we really saw is that there's a kind of a detachment between the narratives of the potential migrants and the migrants in Turkey and the kind of the messages usually put forward in information campaigns, notably with regard to the life in Europe and with regard to the opportunities at home. What we could see is there was a bit of more alignment with regard to the message on the route. There is a increasing debate also in Gambia, but also Afghans in Turkey. They were very much aware that it's super dangerous. Many people lose their lives, so there is a domestic debate, and the EU's message is kind of one of these voices in an increasingly relevant domestic debate there. But that's more the exception, to say so. The second point is migrants' narratives are increasingly fed by social media. That we saw definitely, in particular, the young people. They're very much connected with people in Europe. They had quite intense exchange, and you could see that state-provided information or information also to which information campaigns belonged, they were not so relevant, and they actually lost relevance. The more concrete a migration plan or aspiration gets, then you could really see that this kind of information is really relevant. And people look, what did this person do to actually arrive there? And so very targeted information, which usually excluded state-provided information. The third factor is that one said it's not about the information, it's about the situation. And that's also what we saw in both cases. You can provide them with some information, but if people see in their day-to-day life that migration is actually changing the situation for many people around them, information alone will not basically impact their decision-making. And this we saw in Gambia, for instance. You had clear social material rewards of migration, social rewards, people having a migration experience is managing to legalize the situation. They were really kind of, very highly prestigious seen individuals, able to contribute to families, to communities. They could more easily engage in a marriage and these kind of things. Material as well. I mean, if you could send back money, it was really seen these people contribute to the community, so a very high social status. And then finally, what we also found interesting is that both the migrants and the funders somehow focus very much in the individual. To explain it a bit more, the migrants, they always said, if someone fails in Europe, it's the individual fault. They also underestimate a bit the structural problems to actually succeed on a labor market that is excluding, irregular migrants and so on. But the funders as well, there is a strong belief that you can convince migrants to actually stay there. And what we saw when people talked about migration was very often said, this is a decision taken in a family, we communicate, we put together our resources, the community has to play a role. So in both cases, we believe that the kind of societal dimension is something that is underestimated. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Florian. We'll get a chance to comment later as well. So thank you for that. Helena, please, your comments.
I take your mic, right? Well, thank you very much. And I'm particularly excited to get a chance to piggyback on the research done by both your teams, actually, on the reception and impact of these EU campaign for migration deterrence. So maybe I'm going to trivialize a bit the takeaway points that you very well formulated. So for me, the two takeaway points are, one, migrants know better. Meaning that all the information that is provided by the campaigns is basically somewhere in terms of knowledge, both at the individual and collective level, the difficulties of the labor market, the difficulties of the routes, all the points that you mentioned, and the fact that there are opportunities in home context. This is known, thank you very much. But what they know better is that, A, there are opportunities in European labor markets, even for irregular migrants, and even if it's under a very, very difficult condition of exploitation and discrimination, these opportunities exist, and our labor market thrive upon the presence of irregular migrants, okay? So, and migrants know that. Second, which is very important also, migrants know the risk. Okay, and they know exactly, sometimes with a lot of precision, the extent of the risk they're facing, including the gender dimension, which is very well highlighted in the work, in the data and in the analysis, enhanced risk for female migrants with incredibly high percentages of abuses, rapes, and other also, sexual abuses are very likely. So they also know that. And so it takes us to the second point, which is a very important takeaway point, which is basically, a sort of implicit point in the research, is that the factors that determine people to live are still the same factors that we were told when we took, Migration 101. I don't know if you took Migration 101, I did, which are the push-pull factors are, labor market opportunity in destination countries and the presence of a diaspora or a network. And these are the factors that actually attract migrants, feeding not only information, but incentives to go, and with a relatively accurate level of information, both at the individual and the aggregate level. Now, I only have one question, which is maybe a bit trivial, but I think that could be added since it's a very big discussion in migration research. Do rights matter? So does the level of right that is acquired through migration, I'm thinking, of course, general human rights or labor rights, but also rights for specific group like gender or LGBTIQ or religious minority or asylum rights. I'm thinking particularly of the Afghans, migrants from Istanbul. Does this matter? So do we have a pull factor linked to the availability of rights in Western Europe, in liberal democracies? That's something that maybe you want to discuss. So now that we've said that, all the takeaway points from this incredibly good research, and so a qualitative empirical proving of what other projects have been working on. I'm thinking about MEDEC, I'm thinking about MIGNEX, I'm thinking about other ways to study similar topics and providing this kind of bouquet of empirical proof that this campaign do not work. Well, now that we know that, maybe we can turn to the campaign and say, why does the European Union keep funding this campaign? And so turning basically the gaze towards the narrative producer, because these campaigns are narratives, right? And we're studying narratives here. So, and there maybe, okay, we know the campaign do not work. We can assume that the campaign funders and provider know that they do not work either, because this is public knowledge. It's been 20 years of publication talking about these campaigns. So the question is, why does the EU continue to do pretty ineffective stuff with a high level of funding and a big level of not only financial but also political investment in this campaign? Well, I can try and answer that. I mean, actually offer a hypothesis, because it's a market, it's an economy. It's an economy of the migration, anti-migration propaganda that is actually serving some components of the EU political apparel that are, organizing this campaign, legitimizing this funding, also connected to political parties that are actually in favor of this campaign and running elections on these similar platforms. So that's a kind of internal legitimization within the EU. There are also organizations benefiting from this economy. I'm thinking primarily of the IOM, of course, which is designing, running, implementing, evaluating, and then redesigning, rerunning, re-implementing, re-evaluating, and again, these campaigns. So that's one of the major beneficiaries of the anti-migration campaign propaganda. We also have local institutions, local governments in countries of origin that are also benefiting from this campaign. Private, of course, NGOs, but also a lot of public institutions that are being funded by the EU through these campaigns and other migration externalization devices. So these are, actors that have an interest in keeping these ineffective policies running. So the conclusion to that, I mean, if we take this very skimmily done hypothesis seriously, is that basically we're facing a sort of a bubble, like in financial context. We have a bubble, something that is ineffective but still continues running because enough actors have an interest in keeping the money flowing. We can talk about it as path dependency as well. That's a bit neutral in terms of political science. And if we're a bit, cheeky, we can say it's a Ponzi scheme. Basically, you keep asking for money to do something that is really not effective or doesn't really exist, but you ask more funders to give more money and you keep the thing running until, the Ponzi scheme is exposed and then it collapses. So that's the option that we have on the table. And I'm just offering here, do I have 1 minute?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
A kind of dystopian counterfactual, okay? So if we being the EU, if we really wanted these campaigns to work, based on the incredible results of the Bridges project, what should we do? Well, the EU should become Russia and actually organize online propaganda campaign with fake accounts, millions of fake accounts of fake migrants telling fake stories of how horrible Europe is, how impossible it is to find a job, how downhill is the European economy going, because that's important. Also the perspective. It's not just there are no jobs now, but there won't be any jobs in 10 years and your kids are not going to go to school. How all European countries are going to be taken over by populist, anti-immigrant parties, denying rights to migrants and their children and the third generation of migrants, stripping people of foreign origin of their nationality, okay? So these kind of narratives should be conveyed by these millions of fake accounts created by artificial intelligence and thrown into Instagram, TikTok, and whatever social networks actually impacts people, beliefs, and preferences and decision-making processes, basically. So if the EU really wanted the campaigns to work, they should adopt the effective propaganda campaign that actually had an impact on US elections and other electoral processes that were targeted by these propaganda campaign and actually make it work. But the question is, do we want that? Do we want the EU to do that, to be effective? Or maybe do we want to question the reasons why these ineffective EU policies are maintained and actually funded even more now through the new pact, and maybe turn to a more democratic approach to changing our policies to be more efficient, that maybe, you know, changing the policy goals and changing the way we implement them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen. And we now turn to Saskia. And Saskia, as I said, the topic would be the impact of migration narratives in national and EU policymaking. And it's much broader than that, as we all know, but looking forward to hearing your intervention. Please, Saskia.
Thank you. So we're now moving from narrative content back to processes. So this research was really looking at how narratives travel, how they are disseminated or how they circulate, essentially. So very much building on Marcello's work package on narratives in the media. We're now looking at how, for example, dominant narratives in the media, how they are taken up, how they are deployed in political debate and in policy making. And this was research where we focused on narratives in the political debate and policymaking at the national level across the same 6 countries as we looked at the media. And then my colleague in the second sister work package looked at the EU institutions. So here we really were intrigued by the question of, within the context of increased politicization and polarization, what happens to those narratives that are out there in the mainstream media? How do governments respond? How do policymakers process those narratives? Christina Boswell and I actually ended up writing an extra paper, just building on Blanca and Ferruccio's concept paper. We wrote a concept note to try and take those ideas around narrative success and apply them to the policy and policy-making processes. And we came up with this idea that governments, that policymakers could embrace these narratives, they could adapt these narratives, they could be ignored, or they could be explicitly rejected. So these are these 4 ways that these narratives could be processed by political actors in public political debate and in policymaking. And then if we think briefly about narratives within the policymaking process, again, building on the more conceptual work from our Bridges partners, we can start to think about the purpose of narratives. So in public political debate, very simply put, we might think of narratives on immigration about mobilizing publics, mobilizing voters in support of particular political programs or political agendas within the wider context of party competition. And when we move into the more policy-making venues, we have quite a different purpose, where it's more around engaging the stakeholders, coordinating the delivery of policies themselves. So here we might expect a difference in narratives between more accessible, perhaps simplistic narratives in public political debate that are accessible to the public, versus perhaps more evidence-based, perhaps, or more technocratic narratives within policy-making venues that have to be plausible to the policymakers and the stakeholders involved in actually delivering on those policies. Now, the literature on this would suggest, therefore, that we will have some kind of decoupling between these 2 discursive spheres, between public political debate on the one hand and the policy-making venues on the other, and that we would find differences, especially in, we talk about liberal democracies. Simply put, we would expect to find a difference between the populist rhetoric in public political debate not being redeemed in policy venues, very simply put. So, that was a little bit around the conceptual underpinnings of this research, and I'd encourage you to read our paper, which is already online on the Bridges Project website. But in order to understand these dynamics, we then looked at the 6 countries. We looked at Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Hungary, and the UK. And each of the national teams focused on 3 case studies, 2 of which were comparable across the 6 countries, and that was on relocation and resettlement schemes in 2015, so at the height of the so-called migration crisis in 2015, and responses to Ukraine and the activation of the Temporary Protective Directive in 2022. We conducted systematic analysis of media articles, of parliamentary debates, and of policy documents, and this was supported by interviews in all 6 countries with officials as well. Now, as Marcello said earlier, it's relatively difficult to distill from these 6 country case studies to distill definitive findings, but I'm going to highlight 4 aspects of the research that came out across our comparative report. So we did find that there was, an increase in narratives aligning with an increase in political salience. So, for example, in 2015, in that summer where you had the political debate was highly polarized, highly fragmented, largely negative, at the height of public salience on immigration issues and in media salience on immigration issues, you saw this proliferation of narratives in the media, in the political debate, in parliament, and largely along ideological lines. So putting governments under pressure also to respond. So we see high politicization and narrative competition, essentially. Now, if we compare that with Ukraine, where we see far less contestation, less contentious, if you like, relative consensus around responses to Ukraine, we see fewer narratives. So this is not in relation to the strength of the narrative, but just fewer narratives as such. Very clear understandings of Ukrainians as refugees, as victims, Russia as the villain, and in each of the national contexts, normally the national governments or the country as the hero. In this context, you also saw policymakers within policy venues appearing to be more buffered from the political debate. So we actually identified far fewer narrative elements then, on the case of Ukraine, in the policymaking documents. So in this case, we have no real counter-narratives, for example, a little bit in the UK, but generally very few counter-narratives. And also an interesting finding, especially in Spain, but also in Hungary, the narratives were on the response to the Russian aggression and were not necessarily cast as a migration issue at all. So in Spain, for example, there was no mention of Ukrainian refugees or migration issues in parliamentary debate directly linked to the Ukrainian crisis. We found the most divisive and the most quasi-populist narratives emerging in political debate, not necessarily the media, with the exceptions of the UK and Hungary. We also found some examples of the adaptation and the strategic deployment of narratives from the media by politicians in Parliament, which was interesting. So these were often narratives that were adapted to bolster political positions or to foreground track records, for example, and often around the moral or responsible leadership, sort of building on longer-term established narratives on immigration. And intriguingly, when these sort of longer-held narratives, established narratives on immigration in the national context were being instrumentalized, you could have the same narrative being instrumentalized by the government, for example, and by opposition parties, just with slight adaptations of what we've determined as what we call the moral of the story or the proposed policy solution. But you saw the same narratives circulating and then being adapted to support opposing positions. Another interesting finding was that there was evidence of the media setting the narrative agenda. So this very much builds again on work package 3. Now in 2015, we can trace this back to the parliamentary recess, for example, that summer in August. So you had the media taking the lead and really setting the narrative agenda. And in most cases, this also converged around a decidedly humanitarian narrative. Especially after the image of Alan Kurdi went viral, with the exception again of the UK and Hungary. But there was some evidence to suggest that this put governments under pressure and, for example, in Spain, contributed towards a shift in policy approach towards a more humanitarian approach, and in the UK on Ukraine. These narratives, though, were also simplistic, also lay narratives. So when we're talking about simplistic narratives or populist narratives, it's not necessarily always an anti-immigration narrative that we're talking about. Humanitarian narratives were also simplistic. And this also pointed at this idea that Blanca mentioned earlier around a sort of window of opportunity to craft narratives. So there was, in 2015, due to the parliamentary recess, the media really took the lead on narratives there. And this idea that there is therefore a window to craft the narratives early in the emergence of a new policy issue. And one final point, I realize I'm going over time. We did not find the decoupling between the narratives in the public political debate and narratives in policymaking venues that we had expected to see. So whilst there was a stark disparity in narrative style, when it actually was around the content of narratives, we did not see those disparities that we expected to find. In fact, we saw examples of narratives directly traveling, especially in the UK case and in the Italian case. And as I've mentioned on Ukraine, the relative consensus in the public political debate on narratives of how to respond to Ukraine meant that there was very little narrative content in that case in more policy-making venues. Now, intriguingly, there was even some evidence of the opposite trend to what we expected. So in those cases where the public political debate became a highly humanitarian debate, we actually saw some notes of more pragmatic or cautious narratives emerging in policy-making venues around risks, burdens of absorbing large numbers of refugees, mirroring perhaps more organizational beliefs and established narratives around risks and so on. So this was exactly the opposite to our expectations drawing on the literature. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Saskia. And we are now going to move to the EU level. We will have Julia presenting and then comments from Andrew. And then I encourage you to think about short comments, questions from the audience. We'll take those and then we'll have a final round from our panelists. So let's start with Julia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Saskia, for explaining the general theoretical framework and analytical framework that we embraced using Bridges terminology to the EU dimension, and we focused on two cases that were also the same as the national cases. So 2015 for the proposal on a EU relocation and resettlement scheme, and 2022 the activation of the temporary protection directive after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. And we focused on 1 month for each case. So for 2015, it was the month of September, from the German-French proposal on September 4th to the informal meeting of the heads of state on 24th of September that set the agenda towards externalization, thus abandoning the idea of a relocation scheme. And for the 2022 case, we focused on from 24th of February until the end of March with the Commission's 10 points plan. And as Saskia mentioned before, these two cases coincided with different levels of salience regarding the migration issues in general for the European public, but also they were different in terms of levels of trust towards the EU. So in 2015, high level of migration salience corresponded to low level of trust towards the EU, while for the 2022 case, lower level of salience regarding the migration issues coincided with higher trust towards the EU. And with regards to the distinction of spheres, which also then led to the selection of data, it was a bit more complex for the EU for the hybrid nature of the EU, and it was quite difficult to distinguish very clearly between a national public and a fully European one. So this is why for the media sphere we decided to focus on the results of the analysis made by the national levels, and to from the raw data that we received from all the cases, we focused on those prevailing narratives that were focusing on a European dimension. So that was the departing point of the analysis. And then for the political and policy spheres, the main criteria remained the prevalent audience towards which the documents were produced. So for the political sphere, and for both spheres, we focused on the EU Commission, the Justice and Home Affairs Council, and the European Parliament and the European Council. And for these institutions, we focused on the political sphere on motions for resolution for the Parliament, and then on press releases, speeches, and statements regarding the other institutions, whereas for the policy sphere, we focused more on communications, conclusions, resolutions, and all those documents that were directed primarily towards other institutions. And we selected 108 documents, 54 per case, and we conducted a qualitative discourse analysis of all these texts, in addition to 9 semi-structured interviews that were conducted by our partners, VUB. And so that's the general framework. I will not go deep into the components and movement of each narrative, but just some general observation, and especially regarding the concept of migration narrative success. So very generally, what we observed is that, and it's quite similar to what Saskia already said, is that in 2015 there is a much wider, broader competition between divergent narratives, especially between solidaristic narratives, securitizing narratives, and externalization narratives, while in the 2022 case, there is much more uniformity and multipartisan support for a European solution. And this, of course, leads to the next reflection on the concept of migration narrative success in its 2 dimensions of pervasiveness and transformativity. And regarding pervasiveness, in 2022, the solidarity narrative was by far the most prevalent and diffused in all the spheres, and it was fully embraced in all its components throughout all spheres. While in 2015, in addition to having a more divergent presence of narrative, also the most diffused one, which was the narrative highlighting divisions among member states, it was not adopted in the same, embraced by all, in all its components across spheres, but there was an adaptation, especially with regards to the policy sphere, with a more regulatory focus compared to the other spheres. And then regarding transformativity, what we focused on this, within this concept is the dimension connected to conduciveness to action, to see whether a narrative managed or not to reach decision makers. And to be able to concretely look at narrative success in the text, we operationalized it as the case when the moral of the story of a narrative actually corresponds to the policy output that then is adopted or approved. And in this way, we could observe that the moral of the story of the solidarity narrative, which was also the most pervasive one in 2022, was then rapidly translated in the adoption of the Temporary Protection Directive, which was based on the same moral of the story of that narrative. While in 2015, it was the externalization narrative which had the most transformative power, notwithstanding the fact that it was not the most pervasive narrative, and its transformativity was evident in the fact that the moral of the story of the externalization narratives transformed into policy outputs such as the EU Trust Fund for Africa or the agreement with Turkey to externalize the management of the arrivals. Of course, after these brief descriptions, what it is important is to try to explain success of narratives. And among all the factors that can lead to success that were explained in the concept note by Blanca and Ferruccio, what probably counted the most in 2022, considering that the content remained quite stable in all 3 spheres, and the solidarity narrative was pervasive without any change in the contents of narrative, what we think that counted the most for the success of the narrative was the context, and in particular the when, the who, and the what for dimensions. Regarding the when, of course, the contingency of the Ukraine war, which was depicted as very close to Europe, both in security and ideational terms, in a moment in which there was a higher trust in the EU, so a more credible who at that time compared to 2015, allowed for solidaristic narratives to remain uncontested, and most importantly, and this was already also highlighted by Saskia, the displacement of people from Ukraine was not framed as a migration issue at all, but as part of a geopolitical issue that is one of the instruments to counter the Russian aggressions of Ukraine. So the what for was framed in geopolitical terms and not as a way to address a broader question of migration management. While in 2015, we can focus more on the adaptation of content also as one of the factors influencing success. The fact that the externalization narrative, despite not being the most pervasive one, as I already said, it managed to reach the policy sphere by incorporating both the solidaristic and the security dimensions, so the other most important competing narratives, by especially including this, transforming the solidarity part not towards solidarity within the EU, but transforming it in something that should happen in a different setting that is outside of the EU. So to be solidary, well, to act in a solidal way towards countries that are outside of the EU. So these can be included among the factors that allowed for the success of that narrative, despite not being the most pervasive. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Julia. We will cut 15 minutes into the lunch due to the late start of this session, but I think we'll still be fine. We have 45 minutes for lunch then. But so prepare comments and questions. But first, we are, of course, grateful to our commentators and discussants. Sarah and Andrew has had to prepare for three papers and work packages. So thank you so much for that, Andrew. Please, your comments.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, there was a lot. So, and I'd encourage people to read this. I mean, and from my point of view, I'm getting the papers about impact. I'm interested in impact. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of narratives. There's a lot of things happening and trying to establish all these relationships between narratives and their effects. So it's a hell of a task. I feel a bit like I'm kind of looking through a small window into a very big factory where all kinds of machines are working, and I'm trying to make sense of it. So my comments, I'm interested in the impact. What's going on here? And you're interested in the impact on policies and on the public, and the relationship between policies and the public. And I'm interested in that. And this is about bridges. So just very quickly, in terms of bridges, the project's got a lot of ideas as well within it. So pervasiveness and transformativity are really important ideas within the project. I think salience is also a key factor, the salience of issues. We do a lot of work on attitudes to immigration, migration at the European University Institute. Salience has been a really important factor, transformative effects on European politics. Salience has been very, very powerful. I was also, struck by this idea of things traveling as well, narratives travel. And I found it kind of as a metaphor, made me think, they're kind of traveling, but also there seems to be a bit of distortion here, because I'm not convinced that what policymakers think is happening is necessarily happening. And that doesn't mean that it would be ridiculous. That's because policymakers don't understand how the world works. None of us fully understand how the world works. But that you're always going to have to rely on particular kinds of perceptions of that reality. And in this world where there are so many narratives, it seems, those narratives that might be more plausible, so the ones that help you proceed as an organization, provide you some basis to act. So so what I had then was three comments which kind of struck me, and really to get your comments and thoughts on it, because I was looking at some research in the United States recently, and it was showing that policymakers systematically misunderstand where the public are on key political issues. So in the US, on gun rights, abortion, irregular migration, a other series of really hot issues. Policymakers tend to systematically misunderstand where the public are, and that's because the voices, the noisiness of particular groups has a distorting effect. So it's not that narratives travel, some narratives are very loud. So it's not just salience, it's also the signal that's been sent by certain kinds of narratives. Goes to the points made earlier, because some migration issues are salient, some are less salient, and it maybe leads to a distorted focus on some forms of migration is particularly problematic because of the voices, the distorting representations that might occur. And that made me think there's actually quite a powerful narrative which I think has some resonance, isn't necessarily accurate, but perhaps it's plausible, which is people are turning against migration, that Europeans are turning against migration. So I think that's plausible. It's not accurate. Attitudes to migration in Europe are stable, and if anything, become more favourable over the last 20 years. Not that there's a tidal wave of favourability, that would be a ridiculous thing to say, but become more favourable. And it's long-term social survey evidence shows that. Eurobarometer, European Social Survey show this. But I think that actually amongst policymakers, there's an idea that Europeans are turning against migration and see the EU is responsible, increasingly, they do see the EU is responsible for this. And I think that that's had quite an impact on policymakers. We must respond to the needs of citizens, while you often responding to the needs of the loudest, the noisiest groups, the right-wing, populist, anti-immigration political parties, however you refer to them, which have become really important, really influential, and I think are responding to real grievances that people have. And they may not be, immigration becomes the target. It actually goes back to a point I made earlier, which is that there is the populist, radical right, however we refer to it, are responding to perceptions that many people have, which they see as real and legitimate. They feel excluded, they feel left behind, they feel marginalised. I think that's been a really powerful dynamic, and I think policymakers are responding to that, which is a signal sent by salience, not by general attitudinal change. So ideas aren't travelling. I think there's a distorting mirror here. Some ideas travel, and that, I think, has an effect on policymakers. Well, we need to respond to this because it's loud, it's noisy. So I think that was one thing that occurs to me is that I read about this idea of impact. I think impact is been quite driven by the noisiness of some groups. And I think that the concerns that they're mobilising are felt very strongly, are legitimate grievances held by important sections of European populations who feel excluded. And it's their perceptions are real for them in the same way my perceptions are real for me. And I think that's quite important. The second point I had, and my notes are terrible because I've just been writing them as people have been talking, and I've got to look at it. The second point, and what I didn't get so much is that there's massive uncertainty and risk here. And I think in those circumstances, I'd expect policymakers to fall back on heuristics, things that have worked. So in a sense, you're interested in responses to two particular crises, events as crises around large-scale displacement. But I suspect that policymakers are actually drawing from well-established frames, heuristic frames, which are maybe have worked in the past, allowed them to proceed, have not been so disastrous, haven't led to them being fired or their unit being closed down or something like that. And so maybe the role of risk, uncertainty, both about what we can know now and, of course, what we know about the future. I did some research talking to policymakers in Europe, North America, South America, and Southeast Asia about how they perceive their role and risk. And one of the things that was deeply concerning in all those regions was the risk of large-scale, uncontrollable migration, whether real or not. It was a kind of perceived risk that was kind of quite a motivating factor, and particularly became associated with climate migration, which was projected into the future as a real risk. But I was interested in what you have to say about risk, uncertainty, and the kind of knowability of these issues. And a third issue, which I think came up in what Saskia was saying, and I wasn't quite sure what your point was about this, but technocratic narratives. I couldn't imagine anything more disastrous than a technocratic narrative in areas which are deeply political. And I think that, just maybe it's a clarification point, because there seems to be this contrast between simplistic narratives, which are often effective, and maybe we all respond to, and technocratic narratives, which seem to me to be quite a badly flawed idea and likely to be disastrous, in my opinion. I mean, I've only got a few minutes to make a comment, but so I wasn't quite clear what was meant by a technocratic narrative. My view is that they will be calamitous, but so maybe that's your view too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clear questions there. You will get a chance to respond, Saskia and Julia. Let's have a few comments and questions from the audience, and then we will get back to the panelists. Let's start here in the middle. Yeah. So you need the microphone just for the streaming, so everyone can hear. Thank you so much. Please, a brief introduction, just your name and institution.
Is it on? So thank you, all of you. I'm Veronica Benet-Martinez. I'm the PI with the black sheep, the psychologist in the group. We have felt very welcomed, and we appreciate very much. I want to make a small methodological comment and then a larger comment. Thank you, Guido, for putting a good word about experiments and their usefulness as one more methodological tool to have in the social sciences. I still don't understand why no more social scientists in sociology and political science use experiments. You can learn them in the same way you learned how to run regressions or do qualitative research. So please learn how to do experiments. They're very useful. You can do experiments with stakeholders, the people actually running experiments with stakeholders and showing them different policies and how they will react to them. But my larger methodological point is something you also brought up, which is how to normalize migration. And I'm going to make an obvious point, which is if we put a face and a voice on those migrants, we kind of normalize it in that we bring their humanity. We make people aware that they're human beings. They're not just groups or masses of people. So the power of testimonials definitely is something that hopefully media studies have already picked it up. I hope other sciences will pick it up. But you mentioned the fact that we chose a work context as the situation for our narratives. And thank you for bringing that up, because the reason we did it is because we didn't want the situation to be conducive already to emotions, right? So we want it to be a situation that everyone could relate to, which is, most people want to work or have jobs, including migrants. So let's hear what they have to say about their work experiences. And of course, Hota, who did a brilliant job presenting a very complex study, we manipulated a number of words, the tone of the words, so everything had to be constant, so only key words would really bring up those frames. But my point is, how can we use I wanted to hear from other people, what would be other types of situations that would help us normalize, the lives of migrants as people who live among us? Going back to your point about how we, the narratives tend to be about crisis, tend to be about arrival, tend to be about refugees, but what would be other situations that we could use in our research to sort of normalize, to make those narratives be about the normalcy, actually, that's English, normalcy of migration, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. A few more comments, please.
Hello, Angel Fuentes from RIA, from the Executive Agency of Research of the European Union. I basically wanted to come back to the question that I feel that was left hanging in the air from Hélène about do rights matter. I was thinking about the importance of that, of the rights of migrants, because of also what Guido was saying earlier about the comparison with the 50s and 60s, where I have the feeling that the rights of migrants were absolutely disregarded. They were not important. I mean, in many cases, they were kind of very cheap, almost slaves, labor for many countries after the war. However, now I think that perhaps this is why the populists are so upset that migrants do have very high level of protection and rights just because they live here. So I hope that's the case anyways. And also why they tend to not tell migrants what their rights are. So this lack of information about their own rights seems to be a very important factor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take two more comments, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Hélène for bringing in the gender dimension, because this is something we have tried to do across the project as well. And it has not been present in all the little parts of the project, but it was in Work Package 6 in the information campaign. So I wanted to ask Florian if you wanted to expand a little bit more on, because the gender dimension was present in the information campaigns, but apparently the effects were not very much gendered, at least coming directly from the campaign. So if you wanted to explain it a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more comment, please.
Thank you. My name is Ana Maria Torres. I am from Erasmus University Rotterdam. Thank you very much for the panelists for all the interesting findings and studies. I have a question for Jose. In the design of your study, you mentioned that you look at three stories of migrants: the victim, the hero, and the profiteer migrant, and how these caused emotions on the people participating in the experiment. And I was thinking maybe if you also considered including maybe a fourth category, a category of maybe those that will support terrorist activities, or those that, for instance, will that have some resentment or hate, and whether like presenting this to the participants, whether this could have any influence on their emotions. I have also another question regarding you not finding negative emotions on the profiteer ones. So have you reflected maybe on the implications of these? Whether, for instance, I was thinking that maybe it's hard to produce negative emotions, but it is easier to produce positive emotions, but at the same time, it could also maybe suggest that negative emotions are more deep grounded, and then they're also harder to change.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have just a final remark or a comment for Florian and also for Hélène. Well, from the research, it seems that indeed that the campaigns are not being effective in deterring migration. But I was thinking that probably they may be effective in detaching Europe's responsibility for the millions of deaths while crossing the sea. So in a way, we could say that they are effective in saying, well, we are doing something, we are warning irregular migrants. So what happens there, it's not our responsibility, it's them that they decided to cross the sea despite we warned them not to do it.
Yeah. Thank you for excellent comments. Let's start with Jose, and you'll have 3 minutes, and I have to time you, Jose, because we all have to make sure we get to lunch. Please,
Thank
Jose.
you very much. Oh, sorry. Hello? Hello, yeah. Thank you very much for your comments and your interest and your comments as well. I'm going to try to make a general comment about one of the points that you mentioned, and we can discuss, of course. I invite everyone to read the paper because we have a lot of analysis and extra procedure in order to tell a better story that I condensed here. You mentioned whether it's possible to translate these alternative narratives like the hero one, and it's a very interesting story, particularly taking some consideration of other work packages. For example, Saskia mentioned about the power of the media agenda, for example, because there are forces that work to try to push some majority influence, minority influence in the work of Florian, for example. We could see that in a very empirical part, but taking what you mentioned, it kind of gives me hope to show that I think we can actually do that. You mentioned that, for example, some people actually connected with the idea of hope, like it's something that you cannot put into words, perhaps. Sometimes maybe it goes against the odds, but I kind of believe that we are more prone to likely to connect to a hero real, of course, a hero real path, journey, or testimony, and the fingerprint is quite positive. So I do believe that even though they are not mainstream, as Marcello found in his analysis as well, for example, we can actually put them in the table, and people will connect to that. And the transformative power, I think we have plenty of evidence to suggest that attitudinal, how people feel and how people react and create subsequent narratives, it's quite positive in an ethical, positive way. You know, so I do believe that it is possible. I don't know how, because there are so many different actors. It's complex. Everything is quite complex. And thank you for your questions as well. I'm going to very briefly to mention that, yeah, we found negative emotion in the profiteer frame, but we found more negative emotion in the victim frame, suggesting that when people were reading these frames, people are feeling anger and a little bit of disgust by the profiteer, but they were really feeling incredibly disgusted and angry when they were reading about a person who was being victimized in the terms of, for example, discrimination, not being offered a job, or other people making jokes about this person. We conducted these experiments with people originally born in these countries, in Spain and Hungary, and a condition was that their parents were also born in this country, because we really want to have the notion of being from that country at least one generation in the past. And the terrorist support narrative, we organize everything. Of course, due to some limitation, we cannot test absolutely everything, and we made a lot of selections of choices based on what we wanted, and we really wanted to center in this hero. What happened with the hero? And we wanted to test it against something that is quite common, many times supported by right-wing leaned groups or people, for example, the profiteer. We know that people also are victimized against. However, if I have to respond about the terrorist support narrative, I would believe that in these samples, it will shut them down. They wouldn't connect. We were trying to test the boundaries as well, the psychological boundaries in these experiments, and I think that we would hit a very pretty hard boundary. If I was born in Spain, for example, and my parents as well, and I'm reading about this person, I don't want to know anything about this person. I think that will be like a taboo.
Okay.
And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Florian, you got some questions as well, and if you want, you can send them to me, but I prefer that you answer, of course. Please, Florian, the floor is yours.
Yeah, we can do it together.
Okay.
First of all, let me thank Hélène. Comments are really spot on, as always. I will try to be very brief, knowing that our answers prevent you from eating. It just puts a lot of pressure. So, I mean, we didn't really look on do rights matter. We looked at do rights matter in the narratives. And there we could see it mattered more, there you can come in, but it mattered more for the Afghans, study participants, than for the Gambians. In the Afghan community, it seemed to us that there was still quite some knowledge. Once they managed to come to the EU, there was really a quasi certainty that they could stay. There was no returns between Greece and Turkey. To Afghanistan, we don't talk about. So the rights were present in the discourse. In Gambia, I think really it's more a question about hope in a way. You know, I mean, it's really about hope, having the perspective of new opportunities and knowing. I mean, in many of the youngsters, there was this football player who crossed irregularly, who managed to play in Lazio Rome under Mourinho, and this was the kind of examples that was super important for the narratives of younger people that didn't refer necessarily to the rights that are there in Europe. So it was more this kind of narrative that came up. With regard to the second question on why do we have the campaigns then, I think here I come to you. I think I wrote here already. I mean, there is this internal purpose, this kind, as you said, shifting of responsibility, the kind of, I told you so, it's dangerous, don't do it. If you do it, you are to blame for anything that is potentially happening there. So that's definitely, could be a disclaimer kind of, I think that's the one aspect. The second aspect is information campaigns provide relatively low political costs at high speed. I mean, in information campaigns you can have very quickly. So if you want to make a political statement that you care about fewer people coming to your country, you do an information campaign. It goes very quickly. So it's also this kind of purpose internally and externally. I mean, the result is, I mean, it's relevant, but of secondary relevance, let's say it like this. And then what should be done? I mean, you had a bit of a cynical view on this whole thing. I mean, what we saw as well for the policymakers, in the narratives, the real policies, they were just put aside, you know, and the whole visa, applying for a visa, coming to Europe was seen, it's unrealistic anyway, I don't try it, you know. So I think what could be done is really also from the EU's policymakers to really try how to create hopes or dreams for the young people by creating some visas, by creating legal channels for some people that they not only, I mean, they don't dismiss the formal policies almost straight away, but they try to get into this kind of opportunity frame or narrative again, and they say, okay, I may try it, I may apply there, and it's, so I think that would be a bit of a more positive way of framing it. You know, what could be done is setting up a policy that also considers what is really important for these people and coming them along, at least to some extent, you know.
Yeah, if I may add, I mean, why these campaigns? The campaigns are also cheap. They're cost efficient, especially using social media. You can target groups in different languages at the same time. You can reach the phone of people in a way you can't otherwise. And what we found looking at across a lot, earlier we studied 52 different campaigns, and what we found is that concerted EU campaigns concentrating on certain areas, certain groups, certain streams, certain logics and systems of migration may prove more efficient than the ones we have discussed in our areas. So far, it's often bilateral, surprisingly often bilateral, when they are targeted for certain areas and certain groups, certain conflicts, or they are they're from the whole EU as a sender, but then has a very broad target group. So there may be, I mean, from perspective of efficiency, it's a little bit of a separate discussion, I think. With regard to rights and the Afghans, of course, their residence permit, their basic right of staying, basic security was in jeopardy in Turkey due to a very high pressure on Turkey, of course. So that's a separate discussion. But getting to Europe would secure that basic right, and that's the top of the agenda for these people, knowing that they would get to stay in Europe with the situation as it is in Afghanistan. So rights were very much on the top of the agenda in these talks as well. But let's move on. Saskia and Julia. Saskia first, please.
Okay, yes. Perhaps just a comment on Andrew's comment about impact and policymaking and policymakers having perhaps misunderstood the public and so on. Very much in line with the findings of Work Package 3 on the media, we very much found this very complex interplay between the media and political debate, where in Parliament you would have references to narratives that, when taking a more temporal approach, had appeared in the media and vice versa. And Work Package 3 also very much identified the huge dominance of political actors in the media driving narratives. So, you know, there is partially the assumption that politicians and policymakers are looking at the media as a reflection of public opinion, and there, you know, that did come through certainly in the interviews with officials. For example, in the UK case, in regards to Ukraine, I had one official tell me, you know, for once it wasn't to do with us. You know, we thought that we weren't going to have to respond. For once, the displacement was nothing to do with us, and then, almost a direct quote, then the media and public opinion, you know, came out in full support of Ukrainians, and we couldn't be the only ones in Europe that were not doing anything. So there is this sense that the media, you know, that those narratives do go through to the policymaking, and the assumption that media reflects public opinion. Your comment on technocratic narratives, perhaps this was more around the operationalization of the research, also for the 5 other teams. This is definitely not a recommendation. We shouldn't all go out now and start circulating technocratic narratives. It was more to identify the different style, essentially. So not to think about policymaking as somehow devoid of narratives, that although it might be steeped in more, as Hélène said, in more numbers, and stylistically different, you know, the justification or the legitimation of policy strategies and interventions is also narratively formed.
Thank you. Julia, please.
Yes, thank you. I will maybe answer to the one on risk uncertainty. And of course, the mediatic and political pressure from the most noisy voices, of course, in times of crisis adds to the long-term necessity to respond to risk uncertainty by policymakers. And while we should probably broaden the time frame to look more deeply into this, what we observed is that in both cases, in the policy debate, emerges a narrative that is not present in the other spheres, which is compliance with EU legislation and the acquis communautaire, which is probably the most stable and reassuring long-lasting narrative at hand for policymakers, and especially beyond times of crisis. So maybe that can be an answer, but it should be investigated more, definitely. And regarding the dangerousness, danger of technocratic narratives, we also saw that in our analysis, especially with regards to those narratives such as about a hierarchy of migrants, that when they transform from more populistic tones into the policy spheres into a technocratic language that set all the criteria by which someone is worth of having protection or not, that of course is very dangerous. And I just want to add that.
Thank you so much, Julia. These, I mean, having looked through at the website and at the Bridges website, these publications are available at all levels, from the infographics all the way down to scientific journal articles, and these articles and these are coming, will be continued to be published, and there is it's a start of the discussion, and this panel as well has been a start of a discussion. We just touched on a lot of different areas that will continue through the lunch. I want to thank the discussants, the panelists, but in particular discussants, for putting their time into reading these background materials and then showing up here and giving very interesting and thought-provoking comments. So thank you so much. And then we go to recess for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, of course.
Pa, pa, pa. Totally, it's a different
that kind of research. So, we have to initiate some kind of transfer of knowledge there.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that would
that's
be
really
great.
interesting.
My
Also, but I think really, sometimes we put so much effort into developing something, and then it's
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Yeah. So, where is Roy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind you.
Welcome back. We are continuing this this final conference of the Bridges project with a short session bringing together the leaders, the PIs of two connected projects. The premise is that, the preamble is that there was apparently a great need or desire to carry out research on migration narratives in Europe a few years ago, because there were 70-something projects presented in response to the call by the Commission. And here are the survivors after. So yes, so I'm very pleased to say hello this afternoon to Matteo Alcalá, who is the PI of the Ithaca project. Matteo is a modernist historian at the University of Reggio Emilia in Italy, and to Roy Sommer, who is the leader of the Opportunities Project. Roy is a professor of English studies at the University of Wuppertal in Germany. The two projects are complementary, I would say, between themselves and with Bridges, very much. And the two of them have I would say, something in common, which is a very strong engagement, and you will confirm or not what I took from your project so far, a very strong commitment to give voice to migrants in a debate, in a communication sphere that is, as we described this morning, lacking very much this voice. In particular, this morning we heard about the very special transformative potential of self-narratives, which is something both projects insist quite a lot on, I think, from different perspectives. Matteo will tell us more, but one of their fundamental areas of activity is archiving migrants' own stories. Opportunities Project works around similar concepts with a similar, I would say, strategic orientation, using, for instance, a very interesting concept that is the concept of level telling field, you know, a paraphrasis of level playing field, you know, from sports language. And we will hear more from them what all this means. So let's start. You will have, as you know, 10 minutes each to give us an overview of your project in connection with Bridges, what you think is you know, in syntony or at odds with what we described this morning. Shall we go by alphabetical order or whatever else? Yeah, Matteo.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation as first, and also for this morning discussion that was very, very, very stimulating. And also for the great work that is behind this booklet. It actually is a booklet, but is an appetizer, as we had this morning. And thank you so much. So I try to, let's say, to sum up or to take some inputs from the booklet, meaning and also from the discussion of this morning, of course, in order to see what is, let's say, useful but also interconnected with the project Ithaca, as well as with opportunities. But for this, Roy will be, of course, more precise than me. And so among the various objectives and goals of Ithaca, I think that the most relevant for the discussion of today is the creation, the realization of a, so we call it the super archive. Actually is a database in which archiving a selection of migration narratives, stories, witness of migration, self-narration, and so on. So different kinds of historical sources regarding the migration. The perspective is an historical perspective. So this is the starting point for the consideration I want to share with you today, starting from an observation made by Blanca this morning. So the importance to recover or to identify also a long-term perspective on the migration narratives. Meaning you are, of course, so the case of bridges is very clear and really useful. So you want to identify how is structured a migration narrative, so a narrative more in general, how and why is successful or not, the characteristics of the structure of the narrative, and so on. So, of course, the historical dimension, I mean the sedimentation, let's say, of this kind of narratives is also, I think, a precious element for, or aspect to be considered for interpreting and also for, let's say, discover why a certain typology of narrative could be successful or not, or has been successful and is no more successful, and so on. But it's really precious for an historian or for an historical base project on the migration and on migration narratives such as Ithaca, to know that also the characteristics or the shape, the architecture of a narrative is an historical actor. I mean, so we produce narration or narratives, as you explained this morning very well, and is very well explained and examined also in the booklet. But of course, narratives are part of history and moves history, let's say, and move history as well. And trying to simplify what I mean. So we are working more on facts, historical facts, but also the interpretation or the way in which the historical facts are transmitted, interpreted, and so on, that is narrated, is crucial for the historian as well, because of course are part of the interpretation of the historian, and is a knowledge that we have to be confident with, because archiving, because of the need of archiving as well as possible the testimonies. Another point that I think is connects very well our project, our three projects, I think, and Ferruccio in his introduction explained it, is the insistence or the underlining on the necessity, on the need of giving visibility to migrants' voices, and for example, in the case of Ithaca, that means while building or setting up an archive that could be not properly so empathic tools, it was very important for us to, of course, to have and to historicize the migration and the narratives related to migration, but also to preserve the point of view, or the points of view, plural, that each migration narratives has and can transmit to us, and also can reflect. Another point very stimulating that I found in the booklet, but was also underlined in the conversation of this morning, is the insistence, or the, let's say, I took the title directly from the booklet. I mean, the researchers of Bridges spoke of types of stories. I mean, there are some patterns, there are some schemes that we can find while navigating across various narration. And it is very important because for a research unit or for researchers such as the researchers involved in Ithaca, that has to standardize the narration, meaning split the narration into different, let's say, subtasks of information that are the data. And to give them some values, it's very important, it is precious and is crucial to know that the narration has a certain, or could have a certain structure, could be analyzed in a certain way or in another, meaning, this is a crucial acquisition for us, coming from your project in this case, in order to elaborate and to define as better as possible the metadatation, the data, the data set we are trying to build up starting from migration narratives. Another point that I found very, very interesting in the project, and it was also discussed in the second session of this morning, was the importance, the relevance of the personal stories, meaning also of the empathic elements or aspects that are in a certain narrative, positive or negative. And it was very important for us, meaning for the staff of Ithaca, not to lose this kind of information, preserving it as much as possible, and for example, using or putting together some historical sources that are the expression of a certain view on the migrant or on a migration flow, and the self-interpretation or the self-representation of migrants. This means that we try to give to our, let's say, final user, the user of the database we are conceiving, we are setting up now, the, let's say, objective part of the information, meaning the sources, its historical sedimentation, the possibility to verify or to read the testimony or the source itself or the narrative itself, but also to give to the user the perception of the trajectories followed by a certain migrant and the perception of this trajectory. And just an example, I think, could be clear. So we basically we use sources, historical sources related to the past or to the present. It doesn't matter. Of course, also an interview taken tomorrow will be a source, so is a source useful for Ithaca Super Archive. Okay, so there is the definition or the description of the sources, but of course we are trying to extract from the source also the narrative or the narration of, or the self-narration of a certain migration. That means we have times, we have places, and we have some events connected to times and places. The category events is the category, let's say, is the space of the perception of the migration. That's why it's very important to cooperate with people, such the staff, for example, of Bridges, but also the colleagues of Opportunities that works on the linguistics elements related to the migration narratives. That is very precious for us in order to better define the events and also to use the correct definition to mediate to the final user, let's say, the ego interpretation, meaning the interpretation of the migrants, or the interpretation on the migrant. This was not easy for us. Finally, so a very last observation. I think maybe it could be seem banal, but I think it's it came up from the discussion of this morning, but also from in the booklet is very clear, and also the input of Guido this morning about the crucial role of education in changing the world in, let's say, going outside the bubble on migration, discourse, rhetoric, and so on. I think that in the different perspective of our three projects, each project has, let's say, tested or verified that before the research, there is a cultural challenge to let's say, to modify, to change the situation and to go outside the bubble. And I think that, so the cooperation, or also this kind of exchange, and I truly thank my colleagues, because so this is the final event of one at the final conference of Bridges, but we were together since the beginning, and this presence was very precious and lasting for years. And I hope for the fourth one also, of course. And I think that so in the was clear for each project that the cultural dimension of our work is the most relevant and is the real challenge that we have to face of us for trying to change or to modify the situation, and also to I think to with education, through research, through dissemination, through impact policies, and so on, to improve the situation regarding migration, but also I think more in general regarding our societies. And so my truly thanks. I'm really thankful to all of you, to all the Bridges colleagues, for the great effort you made for giving us this kind of results, so excellent, so stimulating, for the discussion, of course, and also for the working paper that are on the website and are free accessible, and I know. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Matteo. Yes, there is one thing I forgot to say, that the two projects, Ithaca and Opportunities, are still at a slightly earlier phase than ours, so they will go on for 6 more months, I think. But on both websites, you can already find lots of materials that you are, most welcome to go and pick up. Yes, thank you for telling us a few interesting things on your project, which I think is, is stressing very much the two dimensions of migration narratives that are maybe not so evident in our project, which has a different take, that is the plurality and the historicity of migration narratives, which are indeed multifaceted, plural, intrinsically plural, like all narratives about, societal dynamics and about human dynamics, obviously. But and this emphasis on historicity and plurality, I think, is important also because on the other hand, what we see prevailing is a sort of pensée unique on migration, so a sort of persuasion or conviction in many circles that it cannot be told otherwise, that this is the only way you can tell migration, or in the best of options, a binary thinking about migration. So either that narrative or the antagonistic opposite narrative, migration yes, migration no, threat or boon, resource, this very, empty dichotomies that are dominating often the debates. And I think this is a very useful added value of that kind of perspective. So thank you very much, Matteo. Roy, opportunities.
Yeah, I can just repeat what Matteo just said. Thanks for having us. You finished first, which puts immense pressure on us. I can feel it. Where do I begin? Maybe your last sentence, you spoke about society, which is probably the largest entity we can talk about. And that's what actually started our project design in the beginning. I'm trying to quote the full title of our project, so you see what I mean. It's Crisis as Opportunities, and then it comes toward a level telling field on migration and a new narrative of successful integration. So it took me a while to learn that. In the beginning, it was a compromise. And we had to make many compromises in the beginning because what is special about our project is that it's not a predominantly university-driven academic one. So we have actually more NGOs on board than we have universities. For me, as somebody from the humanities, that was, or still is, no, it's no longer a totally new experience and a rewarding journey in that we had to find a way of combining the work that NGOs do with migrants and refugees with the most theoretical stuff we do in the humanities in literature. That's where I'm based, and narrative theory is my field. So that has nothing to do with lived experience. So we had to kind of build a bridge to cross that gap. The way we did it was a typically philological way, or maybe a social science theoretical way, because we thought about how to create fair conditions in the debate on migration, generally speaking, on the most general way possible. And that's how we came to think about the level telling field, which is, and those of you who know Jürgen Habermas, basically a way to reconsider and reinvent the theory of communicative action for the 21st century. So that's the boom, forget it, irrelevant. More interesting is what it means in practice. In sports, we have the idea of fairness, fair play, so that competitors can actually compete. If competition is not fair, then it's basically useless. So the level playing field metaphor in sports means that you have an even playing field, so that in football, for instance, not one team has to run uphill and the other one can just go downhill. So you try to balance this. And this metaphor of the level playing field was adopted by economics in the 1950s. And the idea in economics, and that is super relevant for the European Union because it's many people, or at least pessimists, could say the single market is the only thing that works in Europe, works really well compared to other things. So how do you create a level playing field for economics? You reduce subsidies, you make sure that health and safety are the same everywhere, that governments don't favor their own industries, agriculture, whatever. And we all know that this is, and economists will tell you that this is just a utopian goal. A complete level playing field can never be achieved. It's just something that you strive for. And what we thought about is we want to define level playing field conditions for the discourse on migration. And in order to make sure that everyone understands that we are talking about discourse here and not economics, we called it a level telling field. So how can you make sure that not only all voices get heard in that discourse, that we also have fair conditions within a discourse. This is how we conceived of the level telling field as a kind of goal or a utopian vision, if you like, based on the theory of communicative action by Jürgen Habermas and the idea of the European public sphere. And the utopian goal would be to find a structural answer to the toxic debates that we are currently seeing. And that is how actually the idea of a level telling field on migration transcends migration, right? It can, if the idea works, you can apply that to other policy fields as well. So what is the idea? And why do we need a level telling field? So we figured out pretty quickly that we have major imbalances and distortions in migration debates. One thing was mentioned this morning, that we automatically think of irregular migration when we speak about migration. And this is weird because irregular migration is just one form of migration, and there are many others too. But the dominance of irregular migration in migration discourses comes from the fact that it has been hijacked as one specific policy field where right-wing populists gain success. That takes me to the second distortion, and that is what has been called noise today. And I would really say in narrative theory, in the Opportunities Project, we have developed a concept called narrative chaff, which means that you simply use a discourse in order to make other discourses happen. And the best example of this is Hungary in Europe, because Hungary has basically zero immigration, right? So immigration should be no problem in Hungary, but still you hear all the time comments on irregular migration from Hungary. So why is that? Because Orban wants to change the European Union from within. And migration is simply a vehicle to get there, as many other things are. So we should be aware, and I think that is, if you work on Hungary, as you also had a work package on Hungary, this is important not so much because it teaches us something about migration, but because it warns us how migration discourses can be used to subvert the core ideas of the European Union. And the third thing, unfortunately, refers to us. That is the distortion that we must actually address, that migration discourses in Europe are Eurocentric. One could say, okay, that's natural because we are in Europe, so that just makes sense that it's Eurocentric, but the kinds of issues that we want to address in discourses on migration can't be solved in Europe, as we all know. So what we do in the Opportunities Project is we establish collaboration with our African partners in Senegal, in Ghana, and in Mauritania. And we don't do it, as it's often done, in order to source narratives on migration, but really to get into the dialogue with research produced in Accra and in St. Louis, and to speak to our colleagues from Africa on that level. And the results that have been produced thus far are quite interesting, because from a Senegalese perspective, for instance, migration is not really a big issue. They think of it in terms of mobility. And irregular migration to Europe is just one small aspect of that mobility. Now, if you think about mobility and our European situation, you will find that we also take mobility for granted. So, for instance, if you are in academia, chances are that you are not working and living in the place where you were born, because mobility is something that is required of us. We have to move all the time. We have to go where the money is or the research happens, right? So where the good people are, where the brains are. So we take something for granted for ourselves. We built the European Union. We dropped border regimes in order to facilitate mobility. But we find it kind of strange when Africans do that. And a second aspect that comes into focus is that if you talk about migration only in terms of migration policy, you forget that trade and foreign policy should be as important as migration itself, because we are now witnessing the move towards a multipolar world order. That is one of the effects of toxic debates also in the European Union. And where you can see that is Africa, where we have a new scramble for Africa with China and Russia buying up resources. And the European Union is kind of concerned about irregular immigration to Europe. So I would say we're missing a big opportunity there, a big opportunity to engage in meaningful ways with future markets and with demographies that are completely opposed to our own ones. So that is the big picture, right? Now, nitty-gritty. How does opportunity do this work?
Couple of minutes.
Give me
Free me.
Give me two. I'll make it in two. Two ideas, scalability and translation. So scalability means that we are trying to consider these theoretical ideas on a theoretical level, but at the same time implementing them in concrete situations. We have developed a methodology which we call crosstalk methodology, where we organize storytelling exercises with migrants run by the NGOs in the project, and we then coordinate and organize local events with stakeholders, inviting people from the community to establish level tailing fields in an event on a local level, and then we try to scale up from that what that means, how you can do that on a national level in the public sphere, for instance, or maybe even on a European level. So scalability and thinking about how much scalability you can actually create. And the second thing is translation. Because all these things mean that people have to talk to each other who normally don't. Quantitative social sciences and qualitative social sciences and humanities and NGOs. So how do we do that? We developed the most simple form you can imagine. We created a glossary. In the beginning of our project, we started talking about core terms. What do we mean when we say this and that? And we negotiated and negotiated till we came up with core definitions, working definitions that we continued to work on in the course of the project. And we're now almost done with the glossary, so it will be published later this year. And I have extended an invitation to all of you, Blanca, also Marcello, perfect thing, Bastian, Jose, a very interesting thing, lots of very interesting concepts in there that we would happily ask you to integrate into our glossary. It will be an open access publication so that we are continuing to build the field that the three projects and Ithaca, of course, as well. I'm now talking about posts only, but the idea is that we maybe create a vocabulary that is new and helps us bring that research into the future. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Roy. It's a very interesting project. I mean, we have a few specificities. I think it's the first Horizon project where I hear of where you have a majority of NGOs, not of research institutes. In migration studies term, you could call it a minority-majority project, and this is an interesting feature. And also the fact that it's utopia-driven. I mean, explicitly so. I mean, this idea of level-telling field is indeed a utopian goal, which raises a number of questions, because of course the question is, the issue is not a technical one. I find this idea of crosstalk methods very interesting. I want to know more, but one could say that when power issues are at stake, in order to change the rules of the game, you need, well, some would say you need a revolution, not. But anyway, I think it was very stimulating. Now we have a quarter of an hour, something like that, for questions and replies from the speakers.
May I say one thing? Yeah. I don't think we need a revolution, because you never know what the outcome of a revolution will be. So you start a revolution and chances are that your head will be chopped off. So what we need instead is incremental change and awareness building, I think.
Excellent answer, thank you. I have Blanca first. The microphone is coming, just 1 second of patience. Hélène.
Well, thank you very much. We could call it as well a silent revolution, which is a little bit in between. But anyway, I have well, first of all, thanks for coming. It's a great pleasure, and it has been a great pleasure to share all this adventure together. I have a reflection, not about our projects, but about the call that led to us to these projects, because in this case we had the same call with many shoots, but yet we ended up with very different and complementary proposals, and I think that this is a fantastic example, no? That how we can interpret things in a very different ways and in a very complementary ways. And I'm saying this because now we are in another project on irregular migrant workers, and the call was much narrower, and we ended up with very similar projects, which meant that we had to adapt and change our research design and goals in order to make us more complementary and not repeat the same. But in our case, we are very complementary, and now listening to you, I was realizing how complementary we are. You look, Ithaca looks to the past, opportunities, we could say that you look to the future, and we have looked at recent events. And in your case, it has a more historical perspective. Opportunities has a more humanities perspective, including all these social actors. And in our case, and that's why we call it Bridges, we meant to be interdisciplinary, though I have to confess that that it was mostly written by political scientists, and that's why the policy narrative nexus was so central, though we attempted to go much beyond. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and I leave the floor.
I think you can give the floor to Hélène. Thank you, Blanca, for this question. I just had one sentence before giving you the floor. No, keep it. I have it here. No, I think that it's very good that you raise the attention. You draw the attention on the practical problem of coordinating projects working on the same call and on the same topic. We're very glad to have here the presence of some colleagues from the Commission, because I think in this case we were lucky, or you were good in picking, in choosing complementary projects, but in other cases it's not necessarily always the same, and there is a growing pressure from your side to coordinate among twin projects, which is fine, but it's quite hard with schedules that are very dense and were not initially conceived and constructed in order to allow this coordination. So you don't have time and dedicated resources, I must say, for this. So if I may just throw a suggestion, would be perhaps good thinking of some adjustments in the overall architecture of a program to allow more smoothly and more rationally, I also would say, which would mean also more productively for such coordination. Prolonging the time, having 4 years instead than for 3, for instance, would be. Yeah, sorry, or other, yes, we could choose for 4 years, of course, but anyway, I just wanted to hear your views, but we have Hélène first and then Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, thank you very much. So thank you for the presentation. It It was very exciting, and I have a very limited question for you, Roy. I went to look at the glossary, and I was wondering if you had envisioned working across languages, not just to define notions that you would be working with through the research, but also to, in a more kind of emic perspective, look at how people who talk about migration, migrants, mobility, difference, diversity in various languages, since you're working in different contexts. I'm saying that because I work mostly in Arabic and mostly in Arab-speaking context, and for instance, in countries like Saudi Arabia, the word migrants, muhajirin, the migrants, or hijra, the migration, is never used because it comes from the Quran, it comes from the hijra of Prophet Muhammad. So it has a very specific connotation. So other words are used like muhtaribin, so expatriates, or as a sort of synecdoche amal, so workers, meaning expatriate workers. In other contexts, the word muhajirin is used because there's a positive connotation linked to Islam, and so it's purposefully used by certain actors, not by others. So I was wondering if that's something that you're interested in this glossary, not just the ethic, the analytical terms.
A very short answer. I invite you to contribute entries to the glossary. The slightly longer answer is that the emic perspective comes in through terms like agency, empowerment, right? The stuff that you do in academic European conversations, right? So that's we have contributions, for instance, on the term mobility, which is an alternative way of considering migration in that sense. But if you, we can talk about this. If you are interested, we are super happy. So open arms, welcome, welcome.
Yes, I would like to try to address the point that you made about the duration. You know that the extension is very difficult to get unless there has been a pandemic. So hopefully there will not be another one coming soon. But then about resources, I mean, perhaps at the beginning of Horizon 2020 it wasn't that clear the idea of clustering and the activities that will go behind that, and therefore the resources needed. In any case, I will insist that now that is more clear, and in future proposals, you do include all of you when you are involved in new proposals, to certainly take it seriously and include a request for resources there. Whether it's traveling, whether it's person months, etc. Sometimes it's not that obvious in the work programs, but obviously it is mentioned there that we expect you to collaborate with other projects, not only within the topic, but broader, so previous topics, future topics as well. And it is in this sense that we also have tried developing this supercluster of migration projects, which you have adhered to, and basically the idea is to continue that into the future. Obviously, it doesn't come with any additional resources. So once your project finishes, that's it in terms of resources. But being engaged, hopefully, still is benefiting to you. Being able to disseminate your results further, to continue pushing for your policy recommendations towards us and the Commission colleagues in particular, etc., etc. I think it's an opportunity worth keeping in mind and keeping you involved there.
Thank you very much for these clarifications. Any other question? No, we should stop. I'm being told we should stop it here. So thank you. No, sorry, I have to give the floor. Roy had already the opportunity to reply, or you can say a few more words, but Matteo didn't have the opportunity. So Matteo,
I just maybe can add that there are a lot of historical examples of utopia. Maybe this could be our contribute to opportunities. No, So I agree with you. So clustering or connecting different projects is crucial. It's quite complicated because, of course, you don't know at the beginning while writing your proposal who will be, if you will be selected and who will be selected with you eventually. But maybe having or foreseeing in each project, so through an input of the European Commission, a period at the beginning or at the end of the project dedicated to this kind of connection of this clustering activity. I think it could be very, very precious. For example, so if our fourth year and an additional year for, in the case of bridges, might be dedicated to clustering activities, for example, it could be, I think, very, very good. So just another very, very quick comment, because there is the coffee break. I think that the European Commission, while issuing its call, could do or could promote is to go beyond the Eurocentric perspective. This could be very precious, and this could be made by the European Commission through the calls or the appeal for projects and so on. Our projects were, of course, and it's okay in this way, but were strictly influenced by the text of the calls that asked to us, to each of us, to address the problem of the European policies. Blanca remembered this morning, and also to have a sort of, let's say, a specific position while looking at the countries outside Europe. I remember that there was a specific point dedicated to how to speak to and to prevent, for a certain aspect, to potential migrants. That is a very strange category, because I think that each of us could be a potential migrant. But I mean, so while writing a call, please consider, these points have to be considered, because they, of course, affect the results. That means also they orient the projection and the proposals that will be collected and received and judged, of course, selected by the European Commission. And I think that maybe this could be a possibility for improving the results and also maximizing the impacts while connecting people, as this wonderful event is doing.
Thank you very much. Sorry? Yes, we have a 10 minutes break, and we reconvene for a session with policymakers, right?
that he starts. In this way, he can leave before the end of the session.
But I would like to make it as interactive.
Okay. I can write and I can still think and talk.
To keep it.
Please let me
exactly.
warmly welcome you to the panel debate, Migration and the European Parliament, how to go polarizing campaigns. So my name is Florian Trauner. I represent the Interdisciplinary Research Center for Migration and Minorities of the Freie Universität Brussels here. I'm the moderator, and my tasks in the next few minutes is twofold. On the one hand, I will a bit set the stage, present the project, and on the other hand, I will present the members here discussing the subject. So that's a bit what I'm going to do, but the key figures are definitely the people sitting right and left to me. So there are a few people just coming right now. So in a few sentences, I will present the Bridges project. Many of you have already been in the morning, so apologies for those who know it already by heart. But for those who just arrived, the Bridges project has brought together 12 universities and institutions across Europe for the last 3 years. It sought to shed a new light on the production, the evolution and the impact of migration narratives. It has been led by Blanca Garces from CEDOP and Ferruccio Pastore from Fieri, and it has adopted an interdisciplinary and co-productive approach. This implies that it has not only included universities, think tanks and research centers, but also cultural associations, civil society organizations. And as a matter of fact, we will go then later to Geopolis, just around the corner, and formally open a photo exhibition, also produced in the context of the project. So it focused on migration narratives in 6 European and 2 non-European countries. If you're interested in the findings, you are already at the perfect place right now, because we will present you some of them. You're also kindly invited to read the reports, the policy brief, the infographics that give you really a snapshot about what's going on or what has been going on in our research. They are freely available. So let me now come to my second objective, that is to introduce these very distinguished speakers right and left to me. I was thinking, how can I go without a diplomatic faux pas? So I said I will go with an alphabetic order, starting with Andrew A. So Andrew Geddes is sitting here next to me. He's the director of the Migration Policy Center of the European University Institute. He was so kind to jump in really at the last moment because Virginie Gourderon, who is on the program, got sick just 2 days ago and had to drop out. So Andrew, at short time, was willing to jump in. And indeed, he's a perfect figure to be part of this discussion. He's a well-known figure in migration research, involved in a range of European projects. One example has been his ERC project on the drivers of global migration governance. The results were published in a monograph of Oxford University Press, which I can wholeheartedly recommend everyone to read, a very interesting book. He has increasingly also worked on public attitudes on migration, has therefore a lot to say on today's debate. The next person I will introduce is Blanca Garces. She's been the British scientific coordinator, kind of our boss during the last 3 years. So she's a senior research fellow in the area of migration at CEDOP. She has a PhD cum laude from the University of Amsterdam and also learned fluently speaking Dutch there. She has widely published on immigration, asylum policies, reception systems, including several books such as Market, Citizenships and Rights, or Integration Processes and Policies in Europe. She also regularly publishes in Spanish newspapers, in particular El País, and has become a public voice on migration issues in Spain in particular, but also beyond there. Next on my list is Francesco Vinieri. who is a sociologist and researcher at the Istituto Affari Internazionale in Rome. He's also an adjunct professor at LUMSA University and a research fellow at Sapienza University of Rome. So his research interest focuses on the role of traditional and digital media in the development of social representation, particularly of migrant communities. In the Bridges project, he and other, particularly his EIA team, have worked on the impact of narratives on policy making in Brussels and in the EU institutions. Highly recommended work. Francesco has also quite some policy experience, as he has previously worked in European institutions as well as the United Nations. Then I come to Juan Fernando López Aguilar, who is at the European Parliament for the Spanish Socialist Party. He's currently the chair of the IPES Libe Committee. It's probably one of the most influential positions you can have in Brussels on migration issues right now. And indeed, in his role, he has had a substantial influence and say on some of the most topical justice and home affairs files, first and foremost also the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum. Apart from his political role, Juan Fernando has also an impressive academic background. He's an author of over 15 books on justice and constitutional affairs, has been a full professor of constitutional law at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Pleasure to have you here. And then, finally...
The tea.
The tea. I know the tea.
Jump.
Tineke Strik is a Dutch politician, has been in the European Parliament for the Greens since 2019. Tineke is crisscrossing academic and policy world, as she is also a renowned law professor for citizenship and migration law at Radboud University. Tineke has been a very active member of the Libe Committee, recently been a rapporteur of the Recast Return Directive, among many others. Some of Tineke's work has been widely debated. I remember myself, she wrote a report for the Council of Europe called Pushback Policies and Practices in Council of European Member States, which was subject to attention across the whole of Europe. Big pleasure to have you here too. So thanks to all of you. Before I give you the floor, still let me allow to have a minute for shameless self-promotion, because this debate is part of a VUB series of debates on different elections taking place in Brussels and in Flanders. Before each election at the VUB, at the BERM group, we will organize a debate with policymakers covering different subjects of areas. So if you're interested, please follow us on BERM VUB directly on the website or on Twitter. And then a final point, because it's also one of the highlights of today's day, I think it's also important to bring to the forefront some people who have really instrumental in making this whole day possible. And I would say in particular thanks to Laia Taragano and Marina Marin from CDOP, and Omar Jam and Hanna Vermaut from the VUB. Thanks to you for all the help that you have done. Right now we're coming finally to the subject of our attention, that is campaigns, and not campaigns, polarizing debates, or how to avoid them. The idea is right now that we have a first round with each panelist, roughly 5 minutes, introducing his or her own stance. And in a second round, the researchers bring forward a few policy recommendations that are taken up by our two politicians and see if they believe it's practicable. I would like to give the floor to you, because you fought already through the protests and you came, I mean, to you as well. It's greatly appreciated that both of you managed to come in this challenging context. You have to leave a bit earlier, so the floor is right now that we definitely have your input. So please, what's your take?
Thank you, Florian, and thank you all for your attendance. Thanks for the invitation and for the honor of being part of this panel. Some use to you, I hope, in this conversation which is about to start. Migration and asylum, we have to really sum up, is by large the most divisive issue in the European agenda. It's divisive geographically, it's divisive politically, because it's divisive ideologically. And because it's divisive ideologically and politically, it happens to be also divisive electorally. It's proved divisive electorally. Many elections in member states of the European Union are being decided upon this axis. And chances are that that might be also decisive for the next European Parliament to come in elections June 2024. Second point, I'm a member of the European Parliament. I'm chairing the first lawmaking committee in the House, by large, the Committee of Liberty and Foreign Affairs, in which I am honored to work hand by hand with Tineke and, of course, with the rest of the coordinators. She's a coordinator for the Greens, and the members of the Libe Committee. And the Libe Committee, being a lawmaking body, has only come to terms with facts. First of all, we are, in a smaller case, a representation of the European diversity, the pluralism and diversity of the social fabric. We are directly elected. Actually, the European Parliament is the only directly elected supranational and lawmaking body in the world, directly elected, coming from 27 member states, representing 8 political groups in an arch of pluralism. And you know, I am a socialist. I am a Spaniard. I was born in the Canaries. That's my home place. So I have, first thing, values. Second, strong political views. I have my political choices. But the only way to bring about laws at that scale of diversity and plurality is come to terms with facts. Take a look at the European Parliament. I'm a socialist, and there are 3 groups right from PP in the European Parliament. And in Spain, PP, for those of you who do not know, in Spain, a PP-PSOE coalition would be unthinkable. Unthinkable. 3 groups right from PP. And then there are some other political groups. So no one has the upper hand when it comes to bringing about laws. You have to come to compromises, concede, understand each other, and reach out to each other, even understanding the diversity of priorities. When it comes to migration, I'm from the Canaries. I hear the cry, where is Europe? Don't they see that we're so close to Africa? And I could even say, have you heard about Lukashenko? Who the fuck is Lukashenko? You know, I speak every day to members of the European Parliament who are obsessed with Lukashenko because they happen to be Baltics, are obsessed with Putin because they happen to be Finnish. And Finland is just miles and thousands of miles external border of the European Union, right to Russia, right to Putin. The point is that, I'm trying to make the point that diversity it makes it divisive. And yet, there's the legal point. Migration and asylum, which is related to migration, but different. Migration is a fact, asylum is a right, but they are put together in the debate besides having so close legal basis in the European treaties. Migration and asylum are the competence of the European Union ever since the Lisbon Treaty entered into force more than ever before. And yet, the member states do resist. It was the sole competence, the national competence of them for long, and yet they resist. So the thing is that for the European Union legislation to be put in place, to be adopted and entered into force, it has to resist so many difficulties, so many obstacles, so many resistances that, believe me, the first temptation would be leaving the negotiating chair, leaving the negotiating table, and leaving it all behind. But that is not a choice when you run for elections, and you're accountable, and you have a political responsibility. So you have to come to some kind of a deal, some kind of a compromise that may some step forward possible when it comes to legislation on migration. And the final point is that I am perfectly aware that the wind is blowing against my political values, my political views, my political priorities all across Europe, because migration has happened to turn to be the battle horse of all fears and security and safeties which are being first fabricated, aroused, then exploited electorally by fearmongers and those who take advantage of the fear that they have mongered. So that is why precisely migration happens to be so polarizing, because so many are being somehow persuaded that all of the troubles, all of the sufferings, all of the pains that are somehow linked to globalization, huge, beyond reach, may be scapegoated against migrants. And they're falling into the trap. I know that it's not easy to bring about change when it comes to that kind of a challenge, but it's a fight worth fighting, a fight that is worth fighting a whole lifetime. So my final point is that that change of negative attitude towards migration, which is galloping all across Europe and winning elections, won't be defeated overnight. But it's my fight, believe me. It's my fight. To me, migration is not a threat. It's a fact. It's always been there. We just have to handle at the European scale, and only at the European scale we have a chance. No member state on its own can do nothing about it. The second is that by being on the fight on a day-to-day basis, we do also have a chance to defeat that fear, that insecurity, that unsafety which is related to migration, so that we can have a chance in the polarized battle that we're about to fight, also in the elections in June 2024, to have a voice audible, to have a voice heard, at least to reach out to the people who are ready to have an understanding which is opposite to the one which is galloping the wind, blowing against migration, and hence, as a consequence, as asylum seekers all across Europe.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate the emotional appeal. I think that sometimes that is missing in academic debates, so that's a very, very nice opening.
I'm an academic too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I'm running for elections in June.
And I think it would be nice to directly give the floor to you, Tineke, and say a bit, what's your plans to go beyond polarizing debates? Or how is
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, what Juan clearly, thanks for the invitation. And I really think it's very timely because we are now, of course, in the midst of discussing internally on narratives, on campaigning. So I'm really eager to learn from your findings also and from the debate here. But what I very much agree with Juan, of course, we are in a European context, but the debate is very national oriented also. And the discussions are also decided by the context, the national political context. However, we see all over the European countries actually a sort of the same tendency, of course, that many politicians fuel or create fears against migrants and refugees. And you see, of course, with the rise of the right-wing populism, that they gain from it. It has become a kind of business model, and it puts us a little bit in the defense mode. And I'm really struggling with that. And for that reason, I would like to distinguish between migration policies and migration itself. Mm-hmm. Because I think if I look at the European policies, I'm fighting against it every day, actually, especially the violations on a systematic basis on our external borders, but also the migration deals and the lack of human rights compliance and so many of these things and the complete lack of enforcement, that I really see the need of being offensive. I mean, and then I really feel that, if I only say this is against the Refugee Convention or the right to asylum, it does not resonate so much always. Mm-hmm. But if I make the link with rule of law and with European values, because at the same time we have hot debates on Hungary, on Poland, on the regression of rule of law, my point is always, this is part of it. This is an integral part of it. Non-implementation of the rules, of case law. This is a serious problem that is fundamentally threatening our societies and the EU values. It does not immediately have an impact, but I think it's important to always show that there are not two types of standards. On the one hand, the rules or the standards for migration or asylum, and on the other hand, the ones for citizens. So this is what I think is important to do, and to confront institutions and politicians with that. The other thing, of course, is migration itself. I mean, how do we portray, how do we picture migration? Indeed, what Juan said, it is a fact, but it is also a fact that in the political debate, it's more and more perceived and described as a negative thing. And there, I find it a bit more difficult how to deal with that, because if we are only saying, there's no problem, it's only bringing value to our societies, whatever, it's so easy to be put aside like naive, that we don't have understanding and that we are just cosmopolitan and, parts of the elite who don't know how many people suffer from migration. So this is something that I really think we need to have a better answer on that. And facts, on the one hand, do play a role, but not enough, because facts have gotten less value. Actually, a fact is just an opinion, and you can mention another opinion. In the political debate, I mean, and also I think in the media. There's also not much that criticism or critical journalists who really are looking for the facts and trying to analyze it. And so I think it's a big responsibility for us, but it's not enough. So I think it's important to recognize that there, of course, are problems, but to also explain why these problems are there. Because if you look at, so I don't talk about refugees, but let's say labor migration, where you see a lot of abuse and people are being exploited, that this is more the cause than the people themselves. And we are in the Netherlands in a very interesting, academically speaking also, process, because we are writing a common election program with the Social Democrats and the Greens. And we are rooted in different cultures, and we come from a different, perception of the world, so to say. And the Social Democrats are very much rooted in the union and the workers, and we are more like, strengthening rights, mobility. We celebrate mobility, and this is sometimes really clashing. And I learned from it a lot, because I think if we manage to bridge the two, we may have the beginning of an answer, of course, not being naive, recognizing the exploitive sides that migration can have, but also finding the answer in strengthening rights of people, so that they cannot become so easily dependent on employers or others who want to abuse them. And, of course, also make clear, like in the Netherlands, we also have a huge debate, which is actually directed on asylum seekers, although that's the small part, who are to blame for everything. They are to blame for the lack of housing and the lack of medical care and whatever. And there, of course, we always try to push back, like, this is the cause of decades of liberalization, that we have a shortage for housing for everyone. But it's difficult to win, and we really need to work on that further. So on the one hand, it's a kind of moral standard that we need to set. Of course, also human rights, but human rights alone is not enough, because people say then you change the rules. What problem is that? Facts, but it's also not enough. And I think it's still important, and that is also what I'm struggling with. If we focus on the abuse, the problems, we also might, confirm the perception that migration is a problem, instead of, also the contribution of migrants to our society. So sometimes I also think we should involve migrants and refugees more in our debates and in our narrative, to show how they live, that they are just like you and me, and how they struggle with their life. Yeah, actually only one thing that I want to mention. I think it's also important to show confidence that it's also feasible to cope with migration. On the one hand, to cope with refugees, to take responsibility for refugees. That is only possible, actually, if we do that with a common responsibility, not only in the EU, but worldwide. So to push back against the idea that it's just overcoming, it comes over us, and it's problematic. So that it is feasible to do it in a way that is in accordance with our values, and that it can be a win-win situation. So, yeah, not a solution, but the things that we are struggling with also.
Thanks. Thanks to you. Thanks to both of you. I think this really laid the ground, and was actually, I saw already several connections to our research and some of the recommendations. Let's then move to the British researcher and Andrew. I would like already, because we said we would make a first round and then some recommendations, but I would fully benefit also from Juan Fernando to be still here. So in your first intervention, probably you can already pass the ball a bit back to him, that he can come then immediately with some reactions. So what are the recommendations and what are the kind of the findings that you have? And I think in the media, the issue of polarization. So what are a bit your insights in this whole field? What would you recommend, or what do you to say within the wider topic that we are debating today?
Okay, so thank you. Well, what we noticed during our analysis is that, of course, there is an impact of polarizing narratives around migration on the way political and policy discussions are held within EU institutions, and even the fact that they kind of enter the policy-making sphere and they influence the policy outputs. But what we noticed is that this happens through interesting dynamics, which may raise also some insights for you to reflect on. First of all, what we notice is that lay and polarizing and populist narratives around migration do not enter into the policymaking area as such. There is a certain adaptation, which means that for instance, the roles of victims or the roles of heroes or the roles of villains are reshuffled a little bit in order for these narratives to be more fit for the policymaking context. Some of the reasons are due to the hybrid nature of the European Union, which is not really a federal organization, so they have to handle with matters that still heavily relies on unanimity, but also because we have our EU acquis communautaire, which represents a reference for the way we produce policy solutions. But what we noticed in this is that basically this reference, which encompass the core values that you mentioned, also past legislation, the institutional structure, etc., is used rather to uphold securitarian and externalization-oriented narratives and then policy outputs, rather than the solidaristic ones. For instance, there is a certain I mean, narratives insist when they enter the policy-making area on member states complying with current EU legislation. Okay, so there's a big emphasis on that, or to be consistent with what is already in place, rather than pushing for solidarity as a core value of the European Union, which is even entrenched in our, I mean, the way the EU functions, because we have even a European Court for Human Rights whose verdicts are binding now to a certain extent. So why, my question is first, why don't the EU policymakers and parliamentary representatives use the acquis communautaire as a reference to filter lay narratives more towards solidaristic and value and human rights-oriented narratives and policy outputs, rather than to reinvigorate and reinforce securitarian externalization-oriented ones? The second thing that I notice is that in this process of adaptations of lay and populist narratives into the policymaking area is a technocratization effort, which means that basically in these reshuffles of roles, for instance, frontline member states that in the lay political and even media debate are usually portrayed as victims for having to handle all this massive influx. When discussions take place within EU policy venues, they kind of become also villains. Again, for not complying enough with the EU legislation or with the Dublin regulation, with making screening and registration of migrants, for letting them move into other countries like Germany, Austria, from Italy, etc. But there is a huge risk. We have discussed this earlier today. You probably mentioned the risk of technocratization, which is in fact to present member states, frontline member states, as villains and not just as victims, in order to sidestep divergences and deadlocks in intra-EU discussions, in order to reach then a policy output. But at the same time, it crystallizes this idea of certain member states not being compliant which in the long term may foster conflicts between member states, even though at the very short run it may help find, let's say, temporary solutions, if what I'm saying makes sense. Third point, may I go ahead? Yes. Third point is that sometimes we notice that EU policymakers do not take active or proactive stances and positions to counter populist and anti-migrant narratives, because these narratives have become so so much common sense that sometimes they feel that if they countered such narratives, they would be associated with someone out of touch with prevailing sentiments and the reality of facts, or what is perceived to be reality. But in this way, you are leaving a huge vacuum that can be used and filled in by far-right parties. And also, silence is consent. If you do not counter such narratives, you are legitimizing them. And we, and you in particular, should be aware that the EU is still associated with an advocate of human rights, because this is what the latest Eurobarometer polls say. So if the EU, who is the one that more than anyone else advocate for human rights, then does not counter populist narratives, they are legitimizing them, they're reinforcing them. And they're directing people to believe and trust those who use original populist and lay narrative. And then the very last one, which is probably the best recommendation, or probably the recommendation I want to share with you. If we look at the 2022 case with the Ukrainians, we basically saw that there has been a huge convergence of narratives towards solidaristic frames, which has not been the case for all the other displacement events. This huge convergence has also paved the way to a swift and rapid adoption of the temporary protection directives. So everything went smooth and swift. Why? Even though it was about migration, even though it was about displacements, no one has framed this as a migration meta. So probably migration has become so polarizing and so politicized that probably the best way of addressing it is making it part of broader and wider, let's say, geopolitical matters with higher stake for European citizens, rather than still focusing on migrants, irregular migrants, landing or irregular sea crossings, etc.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. Then I think we go further directly to Blanca, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Florian. Well, we have reversed the order of the questions. My answer to the first question, how to go beyond polarizing campaigns, was basically that we have to reverse both the narratives and the reality. And by reversing the narratives, I meant going beyond this migration crisis narrative and building consensuses. And this has to be done outside electoral campaigns. So it's not possible to talk about migration when we turn the lights of migration electoral campaigns. So to talk about migration is important, but I would say not during an electoral campaign, because this leads directly to politicization and polarization. So I will try to give a recommendation or a reflection about EU politics and policies around migration by posing another question. And the question is the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum a way to build this consensus and depoliticize immigration before the EU elections? And I think that this question is fundamental, and also fundamental to discuss directly with you. And my answer to this question is yes and no. Yes, in the sense that indeed it's a way, or there was a need to show unity and determination with regard to the question of immigration. Not achieving this would give wings, indeed, to Eurosceptic and far-right discourses about the inability of European governments to respond to migration. Immigration is often perceived as a nationalist cause. So here the EU Pact aimed, I think, to show that it's possible to find a shared European solution, to show that immigration is as well a European cause, not only a national one. But the problem is that in order to reach this consensus, this compromise, as you were referring to it, I would say that the main contradictions may remain in place. The first contradiction is with regard to the countries of origin, to the third countries, or transit and origin, the third countries. While the return of irregularly arrived migrants is key in this policy, there is no regime that accepts easily the forced return of their citizens. In addition, agreements with these countries are controversial from a human rights perspective, and, as we have seen with the case of Tunisia, not always easy to conclude. And the outsourcing of migration control and international protection to third countries, we know that is the other side of what we Europeans call the instrumentalization of migration. So this is the first tension or contradiction that remains in place. The second one is with regard to the border. By lowering legal standards, we may not be always complying with EU and national legislations, and we may put fundamental rights at stake. Moreover, delays and the concentration of procedures at the borders end up consolidating the role of Greece, Italy, and Spain as the chief guardians of Europe's southern borders, which goes against this need for a fairer distribution of responsibilities. And finally, the third last contradiction or tension that may remain in place has to do with this distribution of responsibility among member states. We know that this is key for a European policy. This mandatory but flexible solidarity among member states may imply at the end, when we implement it, increased bureaucracy, new disagreements between member states, and higher economic costs. So in other words, there is nothing to suggest that the pact will work better than the current dysfunctional Dublin system. So, turning to my initial question, the EU Pact is indeed a way to build consensus in advance before the electoral campaign. But this means, and we have shown this in part of our research, relating narratives with policies, this means that we are turning policies, in this case the EU Pact, into political gestures. In our Bridges project, as I said, we have examined this relationship, and one of the key questions was whether politicization leads to a decoupling between narratives in the public and political debates and policies, so what is said and what is done, or a mismatch between what is said and what is possible to do, both with regard to our own laws, also in relation to the facts. So, to finish, here we have an example of what could be understood as a symbolic policy, a symbolic policies in terms of a political gesture to show this consensus, to show this agreement, to show that migration is a European cause, but it's not clear whether we will succeed in finding or securing this consensus and in showing that things are under control, which I think that is one of the aims of the EU Pact. So the policy aims are not completely clear whether they will be achieved. And the question, and this is my final question with my final sentence, is, will the EU Pact succeed in its political purpose, which is to show this unity and this consensus in view to the European elections? And I would say it's not sure. It depends whether immigration becomes a central issue in the electoral campaign. As we have seen for the recent national elections in the Netherlands, becoming a central issue in the electoral campaign helps to normalize and validate anti-migration discourses and therefore the extreme right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you really played the ball in the yard of you and Fernando. But before I give you the chance to take up the ball and dribble a bit, I still want to give the floor to Andrew. Andrew has done a lot of research on attitudes towards migrants, public opinions. So what's your input to this overarching question of our panel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Because I'm not, excuse me, I'm not part of the Bridges project. I'm a kind of last-minute substitute for Virginie Giraudon. So maybe I'm an unpredictable element on the panel. And Bridges is asking some massive questions, really big questions, very, very difficult to answer. And I would maybe, as an element of disagreement on the panel with Blanca, I mean, how to go beyond polarizing campaigns. Well, I think that's the reality now. Pandora's box has been opened. Whatever metaphor we choose, Pandora's box, the genie out of the bottle, we're in a situation of polarized politics. Doesn't mean it will persist forever, but we are in a situation where politics and societies have become quite polarized. And polarization, I think, represents real divisions. So migration becomes the focus for those who want to identify an easy target, but there are real divisions. People genuinely feel maybe excluded, left behind. The political parties haven't been addressing their concerns. And so I think polarization does represent something very significant. It dates back to maybe the effects of the financial crisis. Also, when it comes, and a point that Tineke made, which I think is really important, facts are not enough. And actually, there's significant evidence that people also polarize on facts. Well, look at the debate about climate change is a very good example of that. So factual belief polarization, where the facts are presented, but they just confirm people's existing worldviews, is quite an important phenomenon. Facts are not enough. And a third point I would make is that polarization is certainly a worrying trend. But more worrying than that, and we see it in the United States, is rampant conspiracy theorizing. And I think perhaps in the pandemic, we began to see, and I don't think Europe is necessarily immune from this, conspiracy theorizing about elites, vaccines, could extend easily to migration. So in a sense, that seems to me to be the problem. Polarization represents real divisions. Facts and evidence are not enough in polarized debates, and polarization can open the door to conspiracy theories. Then I thought, well, kind of what are the ways forward? And again, listening to what people have been saying and what we heard this morning, first of all, avoid this catastrophic language about migration. So last October, I think it was, the State of the Union speech by the Commission President linked migration to climate change, inequality, and conflict. Now, as far as I'm aware, most people move for reasons of hope, ambition, aspiration. Migration is relatively normal, and it shaped Europe and shapes many people's lives, but there's a tendency to use catastrophic language. Migration is an emergency and a disaster. And you see it frames policy debates and then focuses on that small percentage of migration, which is incredibly important, but not necessarily representative. So I think this catastrophizing language is a problem. And as to it is this idea of kind of outbidding the populist or radical right. You will never outbid the populist or radical right on this. The kind of language that's used, I think that's in a sense what we've seen is the mainstreaming of populist radical right ideas and discourses into centre right, and to some extent also into centre left parties. So I think that the language is important. Second, I would suggest that we actually consistently, well, I say we, I'm sure I don't mean everybody here or everybody at all times, but I think we consistently misunderstand attitudes to migration. I think maybe it's a surprise because we do a lot of work on this, and we often find people are surprised when we say that attitudes to migration are relatively stable, have become more favourable over the last 25 years or so, even during the financial crisis, even during the so-called migration crisis, even during the COVID pandemic. Attitudes favourable, if anything, becoming more favourable. Doesn't mean that Europeans are becoming favourable to migration, but an overwhelming tide of favourability. But attitudes are stable and becoming relatively favourable. Attitudes are resilient to shocks. But what we see is issue salience has massive effects and mobilises very powerfully sections of the population. Issue salience has had enormous effects on European politics. But I would take from that many people are persuadable on migration issues. And what we do is, and we've done work and other people have as well, we call it value-based communication. But the challenge is finding ways to communicate with your political opponents, essentially. And the political opponents of the progressive, more cosmopolitan political parties are often those who value order, conformity, security. So it's a dilemma for parties that see that's a radical base and want to appeal to their core party members to mobilize their base. But how do you reach beyond that to those who maybe oppose or are skeptical about your views but are persuadable? I think that's obviously a strategic challenge, but that is, I think, values-based communication, which recognizes that people who maybe are opposed to you politically, but not necessarily opposed to migration and are persuadable, but then the language that is used, I think, is important. And a very final point, and I think it was made, I can't remember who made the point, but I made a quick note of it. One thing that we find is that amongst all this talk of crisis, what many people want in their lives generally is the sense that there is a system and they can have confidence in that system. I think it was Tineke said it, that there is, so migration is one example of that. And I think that one of the underlying factors in the so-called crisis 2015-2016 was not lack of sympathy with the plight of the people who were being forced into desperate situations, but concern about the apparent lack of any system, of chaos and what seemed to be disorder, which was deeply unsettling. And so I think that, you know, that I think ways forward it does involve having to communicate that there is a system that functions to the benefit of European citizens. Thanks. In times of elections. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. I think the system kind of referred to the pact again, and we had already had the pact. You have been involved in the whole negotiation of the pact. So what do you say if you hear this? You know, the system, on the one hand, it needs to be in place. On the other hand, we have heard the contradictions. And is the pact right now the right way to build consensus of migration issues in Europe? What's your view on this?
Well, first of all, thanks, Francesco, Andrew, and Blanca, for your insights and for your concerns, because, believe me, your concerns are mine. Widely shared in the European Parliament, but certainly mine. Your concerns are certainly mine. That's the first thing I would like to make clear. And yet, the question is how to influence policy making. Well, first of all, taking into account that I shared with you my conviction that, yes, migration has to be the most divisive issue around in the European agenda. But it's more than that. It's an issue in which perception and facts do not match at all. Do not match at all. And that is a huge challenge when it comes to policy making, which is, of course, the premise for lawmaking. Why did it do not match? Because it's widely perceived in the European Union, all across the European Union. Of course, it's increasingly so in the recent years that migration is not only a threat, an evil in itself, not only a threat, but also a threat based on a conspiracy. You made the point, Andrew. So migration is threatening European identity and it's threatening certainly European security. But it's a conspiracy because there is someone behind, there is something behind those people fleeing or those people moving into the European Union or being moved into the European Union. The ultimate aim would be, crazy as it sounds, replacing the original European population. Die Bevölkerungsersetzung, die Umvolkung, we have heard time and again with Nazi rhetoric in the European Parliament. Replacing the European population, replacing Christian values for Islam values, Muslim values which do not belong, replacing the clear white race which is predominant by some other races who do not belong. That is the kind of rhetoric we hear in the European Parliament. That is the kind of rhetoric I hear when I represent the European Parliament, the Council of Ministers of Interior, as representative of the European Parliament, the Council of Ministers of Justice and Interior. So policy making has to face the challenge of matching perception with facts. And which are the facts? The fact is that, as we speak, 75 million people are moving somewhere else where they were not born in the first place. On good reason, because no one chooses to move for no reason. There must be a reason we should understand. But 75 million are on the move. And you know what? more than 95% are not moving towards Europe. They're moving towards the Gulf, towards the Arabian Peninsula, towards Southeast, within America and within Africa. Some of them are moving Europe. Should we panic? The widest prosperity, social cohesion, and freedom and rule of law area in the world, 450 million, 27 member states altogether. Should we panic because some 100,000 touch upon the door, knock on the door on a yearly basis? No, we shouldn't. But yes, the fact is that fact is way beyond the capacity to respond of every individual member state. So a way to match perception with facts is telling, hey, it's a fact and it's a fact we can handle, with one condition, that we handle it together. And in order to influence policy lawmaking into lawmaking, we need to make it together by setting rules which are binding for the member states, obligatory for the member states. We create obligations and, by the same token, rights which might seek for redress before the judicial systems of every national member state, all the ladder up to the European Court of Justice. Because the beauty of the European Charter of Fundamental Rights is that it protects not only European citizens, but also every human being under EU law. And you know what? There are so many non-Europeans which are under EU law when it comes to migration and asylum rules. Actually, they are meant for them, for non-Europeans. Or is there any European seeking for asylum? Asylum is meant to protect non-Europeans under EU law. That is what law is about. That is what lawmaking is about. So yes, it's a huge challenge. I've heard a million times about the narrative, changing the narrative, changing the narrative. Of course, it's a battle. I said it, a battle worth fighting a whole lifetime. But we are not it, and we are not winning it. We are not winning it. The narrative goes the other way around. The narrative goes against us, because this predominant negative approach, which makes an impact on every policy and lawmaking, is predominant by now.
But can I ask you, do you think that the pact will anything change on this?
No, and then I was moving into it, and besides, I'm just apologizing, because I didn't tell you all that because of this situation, which is so special in Brussels, these tractors which are blocking the whole city, I have multiplied by 10 my time to make it here, my time to make it back to the parliament, and one, maybe more than one of you, but it's my case. I have to catch a flight tonight because tomorrow I have absolutely compulsory commitments in Spain, so I should rush after this point I'm making. And yes, of course, we have worked real hard to put in place laws with all the limits and the humbling lesson, which is making laws at a European scale. With all the limits it has, believe me, I pushed my values. I pushed for solidarity. Solidarity, which is my aim. Binding solidarity. I have fought for it so hard. But then you have to negotiate, first of all, to come to agreements between all the political groups in the House. And I'm not my own. I'm not on my own. I'm not the only guy in the European Parliament. We're 708 political groups. So 5 negotiating teams, 5 regulations, which are binding laws once they are entered into force. Negotiated first in the European Parliament with a strong mandate, which was satisfactory to my values. Binding solidarity, shared responsibility. And then there came the Council, which is absolutely essential. Because you know what? EU law binds the states, but it doesn't dissolve them. EU law binds the member states, but it doesn't dissolve the member states. They keep existing. They are still there. They stand tall. And we have to tell them, hey, listen, migration and asylum does not belong solely to you, exclusively to you anymore. We have to do it together. We make laws and you comply with them. Then it takes a lot of implementation and a lot of law enforcement and a lot of the Commission serving its role as guardian of the treaties of EU law, making sure that they comply with the laws once they enter into force. And the member states are truly committed, because the experience we're coming from, which was untenable besides unacceptable, is precisely non-compliance of the previous directives, mostly directives. And that's part of the problem. Directives are to be implemented in national legislation with a variety of very heterogeneous landscape of running away from the legal principles we were meant to establish. And then the Commission, infringement procedures, fines, rulings of the Court of Justice, increasingly ignored by an increasing number of member states. So the trick we're trying to sort out this time is putting in place a new set of regulations which are binding laws, EU laws, which are directly effective. They don't need transposition. They don't need 2 years' time to be transposed into the legal system of the member states, which are binding and effective. And then it will take a lot of law enforcement by the EU Commission and the EU Court of Justice. And hopefully, it'll be some change for the better. Why so? Because there will be at least laws making up a system. There will be legal certainty where there has been only a landscape, a puzzle of ad hoc solutions, including member states resorting to agreeing unspeakable deals with third countries of origin and transit. Out of panic. Every time there was a situation out of hand, there was someone traveling somewhere, talking to an unspeakable guy, some dictator, some repressive ruler, telling, hey, listen, 3 billion if you stop it. Is that an answer? No. That is not a system. That is not an answer. We have to make it better, but doing it together and effectively. So my thing is that, as to the package, I hear criticisms as to the package. They're mine. But you know what? You are professors, you are thinkers, you are putting it in writing, but I'm here sitting in the chair making laws. So it's not, for me, it's not a choice to simply say, oh, unacceptable, unacceptable. Like, no, I can speak no more. Then I leave my seat. No, I mean, I was elected not for doing that. I was elected to negotiate, to come to something, to bring up, to deliver, to put in place something which is better than we had. Better than we had, subject to criticism, yes, and that criticism is also mine. You know what? Because when you do make laws in a house of 700, and then you negotiate with 27 ministers of interior, you cannot be happy with the result. Could I be happy with the result? Could I say, hey, listen, this is wonderful. How did I make it? No, of course not. That would be childish. I'm pleased and satisfied and even pissed off with many points. But at least there is something better than we had. You made it. You made a breakthrough to put in place something that has your values. Where there will be responsibility where there was none. There will be relocation programs where there were none. There will be a EU relocation coordinator when there were none. And that is a step forward. There will be prima facie international protection for those most vulnerable. Direct applicants of asylum rights where there were none. So that is a change for the better. Not entirely pleasing, not the end of the world, for sure not. But at least it's a step forward. And my final point is that there are 3 points linked which are not in the pact. First, cracking down on illicit trafficking of human beings and smuggling. Second, in order to renegotiate readmission agreements, you need to grow in your foreign policy as a global diplomatic actor, which is not the case of the European Union by far. There is no chance for a single member state, even if a country which has some experience of it, as Spain. We have readmission agreements with Morocco, with Mali, with Mauritania. Is it enough? Not enough. For we to be effective, we need a European scale, and that takes a European diplomacy. When I hear about Latvia obsessed with Lukashenko, as I said, I can tell them, hey, listen, your problem with Lukashenko is not a migratory problem. It's not people being instrumentalized, as they say. It's a diplomatic problem. It's to stand up before Putin and Lukashenko, and it takes a stronger Europe to do so. It takes a stronger Europe, which we don't have yet. The point I'm making is that in order to make the readmission factible, feasible, it takes a stronger Europe. Because by now, despite the readmission agreements, less than 17% of those irregular, which are not eligible to stay, are not returnable, are actually returnable, because the large majority are not returnable because the lack of readmission agreements with third parties. That is the point. And the final point is search and rescue framework for saving lives in the seas, complying with international humanitarian law. But the thing is that for readmission agreements and cracking down on crime, and trafficking of human beings to be possible, it also takes opening up legal pathways, which is not in the package. That is a different issue. Opening up legal pathways, because if you open up legal pathways, smuggling people and trafficking them would be no business. Wouldn't be that huge business. It's big business because there are no legal pathways. And there are so many people in despair trying to reach out to Europe that the only chance for them to set foot on the European soil is to talk to a mafia guy and pay him 7,000 euros. That is the only choice. Yeah. To talk to a mafia guy, to a mobster, and pay him 7,000 euros. If we stop that kind of a business by opening up legal pathways, we have a chance also to be effective against illicit trafficking of human beings. I'm sorry I have to leave.
You have to leave.
It was great having you with us. Huh?
Thank you, Juan.
And yeah, no, thanks. Despite all the challenges, you come to us.
It will take me almost an hour to make it back to the parliament and then to the airport.
To the luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, then I think I would like to give you directly the floor.
Okay.
And also give you the chance to react on some of the recommendations.
Muchísimas gracias. Hasta pronto. Sí, yo también.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Florian. Maybe you just digest what everything has been said. But yeah, thanks a lot for your rich comments. I mean, from a very different perspective, but really food for thought. And let me start with you by, I mean, I can only concur with you that the values, driven debate is not used for things like solidarity and equal responsibility, but it also links to what you also said to that, we run the risk of fostering the non-compliance by the first entry countries. And I'm always aware about that because I very much focus on the pushbacks and everything that's wrong in Greece and Italy, to also make sure, but this is a common problem. And it is there because other member states refuse to share in the responsibility for asylum seekers. And I think that's very important because the other member states, on the one hand, they refuse to relocate people and refuse to agree on legislation which would really have a mandatory relocation. But also they turn a blind eye to the violations because, of course, what can they say? If they criticize Greece will say, okay, then you take them, So they have become complicit in those violations. And this is what I always try to show, that it's not a few countries that happen to be at the external borders where the problems lies, but it's the fundamental European problem of no common system and common responsibility. Yeah, and you are perfectly right by saying, the far-right narrative is being normalized and legitimized because everyone stays silent. And I really find that difficult also in public debates, in plenary debates, because every time when we criticize that, it gives them another speaking time to say the same things. It's really struggling how to deal with these things. Of course, we criticize it on Twitter and other posts, but to enter in a dialogue, it is never a dialogue. And you can, you can say the opposite, but then they say the opposite again. So it's a bit difficult. And this is also a little bit, you said migration is not the best topic for campaign. I completely agree with that. But the far right makes it a huge topic. So then you need to react. And then it's really the challenge of not being defensive or but to have your own. I think we are forced to have a good narrative and not to be afraid. And that also links in a little bit to what you said, Andrew, like the stability of the attitude, which I find reassuring, because sometimes we forget that this is the case. And I think we also always need to recognize there's an underlying fundament of this polarization. I think you saw it very clearly in the Netherlands when a year ago the biggest party out of the elections was a farmers' movement. And migration was not a topic at all. And look at Brussels now. I mean, it's a great export product. It led to a completely watered down of the natural restoration law. And that was all about, you know, we are neglected. We are not part of the globalization. We are the victims of all those tendencies in the world. And it's much bigger. And it's indeed, I think, a sense of being left alone, but also having no grip of insecurity. And of course, what's more easy than using migrants, people from outside? And I think, therefore, it's so important to draw in the refugees and migrants themselves, to show that they are not outsiders, they are just people living also here, and let them do the talk. Let them show that we have a common problem. They also have the same problems as we, sort of. But the problem, I talk a lot about problems, but the fact is that the communication has become more and more fragmented, I have the feeling. I mean, everyone talks in its own bubble. So how to reach the people who are in another bubble? Just as an example, most of the times, youngsters, you know, prefer to vote progressive, left, but the last elections in the Netherlands, they vote massively for the far-right parties. And research showed that to a large extent this was related that these parties were on TikTok. And we were not, because, you know, we have our problems with TikTok. It's a very small example, but it shows that people tend to confirm themselves in while talking with or through the media, and we do the same. So it's much more challenging to see how to bridge. And so you have a great name actually of your project, because that's what it's all about, I think. Maybe a few words, if I may, on the pact, because I do not agree with Juan. I mean, I see, of course, you have to bridge, you have to find consensus. But what is very important, that you have to keep eyes on the ball, like how do we analyze the problems that are now there, and will this solve the problem? Because if not, you will also not solve the polarization. And I think we will end up in that way. Because for me, the biggest problem is the lack of common responsibility, so shifting responsibility to someone else. And as a result of that, the non-compliance, trying, you know, those who are responsible trying to evade responsibility. So it's a very simple analysis, but I think those two elements are at least important, and both are not addressed by the pact. No, actually to the worse, because the countries of first entry get more responsibility. They have to register people, they have to do the border procedures, and also the duration that they remain responsible for those who travel onward has been lengthened. So their problems will not be solved. So their tendency or the incentives to keep on evading responsibility will be huge. And actually, the pact allows them to do so because of the crisis regulation, with 3 situations with very broadly defined. This allows them to derogate from the standards. And I think that will really, by law, legitimize and legalize the current violations. And then, of course, the other member states say, okay, you can derogate from it, but you can also we will help you with concluding migration deals and watering down the safe third country criteria. So it will only fuel and foster this externalization and shifting responsibility. And in the end, therefore, it will also fuel the lack of mutual trust that we now have between the member states. So I really think the ongoing debate that we now have, North looks to South, South accuses North, it will just stay. And people will still feel that they are the victims wherever they live, actually. Whether they live in Germany or in Greece, they feel that they have to cope with the largest responsibility. Yeah, so for me that's really important, that you really look how to overcome. And that was not actually the main drive, I had the feeling, for this pact.
Thanks a lot, Tineke. I think there are many points also our other panelists could react, but I would like to avoid a kind of a closed debate. So I think before you get the opportunity to react, actually we open up immediately and we take a few questions from anyone who is interested. Please introduce you very briefly in the beginning and be relatively short in the questions. So we have one hand up here, two hands already here. So we make always blocks of 3 questions, I think.
Ferruccio and Hélène.
Just a word on the pact and then a general comment. Yes, I fully agree that from a technical, legal, human rights point of view, it's pretty a disaster. From a political point of view, I wonder, I remain with doubt that the absence of a pact would have left a vast space for a campaign accusing EU of inertia and thereby reinforcing populist arguments, xenophobic arguments. But this is, I don't have a certainty actually. I fully, I'm completely solidar with the strategic dilemma that you were facing in deciding how to cope with that. But on the general issue, I'm trying to say a couple of words on talking from the point of view of Italy, which is my country, which is a sort of laboratory where the Pandora's box was opened 23 years ago in 2001, perhaps even before, but with the first Berlusconi government, which really changed the tone in the national immigration debate and brought down a few taboos or norms that since then have not been reestablished. I think I tend to agree with what Andrew was saying, that in such a situation you cannot depolarize. I mean, it's not, and you cannot even try to tone down the debate during the electoral campaign. I fully understand that in the Spanish context that might be a reasonable goal and an achievable goal. I just doubt this is doable at a European scale today. So in this case, you have, I fully agree to accept the struggle. What does accept the struggle mean? So first, to concede as little as possible to the narrative of invasion, which means, for instance, in the case of Italy, telling that 1 year of Meloni government has meant one of the highest arrival rates since 2017, right? So if I were a politician, this is not my job, but my stance would be, look, you are being made fun of. These are false promises, beware. So you are led on a false, illusionary tale. But this cannot work if you don't accompany it with a positive narrative. So with a horizon of desirability. I'm not saying utopia, of desirability, which cannot be but a renewal narrative. So it cannot be a defensive narrative. It has to be a realistic renewal narrative for Europe to remain what it could be. And I think that in doing this, giving voice to persons, racialized persons with a migrant background, who embody the contrary of the dominant narrative, showing that they are not threats, they are actual huge, recipients of wealth, human capital, they embody the falsification of the dominant narrative. So I think that, some of my friends who are in the Black Lives Matter, anti-racist movement, they hate, being tokenized. But I don't think that any cooptation is tokenization. I mean, and it's necessary, I think, to fill our ranks, if I may speak as an activist for a moment, with people who embody the alternative message we need. And also the final point, I think the non-reactionary wide range of forces we have still in Europe should make it clear that this renewal is already underway. I wrote a book in Italy called Migramorphosis, this transformation of our society that was induced by migration, but is not migration itself, it's in us, is already underway. Trying to cancel this means, in Italian we say, cutting the branch on which you are sitting. I don't know if you are, if you have the same. And this we cannot afford. So this is also, I think, the kind of aggressive rhetoric we need to display, to deploy, is you are being made fun of by those who say, cut that branch because it's rotten. But that branch is the one where you're sitting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No, it was not so rapid, but perfect.
And one last point maybe, connected to this. I was very encouraged by the mass demonstrations against remigration in Germany, because I think it's the first time where you see mass reaction, not by pro-migrant activists, but by the movable middle, etc., against a migration cancellation project, so which is remigration, right? And which shows an awareness of irreversibility of migramorphosis in our society.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hélène?
Thank you very much. I have one question and one comment which you might want to react. The first question is, following up some of the debates this morning on the efficacy or lack of efficacy of a lot of European policies regarding migration, and notably the deterrence of migrants in non-European context. So we're talking about campaigns, but we can also talk about border policies. We talk about a whole range of policies called externalization. So the inefficacy of these policy packages has been studied and one may say proven across a number of scientific research, but also reports to the parliament, some made by the Libe Commission, by others, by think tanks. So we have evidence of the limited impact of these policies. So I'm always interested in why policies are still funded and implemented and adopted and enhanced, and in this kind of very path-dependent process. We discussed this morning a bit of some of the reasons why, but I'm curious to listen to your take on this. And second is, it's a minor point. So a different institution, the Council of Europe, has adopted 5 days ago, I think, a resolution against anti-migrant hate speech in the context of electoral campaigns. So it's been adopted by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And it was defended by MP Frides from Switzerland. And it was interesting to listen. I mean, we've been exchanging with MP Frides for a while, and it's been interesting to follow his campaigning within the Council of Europe for this resolution and the kind of obstacles he met. So, but this is kind of a powerful text. I don't know if it's going to be useful or impactful, but it's very interesting, adopting a against discrimination and a kind of interesting take on what can be said, especially piggybacking on what your colleague was saying on the kind of discourses that I heard, not just in public media, but also within European institutions. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Still a third one, if there is a question, and then we go back. Wally? Always introduce yourself for those who don't know you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ahmad Wali. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the VUB. And I'm also a community representative for refugees in Belgium, working closely with the UNHCR. I don't know how the point that I'm going to make is relevant to this panel, but I was wondering, because it was a few times mentioned that migrants themselves, they also can play a role in the elections, and we have seen that unfortunately right wings, they have been quite successful in that, using people or candidates with a migration background or refugees, and using them for their campaigns and even winning votes based on using these people. So yeah, I'm just thinking that how we could use or have migrants to do the opposite impact, like use it to make more favorable migration policies, and especially in the elections to give a bit better narrative instead of like that very right-wing use of that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think we give back right now word to our panelists. Blanca, would you start? You can also react to Tineke if you would like to.
Yes, I would like to, well, not to react to Tineke, but I would say, well, I have the impression that I was a little bit misunderstood also by Andrew. No? He said that he disagreed with me, and I agreed completely with him.
Okay.
So I wanted to explain myself. Maybe I did not explain it well. I did not say that we should not talk about migration. I think that it's urgent that we talk about migration and that we tackle the grievances Andrew was talking about this morning. This is fundamental. What I said is that talking about migration during an electoral campaign is very difficult. Basically because at that moment, migration turns to be an element of competition between political parties, and we know that more and more fears rather than projects are what counts in an electoral campaign. Basically because fears more than projects are what mobilize voters. And that's the problem. So I do think we have to talk about migration, and I think that we have to do two things in order to avoid polarization, which does not mean avoiding talking about migration, which is completely different. And I think, first of all, we have to reverse the narrative and we have to reverse the reality. By reversing the narrative, I mean deconstructing, challenging this crisis migration narrative. We talk about it in our project. It's fundamental. Otherwise, we assume, we take the assumption of the extreme right or the anti-migration discourses, we problematize migration, and what we have to do, as we discussed in an earlier panel, is to normalize migration. So we have to deconstruct this mainstream central myth of migration crisis. We have to explain, but I would say beyond electoral campaigns, that there is not such a question, migration yes or no, unless we change our way of life, meaning we go through a drastic change of our economies and our demographies. I think that this is fundamental. And second, and this is my last point, with narratives or changing or challenging narratives is not enough. It's not just a battle of narratives. It's much more than that. We have to reverse as well reality. And by this, I mean basically tackling in practice, through policies, social policies, all these grievances. I think that this is fundamental. Otherwise, we are too short. And we know, and research shows, that the rise of the extreme right is related with austerity measures and with exponential increase of inequalities in Europe. This is fundamental. Otherwise, the battle of narratives will be just a drop in the ocean. This means that the state should reassume its redistributive function and ensure social justice. And just to illustrate this point, which is my last point, but let me give a couple of examples. The first one on the Netherlands. You may reduce the national reception infrastructure to accommodate asylum seekers, and then you may end up having a reception crisis, regardless of numbers. It's not only important to develop a counter-narrative or an alternative narrative on asylum, but also to redimension your reception capacity. This is fundamental. The second example, and this is my last sentence, about Spain. If population increase depends on immigration, on these new arrivals, which are pulled directly by our labor market, but you do not accompany this with an increase of social services, an increase in the healthcare system, or measures to redress this increasing inequality, changing or challenging exclusionary narratives won't be enough. We have, I insist, to tackle with social policies these grievances that are behind this mobilization of votes towards anti-migration and extreme right narratives.
Thanks. I would say we test if Andrew is disagreeing again with you. Okay, he's still reflecting if he disagrees. Then let's give the floor to Francesco.
Okay, I will just go back to some of the points that have come up during this exchange. I want to start with what Juan Fernando said about solidarity, that basically he said that his effort on solidarity are strong and the parliament is very much committed to promoting solidarity. Solidarity has to be done together, etc., etc. But the point is that, again, maybe I'm repeating myself, the only instance in which I saw a huge convergence in solidarity that was transformed into a solidaristic policy outcome is when migration matters were not framed as migration, which is again the case of the Ukrainian displacements in 2022. And that gives me the impression that even the word, speaking of languages, the word migration is too contaminated already, which makes it very, very hard for us to depolarize any discussion around it. But as we said, and also as Blanca said and reminded us, we still have to commit ourselves. Silence is always the worst case scenario. And I agree with you, Tineke, that it's not easy, for instance, during parliamentary sessions to criticize or debunk what the far-right leaders say. It is sometimes a way for giving them the opportunity of re-insisting with their very simplistic, very unambiguous messages. So probably a suggestion might be to try and move the discussion away from the field on which they have interest in keeping the discussion on, which is basically irregular migrants, irregular sea and land landings and crossings, and try to speak of the advantages of migration, or for instance, skill shortages or labor shortages in Europe, or demographic issues or economic contributions of migrants. I know that this may sound a little bit banal, as the French say, but it is in fact something that is part of legislations and policy initiatives at the European and also member state level. Let's think of all the efforts that the EU is making on skills shortages and the privileged access for skilled migrants, or even, for instance, the decrease in Italy for quotas of migrants coming in order to refurbish also the industrial sector, the agricultural sector. So it is something that is already in place. So why isn't this spoken about and spoken out? Why are we still insisting on countering the securitarian rhetoric by proposing, for instance, humanitarian and pietist rhetoric, which is still a way for reinforce their arguments somehow? Yeah. And the very last point, if I may, try to give some advice to Tineke about the response to Helene's question on why are ineffective policies still funded at the European Union level. My suggestion is probably because despite speaking of migration, they are not in the end addressed at migrants, but they are addressed at the European citizens, and they try to meet European citizens' concerns that arise from lay pietist or alarmist, but still populist rhetorics and narratives that represent migrants as either a threat or either people in need. So in the end, even though they are conceived, that they are put forward in order to address and solve the question of migration, in fact, they are in reality addressed to the European concerns. So probably this is why they are still funded, in my opinion.
Thanks. Andrew, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of very, very quick things, really, because we talked a lot about polarization, but I think also from Tineke and Juan Fernando, the nature of campaigning itself has changed quite significantly. and I suppose because we're talking about narratives, but actually what seems to be increasingly relevant is really quite micro-targeting.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not that you're crafting messages for the population or even a significant section of it. You could be targeting messages at a particular, very narrowly defined community or group of people, or even to the level of individuals who can, because probably most people have already made their mind up, but some may be, you might be able to identify some are potentially persuadable. And so as campaigning has changed in quite dramatic ways, and the micro-targeting seems to become increasingly important. And just to go back to, because I'm not disagreeing with Blanca, and I think it's a really important point, because we talk about changing the narrative and now reversing the narrative. And it made me think of a point that Juan Fernando made, because obviously when we say, well, we want to reverse the narrative, or we want to change the narrative, and then obviously what we have is a particular worldview, I'm a professor in a university. My worldview is quite niche, I suspect, and maybe out of line with many other people, in more regular occupations. I've experienced a lot of mobility in my life. I'm very privileged in what I do. So, so when I talk about my own particular perspective, and I'm trying to think about how that could then be universalized to the experience of other people, and I suppose that's the challenge of changing, reversing narratives. And what you are likely to expose are trade-offs and dilemmas. The issue then is to what extent, in your pursuit of what you might see as a reverse narrative or a change narrative, which we or me would think, well, that's good, that would be nice, that would be desirable. But at some point, you're going to find there are necessarily limits to that for people who do not share your worldview, agree with you on some issues, disagree with you on others. So just to provide one example of that, we did some research. It's called a survey experiment, but essentially you ask people about key issues in asylum, and we found that most people are supportive of rights of asylum and refugees across, it was 8 European countries, so they supported the rights of refugees. They supported the right of refugees to work. They supported the rights of refugees to be joined by their family members. They thought there should be quotas of a number of people coming in. Now that is a dilemma then, because that runs contrary to international legal standards. But it was a kind of example where there could be scope to have a debate about asylum, which reflects that people's views are nuanced, but you get to a position where, on a fundamental issue, there's a dilemma. How do you deal with that? And I think that's, with narrative change, you also expose trade-offs and dilemmas, and I suppose the pact is a good example of that, because I fully agree in kind of thinking about alternative narratives, but we live in coalitional political systems. How do we, what are we prepared, in our worldview, what are we prepared to compromise, or are we? Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Tineke, in this round, don't forget also the question of Wally about migrants and how to involve them in debate.
Yeah, maybe also on irreversibility and also the lack of effectiveness of the policies, of the right-wing policies. That's a very valid point. And I think it's really necessary to also confront them with, look, you wanted this and now you got this. This is also what I just made a video on the Tunisia deal, and I also said that it's not only non-compliant with our values, but it's even not working. But I think for me it's always important to say both things, because otherwise it's, you could also say like, it could work, if it would work, it would be great. So I think it's always good to show, what you think of it, how it should be human rights compliance and value compliance. But one of the things is, of course, if it's already not working, why would you revert to policies that are violating our human rights? That's an important one, I think. But that's always, I also know in the second chamber in the Dutch parliament that they also think how to address things. And they tend to then say, okay, try to do it, but this is a bit the same, sort of implicitly also, accommodate them or agree with them. So, it should always be a dual communication in that sense. And indeed, the irreversibility, because you know, we are a pluriform society in all the European countries, whereas the sentiment is still, you know, nostalgic, like we should go back to the 50s or whatever. And I can imagine this resonate with the old generation. But why does it resonate to young people who just grow up in the midst of multicultural societies? This is what I personally do not quite catch, that it's also resonating with them. Well, okay, if it would be that they feel that they don't have a house because of the refugees coming in, I do understand that. But how do they then look at people they share the classroom with, or you know, that they grew up with? It seems that sometimes people detach from their real reality and the narrative that is being made, the people they don't know. And I think this is an important one. It dehumanizes sort of the narrative, and then it comes in the important argument of involving migrants and refugees. I think there are many ways to do so. First of all, I think many more people with a migrant background should be also politicians, you know, and not only to talk about migration. I mean, it's not their duty to have that in their portfolio, but at least to show that they are the ones, and that if politicians talk about migrants, they are also confronted with migrants themselves. And also, if we use more examples, because that's maybe one of the ways to reach out to more people, being very concrete, using examples with real life cases. And I think then there are ample possibilities to bring in the stories of refugees and migrants themselves. Yeah, maybe just a Council of Europe. I love Council of Europe, and Florian also told about my resolutions. The stupid things is there that politicians are much more inclined to support very good views in Strasbourg, but then when they get home and they vote in their own parliament, they tend to be much more, you know, prudent, or feel that, you know, the national media are watching them, and etc. So, but it is an important initiative, but then it should be spread over other politicians and the public debate. And I think indeed Germany is a great example. Many people talk about the silent majority, whoever they are, but this was, I think, a proof that many people do care. But I sometimes have the feeling that Germany is a specific example because of the very traumatizing history. So that there's still this feeling that what a huge threat this is. And if I look at the Netherlands, it has normalized so much already that you even don't manage to alert people. But that, yeah, we should think about how to do so. And my last point is about the effectiveness, and why do European policymakers still go on with policies that are not effective at all? I very much agree with you, Francisco. It is more or less to accommodate concerns of EU citizens. Because, you know, I always urged for there should always be human rights impact assessment, but also impact assessment on what it will do. We need to do evaluations. The Commission is obliged to do these things, but they refuse to do so. So we are really also impact assessment for all these pact proposals. They were not there. So actually we did not know what we were talking about. So there's a complete lack of evidence-based policy making. And there must be a reason for that. And I think indeed that the biggest objective is to show we're doing something, and to try to keep people, migrants, out of our world, which doesn't work, but maybe for the short term, etc., etc. So, yeah.
Thank you. We can still have one round. So if there are any other questions, please come forward. I see already two hands.
Yes, hello, thanks. My name is Tina Zrunatsi. I work in the European Commission and I'm in charge of communication around migration. So it's been really interesting to listen to the different, let's say, opinions about, especially as we're heading towards the elections. I came here to listen to the different arguments. I was hoping to hear more about communicating before the elections, but I see that that is also something up for discussion as it is inside our house. I wouldn't be revealing any secrets by saying that we've had a lot of discussions about to what extent we communicate about the topics ahead of the elections and why or how would this maybe further harm the successful negotiations around the pact so far, because every time we do go out to say something, we're attacked from all sides. So the reflex in those situations is better say nothing. You kind of reduce the salience of the issue, and it becomes more of a technocratic agreement rather than something that will be exploited politically in the news or in the political electoral cycle. And then when we have some positive and proactive communication, like our commissioner who came out recently speaking very poignantly about the fact that Europe needs migration, and she mentioned the 1 million net migration figure because of the labor shortages, and this was based on evidence, this was based on statistics, and she was absolutely torn apart in media in so many countries, taking the numbers out of context, using her expression that if we want food, we need people to pick it. So there was all these kind of reducing the message to sound bites that could be used by the other side. So this does not help when politicians, brave politicians like our commissioner, can go out and say something that will make her the first target of attack. So just to put that out, it's not really a question, though it could be turned into a question about whether or not it's better to communicate or not before the election, because there have been different views on this panel, and I really appreciate this conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. You have here to the front.
Lucila?
Hello, my name is Lucila Rodriguez. I'm the director of a foundation called Por Causa. We do journalism and research on migration for the last 10 years and narratives. And my question is for the MEP. Thank you very much for all the things you've said. It's enlightening, and your country is suffering something that is terrible. So it was very interesting to hear you talk like that, and it gives hope. I have a question about your young audiences. You said you lost them, and my question is, what did you do about these audiences before the elections? Did you had surveys about how they feel? Did you had a special line of a political speech addressed to these audiences? Or you just had general political speech and you didn't think about what they needed? Did you supply an alternative narrative for them? Or because you said it was TikTok, but probably it was not just that. So I'm very, very interested about that. Because all the countries, we're suffering more or less the same. So your experience is very interesting. And another thing that I would like to know is how you consider the industry of migration control that exists. You as member of the European Parliament, have you ever heard of that? Have you ever talked about what could be the influences of these lobbies on the decision-making process of the Commission? that is quite surprising, that is not providing proofs of the work on migration, if it's working or not, on a subject that means lots and lots of money invest every year, growing, and agencies that are outside of the control of anyone like Frontex. So, and nobody here, when talking about narratives, took that into account, and I was very surprised. So I would love to know your opinion and the rest of the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did I see you? Okay, we take a final one, Ilka.
Circle back to what Wally said on bringing migrants and refugees into the discussions and the talks and the media. I mean, in Belgium we have this laboratory of a part of the country. I mean, we have two different party systems. Part of the country where the radical right is successful since 1988 or 91, and other part of the country where it is not. And so the first research, what explains the difference was not necessarily that there's more or less racist attitudes. They exist in both countries, but there was not a professional political offer in one side of the country. And at that time it was said that the media didn't really play such a big role. But that has changed over time, and also now, I mean, the role of the media is important. But what I learned from that, I mean, just observing the two media also over like 20 years, in the Francophone media, they have kept this blocking coalition also for the media. The radical right is not given a space, different than in France, but in Francophone Belgium it's not. It's more difficult to do that now in Flanders. But what you see so often is that when there's worries of people about rising food prices, or when there's the first school day, there is diversity at that moment. So, I mean, this is maybe a policy for media and not so much for politicians, but politicians and like the media services of the Commission can also use that by showing indeed that the concerns, not about migration, but about everyday citizens, I mean, there we don't have this diversity in the stories, and I think that's something, I mean, it won't solve the elections of next year. But I think some work can be done there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, if I can ask the panelists in the final round to be very short, roughly 2 minutes. I mean, many questions were addressed to you. I don't know if you
I
would
give
like...
mine to Tineke.
Yeah, okay. So you have already 4 minutes?
Most questions were for
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're coming up to 6 minutes already. Okay, so please then you start.
Too much honor. No, I mean, thanks a lot. I don't know what your name is from the Commission, but thanks a lot for addressing this. And I really see the efforts of Commissioner Johansson, different from Skinas, if I may say so, to also bring this positive narrative. She always also tends to say migration should be normal. And I really appreciate her saying so, but I also see that I think maybe it has also increased throughout the 5 years, that she's more attacked for it. And this is really showing, you know, how more aggressive the whole atmosphere is and toxic around migration. But I mean, I'm not a scholar here, but I would say, please continue to do so. I'm sure I see people know so. Please continue, because it's so important. If even the commissioner shuts down, you know, shuts her mouth, then what can we expect from others? She is an authority. She knows what she's talking about. She's basing her comments on facts, so she should be the ones, and that would also make it more easy for me as a politician to, you know, to stand behind her and next to her, like, see, this is the case. This is also something we need to address. But I see that people tend to, okay, let's shut up, and this is still the problem. Indeed, it's even more difficult in election times, but if it becomes dominant, we have to be there and be try to be offensive or positive at the same time. I would say, Then very good questions of you on the youngsters. To be honest, I don't know exactly how my national party, took this into account, but I think too little. I don't think we had enough really targeted communication on young people. And of course, TikTok is it's not the main thing. This is why I also mentioned it is also only one anecdote. But it shows indeed that we need to think much more further. Who are the different target groups? And especially, I think for young people, it's even more difficult to distinguish between the different communication, narratives, facts, non-facts, or whatever. Also for older people it's difficult, but also for them, especially because also on social media, you don't see what is real or not real. It's completely merged. And I was thinking now also in Belgium, the age limit is lowered to 16 years. That's really a big challenge also for maybe also the government and the politicians, how to deal with that. That it's not just lowering the age limit. We really need to think about how to educate people and to inform people. And your other question was about the lobbies, right? So the money that is involved, and if we, yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, normally in other policy areas, you see that much more clearer, and I think we should create more transparency about this. I paid more attention to that within Frontex when Frontex was also, Frontex is approached by many industries, military industries to try to, for on technologies or weapons or whatever. And this is very intransparent. I myself, I'm not so much lobbied for. I don't know why, but but indeed, we should know also who is approaching the Commission and to what extent is the Commission open to these industries, and if they maybe also take on board their narrative, which is accommodating them. Definitely, what we try to do all the time is creating more transparency on the funding as a whole. Because also there a lot goes to border management and a lot goes to these technologies and related topics. So yeah, this is quite underexplored, I would say. Good point.
Thank you. We are perfectly in time, but before I give you
Did I tell you 6 minutes?
Yeah. Please let me highlight that there is still 2 other highlights coming right now on the program. So we have right now a conversation with 3 civil society actors on how to co-produce alternative migration narratives. And then the very last big highlight is the opening of the Bridges photo exhibition, Out of Frame, Rethinking the Visual Narratives of Migrations in Europe, to be followed with a small reception. So please stay with us. And please, before we go into break, give the panelists a well-deserved applause.
Io addirittura ho le risposte scritte.
Hello? Hai scritto le
Can you
risposte?
hear me? Sì, io sono talmente bollita che si stanca.
Non ho scritto nada. No.
Allestire una mostra è veramente stancante.
Sì, no.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, now yes. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying. I know it's been a long day. This is the last slot, so thank you very much for those that are still with energy to listen to this last panel. But I think it will be a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more different as well from the other sessions. This session is about the co-production activities that we did in the framework of the Bridges project. And what we said early in the morning, no? One of the objectives of this project was to bridge the academic world and the praxis world. And this is what we have tried to do in Bridges with several co-production activities. So I'm just going to briefly present them, and then we will start a conversation between all of us. So the first co-production activity was done by Por Causa. We have here today with us is Lucila Rodriguez, who's the CEO and co-founder of the Foundation Por Causa, which is an organization in Spain that has a long trajectory working on methodologies. Well, they have developed their own methodology to propose and create new narratives about migration. So for the Bridges project, they have done a toolkit in several languages, which is available at the website, and we will see it later on in the screen. And she will tell us a little bit more about this methodology and the 3 key rules on how to co-produce migration narratives out of the most stereotyped frames, that present migrants either as a threat or as a victim, the most common frames. The second co-production activity is about a photo exhibition. So it has to do with visual narratives. And we have today Giulia Tornari, who is the director of Zona. And Zona is a photography agency based in Italy. And they have organized and curated an exhibition about photography and photojournalism relating migration issues. So they have, in fact, the title of the exhibition is Out of Frame. And what they have gathered is the works of 6 photographers and also a collaborative project called Memoria is titled. And these works have in common that they challenged the most stereotyped ways of visual narratives about migration, and they propose new frames, and they try to focus what is not in the common frame. So they go out of the typical frame. That this is that's why they chose this title. So Giulia will tell us a little bit more about this exhibition later on. And the third co-production activity is about hip hop. And we have today Raquel Delgado, who is the executive director of Hip Hop Works. And they have organized together with the Fundación Contorno Urbano in Spain a contest, a double hip hop contest with 2 disciplines, let's say rap and muralism. And they have organized, they did a call. And we had 2 winners. We had Andy Palacios for rap and Teo Vázquez for the discipline of muralism. And they did a residency in a neighborhood called La Florida, which is in L'Hospitalet de Llobregat, very close to Barcelona. And they did a 2-3 weeks residency. And they did several visits with several associations and several groups of people from the neighborhood. And out of this experience, they produced a mural, which you will see it also later in the screen, and also an original rap song about the life of a migrant in Europe. And we chose also hip-hop, as Blanca was saying today in the morning, because hip-hop is a a culture, no, that promotes values about unity, love, peace, no, that are really looking for humanitarian values that touch all of us. No? And also because hip hop most relates very much to migration. There are many, in fact, many young people from a migratory background that are engaged in hip hop and deal with migration narratives. So we will be very excited to listen to this co-production activity. So before we start the conversation, we wanted to show a short documentary about the whole process of this hip-hop contest. So please, if you can.
Cada vez me hago viejo y ahora que lo digo se me antoja un queso añejo. Ah, bueno.
Vengo de los tiempos de la música famosa. Si no te gusta, te vas ya penalizado. Caracoles, pues no me gusta caracoles. Tiras de las noticias para recordar. A mí es lo interesante. Yo encuentro todas estas historias y luego de ahí haremos entre todos, ¿no? Un mural.
Los conocí en un spa yoga, ¿vale? Un espacio donde van jóvenes después del colegio a, pues, no sé, a hacer deberes, a hacer actividades con educadores y tal. Y ahí lo conocí a él y bueno, le expliqué un poco mi historia y así fue como me contactó.
El folio sobre mi escritorio, nuestros cizañeros en redes tirando odio, porque como quiera ya yo soy un referente, no hace falta convencer ni busco un podio, soy una niña inteligente, ajá, a nadie envidio nada y de nadie vivo pendiente, tal vez un poco irreverente, todos lo sienten, hay mucho pato enfermizo, casi ya esquizo, por lo que el hizo, no hizo, y que si alguno no me quiso, solo garantizo, que pidiera permiso, no eres estrella y ya te crees supernova, el caso es que el concepto ya está supernova, no sé qué crees que me quitas o me robas, si lo poco que tengo, tú no me lo das, no eres un superstar ni una vaca en su pastar, por ti se va a molestar, por más que puedas rapear.
Sabes que soy el migrante, desde cuando me ves, por mi modo de hablar diferente, o el color de mi tez. En el fondo no somos distintos, distantes o extraños. Entiende que somos lo mismo, yo no nací en el Mediterráneo. A mí me gusta.
Así, si te quieres poner así, 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 así con las dos manos levantadas, con una pierna, te toca la nariz si quieres.
Andrés, bueno, bueno, ve. Yeah.
A shorter version, it was a little bit longer, but we made it short. But as you can see, this was the process of the two productions, no? The rap song and the muralism, and it was funny because in the end they converged between the two, no? Because the muralism is about hip hop young dancers, and this was not foreseen, but it came like this. And the second video is the video clip of the rap song, which is called El Extraño in Spanish, which means the stranger. So we can see it was filmed in Barcelona and also in La Florida, which is this neighborhood where they did their residency. And it has been released today in all platforms.
Yeah, Flexocai desde Colombia junto a Capi One, 2023 Barna, check this. Cerveza vida amigo. Nadie sabe lo que hay en mi mente, la razón por la que estoy currando. Mi pagasta de un simple migrante, yo perdiendo y Europa ganando. Me señalan por ser de otra tierra y me miran cual si fuera peste. A no ser por aquellos trabajos de los cuales todos quieren deshacerse. Bendiciones pa' mi mamá que no sabe de mi drama. Mi familia, mis amigos en mi tierra que me aman. Yo les mando todo lo que puedo, por cuidarlos me trago mi ego. Aunque para hacerme los talegos puede arriesgar con caer al talego. Mi familia también es sagrada. Dicen que soy ilegal, no me dejan trabajar, todo porque soy el extraño, no nací en el Mediterráneo. Dicen que soy ilegal, igual me quieren contratar, todo porque soy el extraño, no nací en el Mediterráneo. Yo no vine a pasarme la vida tirado en la cama, soy contribuyente. Aunque no declare, yo aporto un trabajo que aquí necesita tu gente. Cobre en negro, pago en blanco, sabes de lo que te estoy hablando. Eso que mi trabajo te ahorra se ve reflejado en tu cuenta del banco. Que tu estilo de vida peligra, que deben entregarme a la migra. Pero dime a qué llamas cuando necesitas que alguien cuide de tu familia. Vengo de allá de otra parte, del otro lado del mar. Soy un hermano de lejos, no un empleado ilegal, sí, sí. Dicen que soy ilegal, no me dejan trabajar, todo porque soy el extraño, no nací en el Mediterráneo. Dicen que soy ilegal, igual me quieren contratar, todo porque soy el extraño, no nací en el Mediterráneo.
Well, I hope you like it. So let's start this conversation. My first question to the three of you is related to the most direct, these co-production activities that we have done for the project. So what do you think are the key ingredients in each of these activities that have contributed to propose new narratives, no? Textual narratives, visual narratives, or through the toolkit? What are the key ingredients, the key factors?
Okay, it was me first. Yeah. We had the questions, but I didn't have the answer. So the first thing I'm going to say is the key thing for us is to ask the questions nobody is asking. And you're going to allow me, I'm going to ask a question to all of you. So like that, we cheer up. Come on, people. So how many of you are living in the very same city they were born? Hands up. Very same city they were born. Okay. How many of you are living in the very same country they were born? Okay. How many of you consider themselves migrants? Do you understand that the rate is wrong? Because we have been talking about migrants for the whole day, and most of us, we're just migrants. we are not in the same city we were born, or not in the same country we were born. And migration is just about moving from a place to another. It's not about race, it's not about the way you move to a place, from a place to another. So maybe we're asking the wrong questions. And the toolkit began with that.
I have it here, if you want.
Okay, so by trying to answer to different questions, we arrived to some conclusions. And the conclusions was, the first one is, you are entering in the debate in a frame that you don't want to share. So the first thing you have to do is to establish your frame. It's not about counter narratives. It's about new narratives that you put in instead of the ones you don't want to hear about. The second thing is why you put the migrants as if they were something that doesn't represent yourself. I mean, migrants are women. We are all women. Migrants are workers or children. But you're all the time trying to make a migrant like if it was something it is not. Okay, so after, how you can build anything with that? And the third thing is, and this is the lady from the commission, I don't know if she stays here. Oh, yeah. It's about what you said. Numbers are amazing for creating knowledge, but they're very wrong for creating narratives. That was about López Aguilar saying, yeah, facts, facts. My God, we're surrounded by facts. These people are doing research, academic research about facts, and they don't change the perceptions. Perceptions are changed by stories that you are building that have to be able to be understood and loved by the people that are receiving those stories. So maybe we should look at those people like we were talking about children or young people. Maybe they need something different, and we're not thinking about what they need. And then we have the subconscious perception and the Coca-Cola effect, but I don't think I'm going to describe the infographic. It's there. So please go to Bridget's website, and you can find it there, like Berta said, in several languages. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lucila. What about you, Julia?
Okay, we select photographers that try to deconstruct the narrative that we see on the newspaper every day. So most of them are artistic photographers that use documentary to push a new way to see the migration. Two of them, Grata Kapp and Mia Utio, they try to analyze with photography the migration path. This is the Mia Utio that worked about the Rwanda migrants. And two photographers are migrant too, so they have a migrant background, and they are Alisa Martinova, she's Russian, and the other one is Felipe Romero Beltran, lives in France, but is come from Colombia, and they face the migration, and I think it's important also to involve in our culture more photographers than are migrants too. So this is the key points for us, to find photographers that try to deconstruct the normal narratives. Also, Aubrey Wade is an English photographer who now lives in Berlin. So, as Lucila said, he moves from his country, and he works about the family that host migrants in different countries in Europe. The last is Now You See Me Moria, is a participate project, and the refugees in the camp made by themselves the picture, and some design took this picture to create some posters, and the posters are put together in a book, and you can buy the book and you can organize an exhibition with this poster everywhere. So it's more a political issue. But I think we need more creative projects that involve migrants also to push their stories.
So you think that the fact that they are migrants themselves, this pushes them to have another...
Yeah, and also not only about migration, but about their lives, and sometimes it becomes a ghetto if you ask to the migrants to speak about their personal stories, but they can also speak about their work or their family, or I think we must do more project together and not only ask them to speak about migration.
It's like if women, we were talking all the time about the fact of being women. I mean,
like in Italy now, for example, in Italy, all they speak about women and how the women can do their lives and to be, you know, powerful, and so it's the same things.
What about hip hop? How hip hop can contribute?
We decided to do an international open call, not just focus on European countries, but to anyone, any artist from any country could submit, because we considered that it was very interesting to listen the work and to see the work of many artists from all over the world using hip hop to talk about the migration narratives, using with rap songs or with muralism. So it was a very successful open call. We had 215 submissions from 40 countries. So that was amazing. We found artists doing an amazing work. And we finally decided that the winners of the contest was Fly So High, an MC rapper from Colombia, and for the rap contest, and Theo Vázquez, he's an artist from Cádiz, Spain, for the mural contest. For us, it was very important to have the residency with the participatory of the community, because the idea was not just that we wanted to have the artists creating their art piece and that's it, but we wanted to listen also the narratives and the stories of the members of the community. So we decided to do it in La Florida, a neighborhood from Hospitalet de Llobregat in Barcelona, because it is a neighborhood with probably the highest numbers with migrants living in the neighborhood. So it was very interesting. And we decided that the residency, that to like 2-3 weeks more or less, to work with different generations. So the artists work with teenagers, young adults, and adults. They went to different schools, cultural centers, and also they work with some associations that are working with migrants. So to bring the plurality of the neighborhood, and the idea was that the artists were co-creating the pieces of art with the members of the community. So that's what makes more beautiful this project, because here we see the voice of the neighborhood here. So
yeah. And why do you think hip hop connects so well with young people with migratory background? And there are so many productions of hip hop that deal with migration issues and propose actually new narratives, no? What do you think hip hop brings?
Well, when we talk about hip hop, it is very important to separate what is the industry and with hip hop culture. So hip hop culture is a culture, a global culture with values of peace, love, and unity That means that hip-hoppers, so members of the hip-hop community, are very activist, and for us, social justice is like the topic that we are really interested in. So we work for the community, we work for the youth. So these social topics are very important, and topics like narratives of migration, for example, is something very popular in hip-hop culture, all about when we talk about music, about rap, for example. And it is also very important to understand that for the hip-hop community, to be real is like very important. And to be real means that you talk about yourself, you talk about your experience, about your background, about what's going on in your city, so and about the things that you really care for. So that's why hip-hop is very important when we talk about hip-hop narratives.
Yeah, so it's like storytelling in
Exactly.
itself, no? And actually, both productions, the muralism and the photo exhibition, have in common, they both talk about these visual narratives, no? So we have a connection here as well between this mural, which is made of pictures, of photos, and the photos made by...
Very JR style. Do you know JR, the photographer? He's a very famous photographer, and he is one of the first, is probably the first one who made these kind of things, and I'm happy that...
This technique is called post-up.
Okay.
You want to say something more about that?
Well, the story about the mural, I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful because Theo was talking with young adults, with the different collectives that we were working in, but he connected with the story of those girls because it is like a metaphor of how hip-hop can unite people from different countries. So here we see they are the first generation. Their parents are migrants from 3 different Latin American countries, and they connect through dance. So hip-hop has created like a own identity. So hip-hoppers, we don't say, I do hip-hop. We say, I am hip-hop. So here is a reflection of how 3 girls from different backgrounds, but living in the same neighborhood, can connect through hip-hop culture. So
They come from different countries.
their parents, yes. I can remember, but El Salvador, I'm not sure if Colombia, and another one. So, yes.
Latin American, yeah.
So we can say that they talk the same language, just dancing.
Yeah. Another important topic when we are thinking of building new narratives is the audience. No, we were saying this also in the previous sessions. The importance of thinking what narratives we elaborate for which audiences, and also what strategies we use to convince certain audiences. No, and this is reflected somehow in the toolkit. And I wanted to ask you precisely to you, Lucila. No, so what do you think? Do you think we should use different methods to target different audiences, or different narratives for different audiences? And what channels also should we use?
Well, from our experience, it's funny because I did a rehearsal before, that when we began to work on narratives, the first thing was that media didn't have enough money because of the digital explosion. And they were reducing the social contents. So when we create Por Causa was because we wanted to respond to that. And we decided to produce the social contents ourselves. So, and then we realized, because we thought, okay, this is about the way you convey the information. So if we use ways that are very nice, everybody is going to consume our contents. And it wasn't like that. And then we realized we were missing the people. So why the people are not consuming our contents? Because they are fed up of sadness, they're fed up of stories that they don't feel they're their own. And this is when our work with audiences began. And yes, you have to understand who you're talking to. And you have to speak the language, but you also have to express things they can feel like hip hop. You select a community and then you speak the language, because at the end, this is what communication is about. And this is what the storytelling is about. So we decided to change the way we were telling stories. And thanks to Bridget's, this toolkit is about that. But yes, you have to talk the same language.
Yeah, and you did a study, no? You segment the audiences, and you won't target the ones that are for sure very convinced that migration is not good, or no? You will go to the ambivalent audience.
We use what is basic audience segmentation for political campaigning. So it's like people who are going to vote you, those ones, you don't need to convince them. The people who are against you, those ones, you don't need to convince them. And you have like this, it used to be 33%. So if you see Brexit, it was about 30%. But now I think it's growing, like people who don't know what to think. And this is the people we are using the toolkit for. It's like you try to give them other things so they can use this knowledge for building what they can build. But you don't push them to build things that they cannot. That's what we are trying with these narratives that are only bought by lovers. So we stopped talking to the lovers. There are lots of people talking to the lovers. Normally we love to talk to the people that agree with us, but it's not about that. So yes, thank you. Thank you.
And taking again the collaborative project, Now You Call Me Moria, which is, we will see it after in the exhibition.
Now You See Me Moria.
Now You See Me Moria, sorry. This entails it is a participatory project, no? So it's also related to what we have done, these residencies that this hip hop artist did in La Florida. So could you tell us a little bit more about this methodology? No? It's also a way to approach photography and a way of producing new narratives that is not just doing a picture and showing it, but rather involving the whole community that is living, in this case, in the refugee camps in Moria, no?
Yeah, in this case, a photo editor decided to she start communicate with a Afghan refugee that live in a camp, in the Moria camp, and she's in touch with him, and she think how she can help these people. So she has the idea to ask him to. He is a photographer, is an Afghan photographer. She asked him to send the picture, took day by day by him. Then after 1 month, 3 or 4 more photographers that lived in the camp decide to also send the pictures. And the photo editor asked to a famous association called Paradox. Paradox is a Dutch association to think about how can share this picture. Then they decide to build an advocacy campaign and ask to designers everywhere in the world to use this picture to create this poster. And then they produce a book. It's a very nice book that you can buy on the website, and you can use free to do some campaign to push the public opinion to think, to reflect how the people live in this camp. And I think it's a good way to use, create cultural and creation to push people to act more than to be passive about what the migrant situation. So we need more idea like this to trying to use some toolkit and to use photography, to use art, hip-hop, to involve people to react and act for helping migration. And I put in the exhibition, after we would see the exhibition, I put just this project because there aren't a lot of, so we need more, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting and new initiative, no? A way of doing photography, of engaging the community and, and mobilizing as well. No?
But we have a lot of projects that involved maybe photographer who goes in the camp and take picture of the people living there, and also they both share maybe with the people living in the camp to take picture. As for example, we have in the exhibition 2 pictures taken by Samuel Gratacap, a French photographer who spent some time in a camp and he do a workshop with the people living there. But it's not enough. Now you see Memoria, it's plus, because it's also a campaign.
Yes.
So maybe we think more about also.
And many of the pictures are done by the refugees themselves.
Yeah, but also Samuel did. There are a lot of photographers that produce pictures together with the refugees. But at the end, they use this picture in their project. But it's not enough.
Yeah.
The next step, I think, we really need to push people to do something. So now you see Memoria, it's a good way to find new ideas to push it.
Another topic that we have been discussing today is emotions. No? Should we use emotions? Should we not use emotions? Should we be more rational? Should we balance emotions and facts? And when trying to overcome the more mainstream narratives and go beyond them. No? And this is something you also touch upon in the methodology you propose. And it also comes out in both all artistic productions. No, they all evoke emotions through these visual and textual narratives. So I don't know if you want to say something about this mobilization of emotions, how emotions can be helpful in provoking good, positive feelings about the topic you are engaging with, no?
I can say that when we say that it's better to use emotions than numbers, lots of people come. And I remember my first big fight with Rucho. It's like, okay, you cannot talk about serious things like through emotions. Serious things need serious data. Probably no. But it was about, our fight was about that, about how you express very important things using different ways, and it's complicated because, for example, how you use humor for like laugh for something that is about people dying. But sometimes you need to laugh at yourself. You need to laugh at very like terrible things to produce an emotion. And it's not about being superficial. It's about really exploring without fear different ways and recover the spaces we have left without being there. And TikTok was a good example. So, and I think also for migration and diversity, which is emotional, helps to make it long-lasting. And culture is, for us, is one of the most important frames because we're surrounded by music and artistic producing. Like, I mean, everything we're consuming is a mixture of cultures, beginning by the basic music, which is pop and comes from the African sounds. So, and we accept that on our cultural consumption. We eat food that is not from the country that we're living in, and we're happy with that. We consume music that is not from the country we're living in, and we're happy with that. So I think it's very interesting. We have to give a thought to that and give a space to that and be open.
Yeah, here maybe our colleagues from social psychology could say something else about the role of emotions. But, if you wish, yeah. Is there?
Thank you. First of all, very nice set of presentations. Like her, we were wondering where are the participants? They should be here, some of them. It would be nice if we could also hear their voices. But going back to the point about emotions, I think both of you are right. Because in psychology, we show that there are two ways of gathering information. We call it system 1, system 2. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into a psychology lecture. System 1 is systematic processing of information, where you present it with information that you understand and you process and you analyze facts, right? System 2 is the peripheral road, it's emotion appeals. And we use both. There are individual differences. Some people really, it's related also to level of education, need, all kinds of practice in doing, system 1 versus system 2. But we use both all the time. And there's some people, so if you're trying to educate, you cannot use emotions because education is about facts, right? So you want to present facts. There's no higher rates of crime among immigrants. You can also, add to that a persuasive appeal using emotions, but they don't have to fight with each other. They're used for different purposes, right? So I think both of you are right. It just depends what you're trying to achieve with your campaign. Are you trying to educate people about the facts, or are you trying to also then appeal to their emotions by getting to their hearts, basically? But it is indeed frustrating for psychologists to hear this dichotomy being used all the time, when in fact we need both, right? They don't have to compete with each other. So I guess the answer is both Ferruccio and Lucia, of course, are completely right.
Wait, I
Rucho, that you can't deny the past. It is like that.
She misunderstood you.
I'm teasing Ferruccio, eh?
We are in streaming.
Seriously, but what I said about data wasn't that data is not good for, what I said is data creates knowledge. So I completely agree with what you're saying.
But
we were talking about making narrative that shapes the feelings and the perceptions.
There are individuals who are looking for information, and if you present them with an emotional appeal, they will reject it because they're looking for information. They're like, you're trying to persuade me, I'm not ready, I want to see the facts. But then, of course, you can use the other one. So I don't know if Jota has anything to say. He's the other psychologist here. Okay.
But it's interesting what you say. In the end, it's what do you want to achieve? So which way do you use?
Right. And we need
according
both.
to which audience, and they are complementary.
Yes,
so
yes.
I think it's. I don't know if you want to add anything else in this regard.
Yes. For us, it is very important. We use hip hop as a therapy also. It's one of the many uses we have in hip hop. For example, we have a member of our team, Hip Hop Works, working in Almeria with migrants. So the work he's doing is amazing because he teaches them to rap so they can explain their own stories rapping. This is like a therapy for them, so they can explain, firstly, they can explain their story, why I'm here, what I have suffered to come here. They even try to explain, okay, I'm not from here, but I'm not here to rope or to do bad things. But also it's like to understand what they have been doing and to accept what they have suffered. So it's like something like a therapy for them. Uh, you're talking about migrants, but we have also, for example, our member or director in Uganda. He pub works Uganda. His name is Ras Bernard, and he's working in camps of refugees. So he's also using hip hop to empower them. So it is beautiful to see young adults, but also adults, just trying to explain their stories, rapping, for example, or just dancing. So here they are trying to communicate through the body. So they work with the language with the body, and they do some freestyles. So just to explain, and it's a way to bring them voice. So it's like to bring voice to the voiceless. And this act of explaining is very therapeutic. So
I know it's very well connected to emotions. So, Hélène.
Thank you. This is a question for Raquel. I was wondering about the history of the hip hop culture. I mean, my understanding from a limited knowledge of the hip hop culture, but a little bit of reading on the sociology of hip hop, is that in late 1980s and early 1990s, the hip hop culture was mostly, in terms of messaging and discourses and topics, it was mostly about racial discrimination, urban relegation, so segregation in urban areas, suburban or inner city, and socioeconomic inequality or poverty. And actually, I was curious, I was interested to see that the notion of migration was not in the hip-hop culture in the 1990s. It was mostly racial discrimination. It came from the Northern American background, but it also translated in European context in the UK and France, where people were discussing and rapping or discussing or dancing around attributes of race or ethnic identity. And the notion of migration came actually pretty recently in the hip-hop culture. And so it's interesting also to see that the question of race was not approached through the lens of migration. It was also about people, especially Northern America, African American people who were not migrants, who didn't identify as migrants for obvious reasons, because they were not migrants. And actually the question of migration came late. So I'm interested to see in the context where you work, and is that something that you see? I mean, this kind of evolution, but you're very young, so you obviously don't know about the 1990s, but, you know, in terms of,
I look young, but I'm not too young, trust me.
That can be interesting for us. The narrative of migration was actually not there in the 1990s.
It depends on the country. So, for example, in Spain, we had Ariana Pollo. Ariana Pollo is one of the pioneers, and she is from República Dominicana. She was born in República Dominicana, but she grew up in Girona, okay, in the north of Catalonia. So, and she was talking about that. She was talking about migration. So that means that, okay, probably if we try to see about what how the lyrics were in the US is not the same than the lyrics that we can find in Latin America or in Africa or in other countries. So depending on the experiences of the artists in their own countries or even migrating, that's what we are going to find in their lyrics.
But I think even, it's funny what you're saying, because people from the Bronx, they were all black people, but all of them were from different origins. And there was also the talk about if you were Latin or you were, so the origin of the,
yes,
well, as my
the origin was,
knowledge.
Yes, was already multicultural.
Maybe it wasn't like migration, but it was
not migration.
But I think it's very interesting, this debate, because it comes to my first point when I ask to the people who feels migrant. Because migration maybe is something we're building, to justify policies, to justify things. I don't know if I'm expressing myself. Like when you are in a country and you say your parents come from Santo Domingo and are Dominicans, and you say that you are Dominican, you are a migrant. But maybe you don't use the word migrant, but you're expressing that your origin is not in this country, so you're already talking about migration. What you are not using is the word migration. So like if we took the analysis that he uses with the big words, you put that in the 90s and there's no migration in the draws, and now it is. But no, it's just a debate, It's to think about it.
Yes, and they're in the 70s when everything started there in the Bronx. So the cooler, for example, he's not American, so he's Jamaican, for example. And many of the pioneers were not born in the U.S. They were born in Jamaican or in other countries. Many of them are from Puerto Rico, for example, or from the El Caribe. So this is something that was there already in the beginning, when everything started. Not as a term exactly, but we can find it in their lyrics, that essence of identities and so on. And many of them were also rapping in Spanish, for example, being in the Bronx, or even in Spanglish.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't have to say migration in the United States. Everyone is a migrant, so you don't use the term migration. It's brilliant that you're saying that, because I was thinking about, Bad Bunny? You know the artist, Bad Bunny? He made a brilliant song saying that he loves to use the L at the end of the words because he's Puerto Rican, but he is also, and we have Eileen Truax that is one of the director of the contents of our Congress of Journalists of Migration. You're all invited, by the way, this year, 9 and 10th of October in Spain. She talks, when we began to talk about migrants, she said to me, we have to allow the people to consider themselves migrants and other thing. So like you can be so many things in yourself. But when you're moving from a place to another, you're a migrant.
So I've done work with children who are immigrants, and they don't call themselves immigrants in the United States. So Elaine is completely right in that the terms are different, but everyone uses the terms that make sense in the context where they live. So the kids in the United States will use hyphens to signal that their parents are from another country or they were born from another country. You realize that even white Americans call themselves immigrants if you push them. They will say, I'm Irish American, I'm Italian American. So the word migration is not used as much as here in Europe, where we have this clear distinction. In their context, like Raquel was saying, they will use other words, but really the experiences they're trying to convey, I think probably the same. But I mean, you're right, that maybe the term, yeah.
People self-identify in certain contexts at certain moments of time and not others.
How people label themselves, not how they identify, how they label themselves.
Well, I invite you to follow this conversation, which has become
with a glass of wine.
And we will close this session. And hey, sorry, but do you want to do the? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. No. So we show you the teaser of the exhibition that you are all invited. Geopolis is just next door. So if you are curious to know more about the photo exhibition, this is the teaser. So 45 seconds of. So, yeah, we will close this session. And before Blanca, she will do the closure of the conference. Hélène wanted to do a short announcement.
Yes, exactly. Hélène.
Yes. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you, Fioruccio. Thank you. I just wanted to say that next week there is another Bridges event in Paris, in Saint-Germain-des-Prés. So it's a conference, following up on this one. So still within the Bridges project on, I'll translate into English, artistic, political and media perspectives on migration narratives and the representation of migration. So we have a number of panels with artists, so visual artists and authors, and a number of journalists. We want also to engage with the journalist community from various media, TV, written, press and online media. And we also managed to have one representative of the political community from the Green Party. We, in spite of our efforts, nobody from the left part of the political spectrum accepted our invitations. We sent out like 50 invitations, and it was always, I'm busy. So, unfortunately, the political panel will be with an environmentalist, and not right-wing or far-right, representatives, but still. So, and this is so next Wednesday, 7th of February in Paris, and everything is on the Bridges website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hélène. So now we are at the end, because we have the exhibition, but almost at the end of this marathonian final conference. As I said at the beginning of the conference, it has been a very special day. It's the end of our Bridges project. It has been 3 years of intensive research, fantastic discussions, and also mutual learning, not only within the project, but also with other actors around. It has been a fantastic conference. I only have we the voices of migrants were missing, in the media, for instance, in the political arena, in the policy arena, but today they have always been missing, and of course, if we would start again, this would have been different. It's true that we considered the possibility to invite the rap singer, but he lives in Colombia, so we at the end decided that it was not justified to pay a transatlantic flight for half an hour, so that's why he is not today here. And now let me finish by thanking particularly, first of all, the audience for being here till the last moment of this marathonian conference. Let me as well thank the discussants, Andrew, Hélène, and Guido, for the great you did. Let me as well thank the sister projects. It doesn't work, right? No, yes, it's me. For being here. It seems quite weird. It's the first time we meet physically. We have met several times online, and I have to say that it's not the same. In fact, with Mateo, we crossed each other this morning in the hotel, and we didn't recognize each other. With microphones. I have the list, because otherwise I would forget some people. Thanks as well to the European Commission for all the support, and particularly to Andreas Obermeier for helping us as well to organize this conference. And coming closer home, let me as well thank all the partners, 12 partners, 8 different countries. It has been great to work together all these years, and good things come to an end, so this is mixed feelings as well. Thank you very much. And last but not least, let me first of all thank my team at CEDOP, Laia, Berta, and Marina, for a fantastic coordinative job, not only today and in the last weeks, but for the 3 years. It has been fantastic and has made my job as coordinator much, much easier. And now, last but not least, let me thank Florian for his great job. Florian and your team as well for the great job, not only during the project, but organizing this conference. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Without you, it wouldn't have been so pleasant. So thank you very much. Thank you all. And now we move to Geopolis to inaugurate the fantastic photojournalist exhibition. We invite all of you to go with us, and there we will have small reception at the end. Thank you very much.